It's a matter of they don't understand perspective and how your eyes work.
Yep.
That's the main thing. Optics. If we could just have like a optic class, I think that'll clear up a lot of things.
Yeah, yeah,
It's the main hold
absolutely.
up, in my opinion. Yep.
Yep. You're right.
But I guarantee if we were to just leave this topic of flat Earth and then talk about optics, I think it would make sense to them. If it was just a pure optics lesson, we're not talking about flat Earth or nothing. It would. I think they would get it, but they just can't. They know what happened if they get it.
Yeah, yep, exactly, man.
That's
Because that also explains what a horizon line is. No, it's like a
right.
straight line between vanishing points, and they have something in their head, right? That it's the curvature of the Earth, but it isn't that.
Yeah, the horizon is it's pretty much a blind spot in your eye. And that's the best way to describe it due to diffraction.
Yeah, I mean, an apparent location when you're looking through the atmosphere, or the atmo, right? It's gonna move all over the place if you do a time lapse.
Yeah, and they pretty much you see it every day when you watch the news, the weather channel, visibility for that day.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not far, right? The visibility that they're telling you on the weather report, it's not a huge distance. So when people are asking us, right, why can't I see forever, right? Why can't I see China? And then we try to explain to them that the like the atmo is opaque over distance. They don't get it. They don't believe it when we tell them. They think it's like some sort of flat Earth argument, but it's just the way that it, the way it works.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. If we was to take this completely away from flat Earth and explain it, I think they would get it.
Yeah.
But it's a flat earther telling them, so they got to be wrong. It has to be crazy.
Yeah, when you think about like, because I once analogized it like, if that's a word, um, like someone lifting a rug up off a floor, and so as you at first you've lifted a part of the the, the corner, let's say, of the rug, and as you're lifting it up, there's an angle like between if the part that you've lifted off the floor was straight, there'd be an angle between that and the floor.
Mike's cutting out, I think,
Is it doing it again?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
like I can hear you, and then it kind of fades out.
Yeah, right. So there's an
Kind
angle
of,
Now it's good.
between.
I'm kind of
If
hearing it with
you think
everybody though.
if you think of like where you've got your rug lifted up as your line of sight to the ground, right,
Right.
and then that meets the ground at an angle, and then as if you were to lift your eyes up towards the horizon, like you're lengthening that line of sight where it meets the surface until and the angle continues to decrease to the point
Right.
where like you're trying to absorb all that information along that distance into a smaller area. Right? It's just, and things become indistinguishable between things on the surface, let's say, and the surface itself. the information is just like
It gets
squished.
diffracted.
Yeah.
I guess what is it? 0.02 degrees of your eye. Things will get like a blind spot in the center of your eye. In the center of any round optic. That's gonna be the same thing, you know. Resolution limit, diffraction
Exactly.
limit. I mean, this is stuff you can look up. It's not a secret. It's out there.
Yeah, and then you think about it too, like, so you've got that line of sight, like you're looking out level, but like out towards the horizon, and that line of sight.
Hey, T-Dub, you kind of phasing out, bro. I can't really
Yeah,
hear you.
sorry, man. So yeah,
Okay.
like you've got that line of sight from your eyes stretching out towards the horizon, right? So it's meeting at the that line of sight's meeting at the surface somewhere in the distance, and it's, you know, and the angle that it creates with the surface is minute, you know. But then if you increase your elevation, you widen that angle. You're increasing the angle.
Right. It's the
And so
ground is blocking your field of view.
right, so you can so you can equal, like if you were looking down at the ground in front of you, like at 45 degrees, right? And that would be the equivalent of, like, if you're looking out at that point in the horizon from the ground, and then you were elevated up until you equaled that angle, like 45 degrees, right? Then you'd be able to see, you know, make out a lot more, right? And that's what we find happens
Oh yeah, you can demonstrate that.
in reality. Yeah.
Yeah, I think most of these guys are just scared, man. You know, I get it. It implies a lot of stuff. You think about flat Earth, but no, you got to be a man and just take it, man. The truth is the truth. Don't be a coward. Everybody here was a globe believer. You know, we all was taught the same thing and had to come to the truth eventually. Just got to recognize it when it's in your face. It's pretty easy. Like somebody said, I forgot who said it, but this is really the easiest thing to prove, the easiest so-called conspiracy to prove to yourself. Walk outside. Go find your
Yeah, I was
body of
saying that
water.
earlier. I was saying that earlier today. It was like, what is the Earth trying to trick me? Yeah, disguised as being flat and motionless, but it's really a ball.
Right, like I said earlier, it's like who you gonna believe? Somebody else or your own eyes? You know, how silly does that sound? That's crazy. Of course, you're gonna believe your own eyes, but I guess not for everybody. They're gonna believe somebody else.
Well, the sky is trying to trick me because, you know, you go up, the higher you get, you know, you can't see the stars eventually, so it's kind of trippy.
Yeah, I seen that in who was it? I forgot the name of the dude. Man, it was a black dude. Something Kellum. He used to. I don't know if he still does those high altitude balloon footages, but I did see that in that where he went to a certain elevation and the stars just disappeared. That's kind of crazy.
Well, what about those, like, on your computer screen, if there's a layer, right, which, like, acts as like a polarizer or something, right? And you take it off and you've just got a white screen.
Yeah.
And then what you can do, right, is you can cut out, like, sections of that screen, and then put it onto some, like, glasses, and then put the
Right.
glasses
Right.
on, and you will see the computer screen. You'll be able to use it. Anybody else looking at it will just see a white screen, but you can
Right.
see what's on the screen. That's freaking trippy, man. That's cool, right?
Kind of like
So,
putting
I
on
don't know.
polarized glasses too and looking at a screen. Sometimes you can't see it. And take them off, you can see it. Yeah, it might be something like that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there's it's projection on a screen or anything like that, but I mean, like, the light might be working in a similar way with whatever the surroundings are acting like in that manner. So, but not, it's like a catalyst for to bring that light source into the visible light spectrum.
Right. 'Cause we have no
Right.
idea how many or what type of mediums is between us or.
Right. Yeah.
Dwayne Kellum. That's him. Damn, is that Helio? What's up, Helio?
What? Helio's here? No way.
Yeah, but he just posted something in the chat.
Oh, he's probably listening on YouTube.
Yeah.
Dude, haven't ran into Helio for a while in the voice chat.
Yeah, if you can hear me, man, come in and say what's up, Helio. I ain't talked to you in about a year or two, man.
Been pretty quiet in here for a while. What's going on? Movies get run off.
Yeah, we had a few about 10 minutes ago and got a little quiet, got a little quiet in here for a minute.
Same with the YouTube bots. They're gone too. What did I miss?
The YouTube bot 2 is still at the. And YouTube. Right? Oh, we were just talking amongst ourselves, yeah, for the last half hour or so.
Yeah,
that
just to
Eric?
recap, it's been a decade since I started this, and so far, man, there's been no proof of curvature. Uh, there's been no proof of Earth spinning. Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed.
You're really like you're rooting for the globe and it came up short. Like,
I mean, they could at least put up a fight, man. It's over, man. It's closed casket.
Something that's blowing up right now on social media, TikTok and Twitter, is this organization, this contractor, nonprofit called Ingersoll Lockwood, who's describing the Trump administration's
did you just cut out there, Amish?
Amish is it's not showing in the Amish isn't in here.
Oh.
It was coming
No,
through
just-
Freeman.
Yeah. Like see Freeman's.
What happened?
Were you just
Oh.
playing like the other politics stream or something?
No, I was muted.
so crazy it just might work. I mean, if their
Wait, what
plan
the
is to realign American culture,
Okay. Wait,
what the hell's
wait.
going on, man?
Let me go politics.
Yeah, Freeman's connected.
I
to
thought he
both
was joining
servers.
in the conversation.
Yeah, me too. And I was like, well, shit, my Discord's playing up. I don't see him in the list.
Yeah, Freeman's managed to connect to both servers.
That's crazy.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I just went over there. They're Amish was talking there.
Wow.
Here I am responding to him. You got me, Freeman. You got me. Well, looks like that's where the party's headed.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
And, I don't know what that was. I don't know if that was me.
Yeah, man, we could hear Amish talking in here, but it was coming through your connection.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I
I,
was
I
talk-
got everything. I just got one Discord open right now.
Hello.
Hey.
Bad y'all if I caused that. Should be good now.
Ugh.
Somebody say hello.
Yes, me. Hello.
What up, Fluffy?
I am good. I am very fluffy.
All right.
Like
Is
a
there any
party line.
globe people in here, or are we all on the same page?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Dr. K.
Maybe
I'm not
Berserker.
sure.
Berserker, are you a
Berserker?
Globie?
He is.
Nah, no, he's not.
Okay.
Talked to him last night, I think.
Can someone just pretend to be a globie so we can debate you?
No, I can't. I couldn't even try to do that, bro.
No, but it's like, if we're all flat earthers, we're just all going to agree with each other, aren't we?
No. See? There you go.
Okay. Any reason why?
Wait, oh.
I was talking with Matrix earlier Oh, there was. Oh, we're having a conversation. It was really interesting. It wasn't actually about flat Earth, but it was still interesting nonetheless. And it was about like AI and control and things like that. I found it very, very fascinating. I mean, if we don't have a Glober here to debate, I mean, anyone on mute? Are you a Glober, please? Please, are you a Glober? That sounds desperate now for a Globus. Like,
Vampire.
who's a vampire?
Need them Glober tears for sustenance.
Feeding on Globerty.
Well, as long as you don't make a candy bar like the Three Musketeers, we're all right. You know.
You might be allergic to 24-hour sunlight.
Crazy how many candy bars are named after space nonsense.
Well, there's the Milky Way, isn't there? There's the Mars bar.
Tons, man.
Yeah, Milky
Whole
Way.
list.
Yeah. Milky Way and Mars bar are the ones that come to my mind straight away. Galaxy, yeah. I mean, there are things that aren't chocolate that are sort of named like Starburst, you know.
Right. Yep.
Which are like opal fruits that used to be.
And then at the end of it all, they snicker at you.
I can't think of any others, really.
Yeah, I saw a big list of them once. There was a ton. I remember them either.
Just mixing globe bullshit with chocolate, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Key motherfucker.
There was one called White Knight. I remember chocolate and peppermint.
If a Glober said to eat something flat Earth related to chocolate, you'd just eat chocolate buttons, probably, wouldn't you? In their mind. Because the flat Earth model that they always say, the disc thing, that's just a globe projection of the flat Earth.
Hey, yeah, well, Flat Earth had wagon wheels and mint patties. No kidding.
Oh, those mint ones. Yeah, I remember those. Like the golden
chocolate. The perfect chocolate for a globe Earth, Terry's chocolate orange. Because it's literally a ball.
Or more likely, this Ferrero Rocher. It's a ball with all kinds of nuts in it.
That sounds like the globe Earth.
That makes sense right there. No globies in here.
Never seen those things by Nestle in my country, at least. I love how it says 50% less fat, but it's probably still got about 30 grams of fat in it.
Yeah, they're Australian, those ones.
Yeah, that's probably why I've never seen them then. We don't get that type of stuff. Yeah, we don't get that stuff in England, bro.
Yeah, they started manufacturing in my hometown.
All a mint patty sounds to me like is like a giant After 8 chocolate bar. Which is just thin chocolate with mint in it.
They're not very big.
Pretty much.
They're only 20 grams. They're little things. Last time I had one, they were
I mean, they're fairly
old packaging.
I mean, looking at the packaging, you can see the pen in the top right. So I'd say it's about as big as the pen almost, the packaging. So fairly large. Next will be a mint patty, 100% less fat because it's made with tofu and mint flavoring.
It's just a comparison to other things. It's just because it's a little bit of chocolate wrapped around some sugar.
Think
cockroach dust.
Yeah, we have them in the UK, but they're not called mint patties. I think they're called like Viscounts or something. Viscount mints. Because I recognise the green foil.
Because patty kind of sounds like it, you know.
Patty sounds American, like a burger.
Mint cow turd.
The Viscounts are a biscuit, though. These ones, they just have the mint cream and they're wrapped around chocolate.
Oh, right. I mean, the closest thing to that would be like a Terry's mint chocolate thing, you know. Yeah, that's the biscuits that Endless posted. That's the closest thing I can see because of the foil, you know.
It's the Terry's they're the ones who made the chocolate orange thing, aren't they?
Yes, but they also make other things as well, yeah.
Yeah, we don't get many of that brand in Australia.
They do Terry's chocolate orange, you know. They do white chocolate now, dark chocolate, you know. I mean, personally, I wouldn't eat the dark chocolate one. It probably tastes awful.
I like dark chocolate.
I mean, I like dark chocolate, but it's like... Yeah, I can only eat like 2 squares of it, you know. It's like if you... Like, when you think about a Terry's chocolate orange, it's like the segment itself, it's literally like pure chocolate, but got like orange extract in it, which is why you taste the orange. It's not like a thin little bit of dark chocolate. It's very stodgy. And, you know... I mean, they seem to name a lot of things after space, don't they? I mean, look at game consoles. You know, Sega had a time when they named game consoles after planets, like, you know, the Sega Saturn. You know,
Yeah,
there was...
I remember that Saturn. Yep.
Yeah,
like the first CD, like CD type of console, I believe.
Sega CD. Yeah, they also had a code name. They have, like, there was a code name Sega. There was just like the Sega Neptune, which was actually going to be a 32X on its own, but they made it an add-on for the Mega Drive because it was so popular, but it ended up being a pile of crap, you know. But it's like lots of things. I mean, Atari started with numbers and then started naming their things after animals, mainly cats. You know, like the Atari Jaguar, Atari Lynx. You know, things like that. You know, and they're both cats.
Right. And
whereas like now, yeah, but they're not creative now. You know, what is it? Oh, PlayStation 5. What's it going to be next? Oh, it's the 6. But what about the Xbox? That's going to be another bunch of X and S letters, probably. But like, why can't you have like the PlayStation Panther or something like that? You know,
PlayStations have only ever had numbers. Xbox has been all over the place. Nintendo uses different names every generation.
Xbox could have done it though, dude. They could have. When they had the Xbox One, all they had to do was go, "Hey, what's after 1, 2?" Microsoft can't count. And it shows they can't count, dude.
It would have been their fourth console.
Well,
they would have called their fourth console the 2.
Well, whatever.
They fucked up right from the beginning.
Well, the Final Fantasy fucked up their version. So did Mega Man. I mean, whatever. But the thing is that like they should have started just naming it numbers. Like Microsoft can't count. I mean, just look at Windows. It went Windows 8, 7, 8, 10. Microsoft, where's 9? They can't count unless you count 8.1 as 9. But that was a bag of crap anyway. You know. I mean, I don't know. It's like just make DirectX open source and be done with it. They're not going to use Linux, for God's sake. But yeah, come on, Globies. Any of you on YouTube listening to me right now? Any of you Globe people want to come in here and debate us? There's about 21 people in here. You know, go and have a chat with us. We don't bite. I mean, my name's Fluffy Bee. I don't bite. And I can't sting you either, because I'll die. And I think... Oh dear. I'm just going to mute my mic for a second. Oh dear.
Guess all the Globers at politics. Guessing.
Did it get kicked off over in politics again?
Say it again, Crit.
Is it busy over at politics again?
I know. Last time I checked, it was pretty good. They was going at it.
Yeah,
That's about 30, 40 minutes ago.
No,
just 6 flat earthers in there at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
See that new room that just opened up? 24/7 Globe Earth.
They do that every so often.
Yeah. It doesn't work out for them.
No.
This dude's
Nobody
name
cares.
is Nipples.
Nobody cares about the globe Earth, apart from obviously Globers.
No, I mean, you look to see who's in there, and the room owner is a guy named Nipples with a under 18 tag. Like, are you serious?
I mean, that just screams a giant red flag to me.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, we feel. I'd say we feel like fishermen, just dangling our lines in the water, waiting for a bite. Very much.
Yeah. Yeah, I always think of that in my head as well.
Yeah.
Be fun.
Yeah. There's a great meme for that. I can't remember. I have to find it. I got really clean up my meme folder at some point.
Oh, bro, mine's out of control.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here, I found it.
All right. Post it in the live stream chat.
Yeah. I can't remember who I got this from, but it's so perfect.
The globe. And yet, the irony of that picture is you see a flat horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so good. That's like the best memes that have a good innuendo in there. You know, like a good lot of.
Yeah, I'm gonna save that picture.
Yeah.
Where's my FE folder? There it is. There we go.
You know, it's funny how, and even Elijah had brought this up earlier, how they don't really lie to us, man. They kind of just put out some bullshit and just let people's mind just, come up with it on their own. If you really look into it and think about it, listen, they don't really lie to you. They tell you that those are images and little shits like that. They don't really lie to you. Really listen to them and pay attention.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some lies mixed in there.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, for the if you really pay attention, man, they'll tell you these are images, or there'll be a little writing at the, little small print somewhere.
See, even as a kid, you're taught the globe because it's like, remember this cartoon, Arthur?
Yeah, but even it's a globe
he's holding
model.
a BLM sign though.
It's a globe model now. They even give it to you as a model.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even Earth, look. I mean, look at the continent. That's not Earth.
Then you got all the scientists coming out, and like the Japanese dude, even Neil deGrasse Tyson. He didn't actually kind of come out and say we don't know what gravity is, and like they got to reveal it somehow. It's just up to you to kind of catch it.
I remember when I went on holiday to Mallorca when I was a kid, and that picture where it says with the little things on the floor, it says Jupiter, Mars, and Saturn. Those are the names of the 3 hotels. Like Jupiter was like the really, really big, expensive one. Mars was like the medium-sized one, and Saturn was like, ironically, the smallest one, even though it's like bigger than Mars, the planet-wise. You know.
Yeah, that's what they say. What they say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they say these planets are bigger. I mean, how do we know that? How do they know that they measured them? You know, how can you measure something like that? You know.
You gotta look at it, see what color it is, and that'll tell you something, evidently, and make about 100 assumptions. And
it's all assumptions, isn't it? It's just like they could say, "Oh well, Mars is like 3 million miles in diameter." They could just make stuff up.
Well, they gotta make it fit the math. So I think that's how they just come up with everything. Or just the math has to fit.
But the math could be a lie.
Yep.
I mean,
math is a language. You know, you can lie in a language. That's how you lie with a language.
Didn't Isaac Newton said that gravity was a force, and it came out that it's not? So how can we believe what scientists even say anymore? Yeah, they're always changing their minds on things, and it's like, you know, I mean, the government workers, of course, they're probably told what to say and things like this. You know, or they just make stuff up. It's like they give them millions and millions of dollars per year to like do research on things. But like, I think they just make half the stuff up just to make them look like they're doing something. You know.
Yeah, that it's in the name. Theoretical. You know, what's it, astrophysics, man? That's
yeah.
It don't get no faker than that. That's in the name, man. It's fucking fake.
Yeah, it's called astrophysics, yet there's no, like certain physics don't exist.
Right.
You know, yeah. You know, like on Earth, there's physics of like resistance and stuff, but apparently in space there's no resistance.
Yeah, you throw all that away, man. You can just have a all with yourself. Just
yeah, but how do they know there's no resistance? It's like your body's not feeling any of this, because it's like, even if you went into space, you're wearing a suit, so you wouldn't feel it anyway or anything. Like, to me, I don't know. Space ain't my thing, you know. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like looking up at the lights in the sky, you know, but that's about it, because they look pretty, you know. But it's just, to me, right, it's like when Globers come in, it says the Earth is curved. Then how come everywhere you are in the world, the water is flat? You know, water's flat for me in the UK. It's flat for people in America. It's flat for you in Australia. So there's no curve. You know, it can't be flat. How can something have a curve if it's flat everywhere?
That's a good question.
You know what I mean? It's like water can't stay. There's no such thing as curved water unless the only time water can be curved is if you like freeze it, but then it's not classed as water, then it's classed as ice. You know, so like you could freeze it in a bowl and make a ball, yeah, but can liquid water exist curved? No. It always finds the lowest point and it's always flat. And that's how you get puddles, it's how you get ponds and lakes, things like that. Because it's just the lowest point of the ground.
Right, it's always flat, man. It's
always flat.
It's used as a reference for a lot of flat things. That's that's the reference for flat.
Yeah, it's called sea level, like sea level.
Right.
because the sea is level. It's not bumpy. It's not curved. Because you look out on the ocean, you look across the horizon, you can see. You can't see anything like curved. And they expect us to believe that the Earth has a curvature. You can't see it. So it's like, you know, and Globers can't prove it either.
Well, it goes back to, you know, believe me and not your own eyes kind of deal.
Yeah. Yeah, but they'll then use the term, oh, it's refraction, you know, and things like this. You know, that's why things appear on over the horizon and such. And it's like, well, you can debunk that. It has been debunked. You can use infrared cameras, you know, which gets rid of the refraction, and we still see things over the horizon. You know, like I've got a GIF which is, well, it's the famous GIF of the black swan. You know, that one where it's like, you know, the horizon is literally behind those oil rigs, and it's like flat. It's horizontal, horizon horizontal, and you know you'll see him zoom out, and then you can't even see it, you know, with your own eyes, proving that the Earth is flat. You know,
that's when they have to just dismiss the whole. They got to find some this bendy crane, and they just have to dismiss the whole thing. Hit that eject button. That's really the only option.
Yeah, I mean, they try so hard to defend the model. It's just like, to me, it's just ridiculous. You know, it's like, for the longest time, I never really gave a crap, to be fair, because it's like, you know, a lot of people don't really care about the shape of the Earth because they just think like, well, the Earth could be shaped like anything. It could be the shape of a D20 Dungeons and Dragon dice for all they know, and it's like, well, it's not going to stop me going to work, paying my taxes, and doing all this stuff. You know, majority of people don't care, but the people who do care, like us, we know the truth. The Globers are just taught. Like, I always say this to them. It's like I ask, why do you trust the government over the shape of the Earth? But if you found out that your taxes were spent wrong, or you were paying increased taxes, they go up in arms about it.
Right.
But why not the shape of the Earth? Why do they believe like it's one of the 10 commandments almost? You know, like it's carved in stone. Like the Earth is round. It's like, well, no, it's not. You just believe that because you've been told by your school or education, which is funded by the government, and you also believe NASA and other space agencies, which are also the government. You know, I mean, the government never lies to you, right? Does it? I mean, come on, it never lies to you. Sarcasm off.
Right. Yeah. Make that make sense. You know.
Yeah.
We always talk about the government and the problems and the crookedness of them, but
but when it comes to the shape of the Earth, they're 100% honest, right? You know, I mean, it's ridiculous that they think that way. You know, it's like once you've woken up to the fact of the Earth being flat, it wakes you up for more things. Like, I've always been skeptical of governments. You know, I always have. But it's only recently that I started, like, acknowledging the flat Earth, the flat Earth thing, right? Because, I mean, when people showed me information like these, like, models and graphs and things like that, you know, I started to look at it and think, yeah, this is simple to understand. But the thing that's hard to understand is how can you prove the Earth is a globe? You can't, because there's no curvature. They can't prove that. You know, like they said the final experiment, 24-hour sun. Why are you looking to the sun for the shape of the thing that you're standing on? You know, it makes no sense.
Actually, it's kind of disturbing, man, that people can't get that. It's really disturbing to me. I know I'm not the smartest man, but come on, man. I mean, it's kind of obvious. You
Yeah.
you got to know that the sun has nothing to do with the
Yeah,
shape
of course. I mean, the only time the sun's come into use is like when we used to tell time before clocks. We used sundials, right? That's about it. You know,
Right,
like that's
something
what
else that wouldn't work on the
Stonehenge was
globe.
basically, a giant sun clock. You know, but that's just to tell the time. It doesn't give you the shape of the Earth. You know, it's just letting you know when the sun rises and the sun sets. Because that we do know happens, but that can happen on a flat Earth as well as a supposed globe Earth. You know,
Just another straw man. You know what I'm saying? They just kind of took this one too far. that's about it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've seen a globe person on YouTube. You probably have heard of him, Simon Dan, right? And it's like the reason why I think he's full of himself is because he always gets the same people, like tries to debunk the same people. So like David Weiss, Eric Dubay, that CC guy from Westchester, New York, or whatever. I can't remember his name. Chris, I think his name is. But it's or Level Earth Observer. You know, he always gets them people. He never gets any of us in here.
Well, yeah, he's not like, oh, this Jedi guy. Listen to what this Jedi guy said, and then he tries to debunk Jedi because he can't. Right?
Exactly. He gets
He's
the
not
people
trying
who
to
are like,
debunk Indio.
yeah. I mean,
because there's a lot of idiot flat earthers out there, right, on TikTok and stuff, making the dumbest arguments, and they'll cherry pick like some obviously retarded argument, and then they'll debunk it, and they'll say like, "Oh, this is what flat earthers claim," right? Then they'll find some dumb argument from something that we don't agree with, and they'll say we all claim it. It's very dishonest.
Yeah, I'd say so. I really would. It's just, yeah, they cherry pick things to fit their own narrative, you know. Whereas like we in here have the facts. The globe people are in death throes, as it's called, you know, trying to find proof for the globe, and it's like, you know, as we say, they just cherry pick from people who, I mean, yeah, but I mean, David Weiss and Eric Dubay, they're probably the most famous flat earthers. The smartest, well, that's debatable, really is. You know, I don't know who the smartest flat earthers are. I have no idea. But if anyone are there any smart globe people? If you're watching YouTube right now, and you think you're smarter than flat earthers, come in the chat and debate us. We're waiting in here for you. We don't buy it, okay?
Yeah, let's have at it. Come on in.
Yeah, we just want to chat and have a rational debate. We're not going to mock you or anything like that, or personal insults. That's far below what most people, I'd say all people in here, are like. You know, because we're all adults. We're not going to belittle you for being a globe believer. We just want to debate you so we can have a intelligent conversation and exchange ideals. You know.
Unless they lie a lot, intellectually dishonest, and then we can let Democ sort them out.
Well, yeah, true. Like if you're just gonna come in and lie about stuff, then yeah, it's a bit meh. But that's all we're doing, just waiting for the globe people. Yeah. Feel tired. Was outside earlier on today, like 3 hours. It was freezing cold.
What's the temperature there?
Okay.
Well, the temperature here, well, there's still snow on the ground, so that tells you it's minus degrees.
Yeah. It's like -5.
Oh, dude, we're getting like -10 to -20 in England. It's like we're like literally in a literal ice age here right now.
Wow, that's cold, man.
Oh yeah, freezing. Like, dude, it snowed about 2 weeks ago, right? And there's still snow on the grass over the road. Granted, some of it has melted because the temperature has increased slightly, but it's still freezing cold. Like, I was stood outside the town hall when I went into town, and there was just a very bitter Arctic wind. If it wasn't windy, it wouldn't be that bad. But the wind, my God, it felt like someone chopped my fingers off. It was that cold. You know, not the best weather, but I had to go out. It was important business, so you know, it's fine.
I see you got some snow there, Anton.
Yeah, that's the view out my window right now.
Okay.
Yeah, the snow where I am, it's not like fresh snow. It's like snow on the roads, all dirty and icy, mush.
Yeah, man, it gets disgusting when it's like that.
Oh yeah, it's like I always when it's just freshly snowed at night and it's just proper like nice and fluffy. You know, I like fluffy things, obviously, and I just take a picture of it because it's like it's untouched. There's no gross black snow that car tires are driven through. You know, there's no footprints on it or anything. It just looks like a Christmas card, basically. You know.
Well, it is 46 degrees here in Japan. It's not too cold.
Is that Celsius or Fahrenheit?
No, this is Fahrenheit.
I was going to say, because this is Celsius, you'd be boiling your nuts off.
Boiling up.
That's more like Dubai temperature, bro. I mean,
that's 7.5 degrees Celsius. That's still pretty cold.
Yeah, that's pretty cold. Comfortable temperature.
It's nighttime. It's nighttime.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, in Japan it would be because you're on the same sort of timeline as Australia, pretty much. You know.
Yeah.
Whereas in England, a good temperature for me is between 15 and 21. That's warm enough for t-shirt weather, but it's not overly hot and it's not overly cold. You know, so it's fine.
Yeah, man. I'll be in like snow gear in 15 degrees. I'm from Australia. I can't handle the temperatures, the cold temperatures.
Yeah, I mean, it depends where you're from, right? Like, I mean, it's cold in England right now. Like, imagine, and England has the jet stream, so our country is a lot more mild than it should be. If we didn't have a jet stream, England would be like Alaska for most of the year. It'd be freezing. Because, like, where I live in England, right? If you drew a line towards America, you wouldn't even hit America. You'd hit Newfoundland in Canada. Because it's like, you know, it's far north of America where I live.
It's summertime in Australia, ain't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
I'm in Poland at the moment. So winter,
Poland?
well into winter here. Yeah, bro.
Are you invading them?
Kinda. Oh, I'm half Polish, so.
All right, so you're half
I'm allowed
invading them then.
Yeah, just half.
Just half of you. Yeah. My left hand's your friend, my right hand's your enemy. Nah,
You worry, digger, you.
What?
Yeah, he's a wary digger.
I have no idea what you said. Your microphone is awful.
Say it again, J.E.
Yeah, DJ, I said you're a digger. Or half digger, anyway.
He's a digger. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they call those Anzac people, because they dug all the trenches.
Ah, I never knew that. Yeah, that's what we call them in Australia.
Yeah, because for better or for worse, they were the hardiest men, so they were the ones that could handle digging the trenches while all the rest of the allies were too lazy.
Yeah.
But good morning anyway. Hope all has been going well for all of you.
Yeah, good.
Hey,
good morning,
brother.
G.
This is what I think of every time. Every time I hear an Australian, I just think of this in side chat, in voice to text chat, even. Beer, calf, E.
I'll tell you what, man. If you've never been to Australia, bro,
Dude, I'm English. We're pretty much the same. We don't drink coffee over here. It'll either be tea or beer. You know.
I spent about 3 days in Sydney, man. It was
someone said the only place you can get coffee in England is like a Starbucks, and that's not even English. It's American. I don't want to even buy a coffee from there in the first place.
Yeah, that's just for the expats, I imagine.
I don't know. There's plenty of American stuff in England that I don't use, like all the fast food crap and Starbucks. I'm not paying like £5 for a coffee. If I want a coffee, I can buy some ground up coffee from the supermarket and drink it that way.
But I bet for all the expats in London, that having a Starbucks there is probably pretty smart investment.
Yeah, well, I don't live in London.
Yeah, you're probably lucky for that.
Yeah, I live about
Starbucks over here.
Dude, I live about 170 miles away from London. I live in the north of England, up near Manchester. I'm nowhere near London.
Yeah. You know, it is interesting, just as a little side note, the difference in scale between the size of the U.S. and the size of the UK is that 160 miles north of London, you think of it as north of England. And here, 160 miles, we still think of it as the, Washington region, more or less. Yeah. You're still in Pennsylvania or Virginia. You're still kind of in that area, more or less.
I mean, yeah, England is a small place, but it's like we've had a lot of influence on the world.
Oh, no doubt. For the size of England, they conquered the world. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad some people understand that. It's like, yes, we did some bad stuff. I'm not condoning slavery or the killing of millions of Indians, but we also did a lot of good things. Like, we invented the tin can, the toothbrush, the flushing toilet, television, radar, the steam engine, the engine itself, pistons, and lots of other things. And it's like, some people take it for granted, but it's like we invented tarmac, the pneumatic tire, and things like that. So when people, I'm not saying anyone in here does, but anyone who hates on the British, I always point them out to say, you do realize you use British inventions like every single day, right? Like even in your smartphone, that has ARM architecture in it, right? And that's developed by the British. ARM is a British company, and we developed it. And it's like, I'm not trying to like brag or anything. I'm just stating facts. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, Australia invented Wi-Fi, so you guys have got that. I don't know what else Australia invented, but Wi-Fi is a pretty decent thing to invent. American inventions, I don't know of any. You can't say the internet because that was a British thing, because even though DARPA, apparently in American terms, you created the first network type stuff, you actually use London-based networking because we developed it in 1961, 8 years before DARPA even was a thing.
Hey man, we invented football. The hell are you talking?
You invented American football, which is based upon rugby, which we invented. And we invented soccer, which is called football. If you're talking sports, dude, England invented pretty much most sports. Baseball was invented in the UK. It was called rounders, and it literally deviated into baseball, which America plays and a few other countries play. We don't play baseball here in England.
Well, what we invent? The light bulb, airplane.
Well,
the right
UK
thing.
invented the jet engine. The light bulb was a shared invention by multiple people.
Matter of fact, the internet. The internet.
No, not true, because England laid long distance communication cables called coaxial cables in the 1800s.
Personal computers was American.
No, it wasn't. Charles Babbage in 1828 he invented the
personal computer.
Personal computer. Well, maybe the personal computer, but computers in general, if you're talking about, was invented by, you could say, Charles Babbage or Alan Turing. You know.
Gaming consoles, I believe.
The first gaming console would be either the Atari 2600 or the Magnavox.
The cartridge, yeah. Matter of fact, I think it was a black dude that did that. American black dude.
I don't know if it was black or not, but I mean, yes, American. I think America did invent video game consoles. And then after that, Japan brought the video gaming back from the dead after the video gaming crash of '83 with the Nintendo. You know,
Japan they don't invent shit; they just make everything better. That's what Japan does.
Well, yeah,
like cars,
they used to.
TVs, yeah, they used to. They kind of. It's kind of bad over here right now. Actually, it's getting bad. The yen rate.
At least you drive on the right side of the road in Japan.
On the left, yeah.
That's what I mean. Right. I meant right is incorrect side of the road. You know, because you drive like us in England. You know, which I find that strange. I don't get why Japan drives like England. We didn't have any influence on that. I guess he just saw us. I think some Japanese people came to England and just thought, this makes more sense to drive on this side of the road. Because it's like, you know, if you drive the opposite way, then the passengers are going to be getting out into the middle of the road in America. Whereas, like, in England, you get out onto the pavement or sidewalk, whatever you call it in America.
Yeah, I used to have a problem going, because, you know, I go back and forth from the States and here, and it used to kind of, at first, it was a kind of a problem, man, when I jump back into the car.
Oh, yeah, your mind must be messed up. It's like, do I drive on the right or the left? I don't know.
Yeah, I done made some mistakes. Now I'm good at it. Now I got it down.
That's all right. Then.
I tell myself I'm towards the center of the road, no matter where I'm at.
Yeah,
that's how I kind of keep myself good.
Yeah, if I were going to one of those places where it drives on the wrong side of the road, I don't think I would drive. I think I'd just stick to driving on the right side of the road and let you all over there do the driving.
I mean, there's not many countries that drive like England, apart from England, South Africa, Japan. Yeah. I think Australia does.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about India.
Yeah, India, Sri Lanka.
Yeah. Does Canada drive like America?
No, Canada's the right.
Right, okay.
The U.S. Virgin Islands and the British Virgin Islands, they both drive American cars on the left-hand side of the road.
Oh, yeah, you can drive American cars in England on our side of the road. You know,
nothing, sure.
Yeah, they're not illegal to drive left-hand drive cars in England. You know, it's just a bit more
funny to think of
tricky. Yeah,
it's just funny to think of that's what they do in the Virgin Islands. Because it's easier for them to get cars from the U.S., obviously, but they still have that left-hand driving tradition.
All right.
I didn't know that.
Me personally, I don't drive on any side because I have a motorbike, so I'm in the middle. You know, so I don't have a side to drive on because I just don't. And motorbikes are, well, they can be dangerous, but it's like anything's dangerous. You know, if you're not looking where you're going, even if you're crossing the road, you could be hit by a car. But it's like, You know, I ride my bike sensibly. I check twice before turning off. Some people pip me. It's like, why aren't you gone? It's like, I'd rather double check to pull out than pull out and get hit. You know what I mean? It's like, you can wait your turn. You know, I'll pull out when I'm ready, not when the other person is. You know.
I don't know, man. I need at least 4 walls around me. I drive.
Yeah, that's the false sense of security with a car. A car it's not a tank. You get hit by something, that thing's going to crumple like me, like scrunching up a piece of paper.
Yeah, you're right. Well, depending on what kind of car you got. For the most part, yeah.
If you had my mum's Volvo 440 from
That's what I was about to say. Yeah.
Yeah, if you had one of them, they are literally a tank on wheels.
Yeah, all you need is put some tracks on it and a turret. That'd be a tank.
Oh yeah. Back in the 90s, cars were made like a proper material. Nowadays, it's just like plastic and computers. That's all they're made of. There's very little metal in the car. You know, the only metal is probably like the exhaust and the engine. That's about it.
Right.
And the fuel tank, of course. That's about it. And everything else is all plastic and rubber and computer electronics. I mean, even then, it's like even the engines are being replaced by electric cars. So you won't even have them in the future. You know,
yeah, they're trying to.
Oh, you won't catch me with electric. I don't see how that can happen,
man. I don't see how we can support everybody with electric cars unless we're going to build more power plants.
You just answered the question right there. You have to build more nuclear power plants. The hell's that noise?
Well, electric cars, they're not really designed to be like for your cross-country driving. They're typically designed for those who live in the city who drive maybe 5 to 10 miles a day or 15 miles a day, and those as a second car. They're not really designed for like driving from New York to LA every week.
I mean, you can't replace every vehicle with electric. Okay, how are you going to?
No, that'll never happen. And that's not the intention either.
No, yeah, because you can't have electric planes, you can't have electric like cruise ships or oil tankers. It ain't gonna work. You imagine the size of the battery on a oil tanker that's electric? It'd be the size of like 4 football fields. You know, it'd be massive.
You're gonna produce probably more
emissions,
greenhouse gases. I work at power plants. I'm a turbine technician, so.
Yeah,
and they use gas. You know natural gas. So,
and all
the more electricity you use, the more gas gets put out. And
those batteries contain like exotic materials like cobalt, and that's not exactly mined environmentally friendly, like, you know. And that's just for like car batteries and like look at the size of a car compared to an oil tanker, like tiny. You can carry like thousands of cars on an oil tanker size thing, you know. So just think of how big the battery would be. It'd be huge. And here's the other thing. Think how long it'd take to bloody charge the thing. It'd be sat in the port for like 4 weeks charging.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like. I mean, the only things that exist that are electric are bikes, motorbikes, cars, maybe vans. They're trying to do trucks, but that's a push as well, you know. But the problem is that like they're expensive. You know, I mean, electric motorbikes are not expensive. You can get them for like a couple of grand, but it's like, you know, I like the sound of my motorbike. I like it. It's like having a cat, you know. It like purrs at you almost, like when you just sat at the lights, it's like rumbling, you know. Like imagine having a pet cat that don't purr at you. It's not a cat at that point. It's just like might as well have a pet mouse, you know. Does nothing.
Yeah, the electric trucks, what they'll be good for is like pickup and delivery. in cities, to where already in a lot of cities you have smaller cabs that go do deliveries of trailers, and then they'll pick up and then they'll take it to the outskirts of town to either a truck stop or a logistics facility, to where they will swap with somebody that's a road driver. And so that's where you might see electric trucks doing their thing, but you're not going to see a electric truck pick up a load in Virginia and head to Louisiana or anything. You're going to see primarily just pick up the delivery.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to see these massive 18-wheeler things in America going cross-country as electric. It's not even possible, really.
Yeah. Like you'll see electric buses, excuse me, primarily in cities. But electric buses are good for school buses because the engines are a lot quieter, obviously, and so the driver can and the assistant can supervise the kids better.
Yeah.
You know, you'll see stuff like that, but I don't think I can't imagine that anything will ever replace petroleum.
No, I don't think it will.
You know, you'll see more petroleum being used, and you'll see more electric cars at the same time as populations grow. But, you know, if you were living in a big, busy downtown area where you've got a stoplight and there's 50 cars parked next to you, either north, south, or east, west, just depending on the direction of the stoplight at any second, you know, would you rather that be a smoking diesel outside your apartment, or would you rather that be a hybrid or electric that's turned off? And so what they've ended up doing is the electric cars now, or no, I'm sorry, not electric, I'm sorry, the conventional engines now, at least here in the U.S., have the idle stop. So that's kind of the middle ground. So that way, when they pull up to your building, at least the engine turns off and it's not smoking you out of your place.
Yeah.
So that's why I think electric cars will be a nice addition for their intended purpose, but you'll never see, I seriously doubt you'll ever see the end of petroleum vehicles. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is with petrol is it's used in more things than just fuel. Like it's used in like soap and cleaning products and all this other stuff that people don't realize. Like plastic itself has oil in it, you know, and you look at plastic, everything around you is made of plastic. Like the headset I'm talking to you on, made of plastic. The keyboard and mouse I'm using, plastic. There's so much stuff made of plastic.
The food you eating.
Certain food.
Good point.
Yes. In America, we eating some plastic, bro. We eating something.
Well, yeah, there's stuff
food.
wrong. Yeah.
That's one thing I've noticed traveling. You might even have the same product, but the ingredients will be way different.
Oh yeah, in the UK, yeah, the ingredients are way different.
Like the Heinz ketchup and cereal and all that. Yep.
They actually used to have a lot of electric trucks, like back in early 1900s. I just posted one in the side chat there.
Yep. Ah, that shit look like a beast.
Yeah.
Ooh. It's old now. Probably looked pretty cool back in the day.
Looks better than a Cybertruck.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I see those all the time in Atlanta. I'm in Atlanta. I see a lot of them. The ugliest things. I bet you the inside is cool though.
Nice.
Yeah, I live close to a manufacturer of. Well, I shouldn't say I live. I work close to a manufacturer of electric engines, and they had a electric Ford F-150 in the plant, and the battery caught on fire. And I forget how many millions of dollars of damage that it did because they couldn't get the fire out. Yeah, and they couldn't get the fire out.
Yeah, you got your electric fire now.
Like they had something on the order of like 10 fire trucks there. And they had to get everything else out more or less that they could and just let it kind of burn down.
Yeah, you just can't throw water on that, huh?
Yeah. Because even though you extinguish the original fire, it's still so hot that everything else is still going to catch on fire. But the interesting thing is that now they're actually making a battery system that they put between two railroad locomotives. So what's interesting is when they use the dynamic brakes on a railroad locomotive, it literally is the electricity is going from the motors that are embedded in the axles back into the generator. And then on the top of the locomotive is a big resistor bank. And that's where, and then that's how they burn that excess energy. But now they're putting a battery car in the middle of the two locomotives. And that battery car then, so what they're actually able to do with that battery car is use that power they used burning up while they were slowing down and start the train again. You know, start it back in power without having to regenerate all of it. It's interesting, but I'm kind of still a little dubious that it actually really is cost effective.
Mm.
And I can see them give the government maybe giving them some kind of incentive, and a cash incentive to run that on that locomotive.
Don't you get your power from the track?
Yeah, I know here in Japan, I think that's what. Yes, it comes from the tracks, or they got wires above the tracks. I don't know if it comes from both or.
Well, the metal track, both of them are metal, and when your train's got this little thing that touches both sides, like little bristles, or a little rubbing thing, or a little magnet spinner that goes past them. It's just energy. Plus, the two rails can be like a plug-in, plugged in somewhere. And
I always wonder why, like in Japan, we got trains everywhere. I wonder why they couldn't do that in the States.
you can even do personal. You can do personal helicopter. You're talking electric. All you got to do is have a lightweight vehicle that can, with like good big tires, come about 3 foot off the ground, 2 foot off the ground, and then you just have a little helicopter blade that just pops up, and you rotate it instead of your car motor. Just click, like a 4x4. You click from front to back to all whatever. Just click from tires to top motor, then press the button. You'd be flying.
Like a little drone, huh?
Yeah.
Car.
Yeah. Yeah, you could park right, go right there, straight down, vertically up, vertically down. Get in your areas. No more getting stuck in the snow.
More traffic, huh?
Well, there'll be traffic with those, but you'll have to fly a certain way and do a certain thing too. Like this area, this high, and you're good to go. You got to at least fly right over the telephone pole lines and shit. Or you got to fly under them a certain amount. One of the two. Like a viaduct, you either got to be under it or above it. All flag vehicles must fly at least 15 or 18 foot high. That'd be like a stipulation, and all the power lines will be cut down to a certain height. Yeah. And you wouldn't be really you wouldn't be too high off the ground. You wouldn't need to be any higher than like a football or a basketball rim, 10 to 15 foot.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because your houses are big. The telephone wires are way taller than that. So,
like some old Back to the Future type thing, huh?
yeah, all your propellers, all your things, you could have 4 of them, 2 of them, 3 of them, whatever, and they could all sit back on top of each other. You just lift up, pull, and the other one stays back where it's at. You got one to the right, one to the left, one behind. Hit the button, and you can steer it. Yeah.
Say Trump proposed a World's Fair Expo. These four. Yeah, somebody earlier had mentioned that World's Fair Expo. First time I'm hearing about it.
They had electric sidewalks too back then.
What you mean electric sound? Like it produce electricity when you walk?
Oh, I mean a sidewalk that moved.
Oh, okay.
Like stand on it, one would go this way, one would go that way, and another one would go faster.
Man, that's
so you
kind
have
of
a fast one and a regular one. Or you could walk along them while they're moving and get you there even faster too. Or like drive on it with a bike.
Airport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just saying, so while it's taking you somewhere, you'd ride forward on it too, yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too bad.
I'm saying most people was just standing there. The ladies and the dudes would be standing there just waiting for the sidewalk to rotate them where they needed to go to take them down to where. Probably a 15-minute city back in the day.
Take you down to the bar. Take you back.
Just have a rotating sidewalk with people sleeping all over it.
See, we got any Globe believers in the building? No, I don't think. We got Serena. What's up, Serena? My cousin Sueno, not to learn. Okay. Cool.
Adam unsalted.
Adam unsalted. Okay. Flat earther. Sitting in here waiting for some globe proof. Kind of evidence of curvature or something, the earth, evidence that the earth is moving. You can bring any kind of evidence you want, man. Let's talk about it. Nice, calm conversation, man. Ain't nobody gonna bite your head off. Just here to talk and learn from each other. And what happened to what was his name? Dead Air Dave or whatever, man. That was my boy. What happened to him?
Good morning, one and all, young people.
What up?
Checking in with the flat group. It's so great. You guys are so fascinating. That's why I talk to you.
Yeah. You still loving coming back to get flat smack? Is that it?
No.
Another cheat. Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
You can't disprove the globe, man. You can only disprove your ground that you're standing on right now.
That is all right, my man. Think what you think, as will.
Yeah, it's impossible, brother. You cannot.
Hey, bro, Rob, this show and tell, brother. You can't just come in here and talk, man. We gotta see something.
Oh yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. You know, it's so great.
Yeah, I bet it.
You know, I take pride in not doing in not going back to my textbooks or any kind of these type of deep research to challenge you guys.
It's a deep subject.
Okay, bro. Let's start off, right? Geometric horizon, verification, practical demonstration, or some type of empirical evidence that such a thing exists.
Oh,
and you can post your evidence in the live stream voice text.
Brother, the whole reason you have a horizon is because you're in a globe.
Yeah. So now it's time for you to present your evidence to validate geometric horizon exists.
Geometric horizon, you can see it. Look at it, brother.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, you got to present evidence that a geometric horizon exists, right?
I can. Again, go to the sea level and look. It's there.
Yeah. Dude, that's not evidence that it exists. You don't know what a horizon is. Okay,
really?
so yeah. Right, a horizon isn't geometric. Right? In fact, a geometric horizon has to be at a set distance, depending on the height of the observer.
Exactly.
Right, and it's a physical boundary, right, that blocks things that go past it. Okay, so we have countless amounts of evidence, right, empirical evidence, practical demonstrations that we can present that disprove that that's what a horizon is. Right, you can look at architecture manuals as well, advanced art manuals, right, and they will teach you that a horizon is a straight line between vanishing points. Right? So you need to present evidence that a geometric horizon exists, right? It has to be at a specific distance, has to be physical, and you need to be able to validate it because we can't validate it. And every single globe earther that's come in here that I've seen over the last 5 years hasn't been able to validate it. So maybe you're the guy. But if your evidence is just look at it, and you that's shitty evidence, bro. You're not going to win any flat earthers back to the globe with that.
That's empirical evidence, brother. Look it up.
No, it isn't actually. You're just making assumptions about an apparent location, right? So even in the definition of horizon, right, it's the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. Apparent is the key word there, right? Because you can take time-lapse footage and you'll see it shifting around all over the place.
Yes.
Right? Because it's apparent. Because of weather, right?
Yes, weather, refraction, these sort of things. Yeah, your height, the observer height.
Right.
It shifts around. Yes, it does.
Yeah, that's what I said, right? So there's no type of refraction that can allow you to see a horizon 20 times further than it should be on a globe.
That is how spheres work. That's how spheres work. If you increase your height...
that's not how spheres work.
Absolutely.
It's the opposite.
Use a basketball. No.
Yeah. So you would have a geometric horizon, right? So that means if you're a particular height, right, and you're trying to look in a straight line at point B, right, you're at point A, say you've got point B is 10 miles away from you. Right? Let's use a lake as an example, right? Point A, you're standing at point... No, let me finish talking, bro. You're at point A, you're looking at point B, right? And you should have 66, or you should have about, depending on the height of the observer, you would have a particular amount of obstruction between point A and point B, right? So if you're setting your camera up at 1 foot off the surface, right, and you're trying to see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, you would have over 50 foot of obstruction between point A and point B. We can zoom in from point A and see point B, line of sight.
I think you're using terms that you don't understand, like line of sight.
No, which term don't I understand that I used?
I don't think you know what line of sight means.
Yeah, it's a line of sight, right? It's a line, right? A straight line from your eyes to what you're looking at. That's what line of sight is.
But you don't really know how it applies.
Okay, so what don't I know about it? What don't I know? Tell me what I don't know.
Because
you don't even know me, bro. You're just an idiot for saying I don't know things to begin with. Right? I've been looking into this particular topic for 8 years now, right? So I think you don't know. Right? I can present evidence to back everything I claim. So far, all you've said is look at it and make assumptions, basically. Right? So tell me what I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know how to apply line of sight to surfaces.
No, you don't know how to apply basic trigonometry to a sphere, right? You should have 50 foot obstructing your view. 50 foot, that's like a 5-story building, my friend.
Brother, there's line of sight everywhere. On spheres, on boxes, on rectangles.
So what's
line
a
of sight
horizon?
everywhere. So
What's
what
a
I'm
horizon
saying
do?
is, what
What's
I'm
a horizon
saying to you,
do?
but what I'm
Okay,
saying to
look,
you
let's
is
get
the
deep.
reason.
Let's just go straight into the math, bro. Right? Okay, so from 1 foot observer height, how far away is the geometric horizon?
Yeah, why?
You know, I mean, do you know the? Do you know? I know. No, do you want me to tell you?
Go ahead.
1.225 miles. Agree.
Why?
Right, because it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? And that would be the distance to the geometric horizon, based on a 3959 mile radius globe Earth.
Right. Well, thank you.
You can double check this if you don't believe me by doing the math yourself or going on any Earth curve calculator, putting the metrics. So do you agree?
No. You need to
No. What, bro? Do you disagree with what I said? Oh.
I'm only making half sentences. You realize, right?
Because you said I was okay. So, dude, because all you have to do is agree or not agree, right? That the horizon, the geometric horizon, would have to be 1.225 miles away from a 1 foot observer height if the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. Do you agree with that or not?
Well, that is an approximation because the Earth is not a perfect sphere.
Okay, so right, so what would it be, bro? Like that's why we're using water for the observation, right? Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Scientists, they tell you that if you shrink the Earth down in size, you scale it down, it's smoother than the most perfect cue ball in the world, right? You look at the pictures from your god NASA, right? And you see you draw a perfect circle around the sphere that they give you, and it fits inside it. Right? So it's not going to change how far away the horizon is to any extent that we need to worry about, right? So what we can see, what I can present to you is that we can see the horizon more than 10 miles away. So if you have an oblate spheroid, like you're saying, it's not going to drastically change that much that you're going to see the horizon more than 1,000% further than it should be. Okay, so what I'm trying to get you to agree to is that let's use the word approximate. Horizon is approximately 1.225 miles away from a 1 foot observer height. Approximately. Yeah?
Yeah, approximately, yes.
Okay, so we have countless amounts of observations, right? Practical demonstrations that anyone can go and do themselves, but we can see magnitudes further. And we can see the horizon behind known distance markers that are beyond 10 miles away.
No, you're not seeing anything 10 miles away if you're only 1 foot. No, you're not. You would have to make that observation every day. Now, if you're only making that observation one day, then you have to account for refraction that day.
Right. Okay. So refraction can't allow you to see 10 times further, right? So what I can show you now is evidence. You've probably been presented this evidence, if not already by myself. We've probably been over it, but I can do it again. Right? And we can not only can we see objects 10 miles away, but we can see the horizon behind the objects. Right? And I'm going to get into why that doesn't work on a globe, right? Because you have to have a geometric horizon at a set distance. Right? So anything beyond the 1.22, anything beyond the 1.225 mile horizon, approximate horizon, right, would have to be behind the horizon, which is a physical obstruction. Would have to be behind it.
It depends on the height of that object as well that you're looking at.
Oh, if the object we're looking at, it doesn't matter about the height because we can see the horizon behind the object and we can see the object touching the water.
Oh, no, that you will not. If you're seeing the horizon behind there, then that object is fake. 100%. That observation you make is 100% fake.
Wow. So that's what if it wasn't fake? What would the implications be for the globe?
Well, it's not fake because your your height that you're looking at, the observer's height is higher than 1 foot or 6 foot or whatever. It's higher.
Okay. What if it wasn't higher? What if it was the correct height? Would that be a problem for the globe?
You would have to demonstrate that.
Yeah, I can demonstrate it, right? And you can actually go and check it yourself. Okay, no, answer the question though, right? Let's just say, right, nothing's been faked. Right? The observer height is 1 foot, right? We can see some objects that are 10 miles away, roughly 10 miles away, and we can see a horizon line very clearly behind the object. What would the implications be for the globe?
There'll be no implications because you have to show us.
Okay, so you said it would have to be fake. You said it would have to have been faked, right? But you said it's no implications. For
one, it's either fake, or two, your observation height. You're not being truthful about your observation height.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening properly, right? I said let's just do a let's just assume, right, that it's not fake, and assume that the observer height is 1 foot. Would that be a problem for the globe?
Why would we make these assumptions? Let's go to work. Let's test it.
No. You should be able to see. This is where you're starting to flail, dude. You're showing that you're not intellectually honest because you can't answer a basic question. Okay, so if I made a claim, right, that we can set up a camera at 1 foot off the surface of the water, we could see a horizon behind an object that's more than 10 miles away. What would that be in terms of implications for the globe?
It will have no implications. The only way you can falsify the sphere is if you can see the entire sphere, the entire Earth, and then that is empirical observation that it is not a sphere. You cannot falsify it by standing it on the ground. You cannot do that. It's like you're in a house that is round, and the walls are squared in the house. And then you're like, I think the outside is also square. No, you have to get out of the house to make a absolute 100% empirical observation that your house is either square or round. Stop using little pieces of little observations out there 10 miles. Oh, wait, look, it's 1.225 doesn't match. And then coming back and saying the entire globe, the entire Earth is flat. You cannot do that. That is logical fallacy.
Yeah, so you still don't understand what a geometric horizon is, it seems.
Oh, I do.
No, you don't seem to, right? You think you have to look at the entire globe Earth from outside to be able to prove that it's a globe. That's not the way it works. You're able to, you need, okay, so over 10 miles, my friend, there's 66 foot of drop.
After 10 miles, if you're seeing objects further out there at 10 miles, your observer height needs to be taken into consideration. You're not giving the true.
Yes. Okay. So so you take in the observer height, it extends the distance to the horizon, right? So 1 foot observer height is a 1.2 mile horizon. A 6 foot observer height will be a 3 mile horizon. 8 foot observer height will be a 3.5 mile horizon. Go on. Easily calculate this, right? But what we can't find in reality is a geometric horizon existing in the first place, because we can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see. There are no types of atmospheric conditions that can account for this type of discrepancy, right? Atmospheric refraction cannot do this. We can talk about refraction if you want.
Have you ever been to the Pic Gaspard observation? That's really nice. They're seeing those Alps like 400 miles away? Or come on now, it's impossible. But guess what? Refraction, and it only happens a certain time of year. It doesn't happen. It only happens like 2 or 3 times a year.
Yeah, you're talking about Mount Canigou at the moment.
Yeah, because there's a lot of long distance observations around.
There's an amazing one at Mount Canigou, right? Oh, there's an amazing one at Mount Canigou. And if you do the math, so what happens is you can't see Mount Canigou from this particular observation point. Okay, but a few days of the year, where the sun sets lines up with where the mountain is, and the sun backlights the mountain. Right, so it's a silhouette. It's not refracted because it's a silhouette. Right? It can't be refracted, and the top of the mountain that we can see should be hidden around half a mile below the curvature of the Earth, but we can clearly see a lot of the mountain. Right, long distance observations debunk the globe. We have many of them to present. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, we can present countless amounts of practical demonstrations and all sorts of different things. That's why I was asking you to present something, because we can go over my evidence if you want. But that's why I was asking you for evidence.
Well, I'm just saying that the measured refraction in around us all the time is about 1 degree of refraction around us all the time. So if you extend that out, say 10 miles, you have to.
So if you apply standard refraction, right, to from a 1 foot observer height, all it does is take the horizon from 1.225 miles to around 1.5 miles. Right, when you apply standard refraction, it doesn't extend the distance to the horizon by the magnitudes that we're able to see further. Right? We're able to see 10, 20, 30 times further than you would be able to see on a globe, right? That's not what refraction does. Right? And also, you can't just say the word refraction, right? You need to know not just the weather conditions for the day, you would need to know what the vertical temperature gradient differentials are, right, at numerous points between point A and point B in the observation, right? Because if you have cooler air near the surface, right, and warmer air above it, and you're going to have like a looming effect, and things are going to appear higher than they should, right? And on a different day, or even a few hours later, you can have an inverted temperature gradient, and then you can have different type of refraction. You can have the opposite of the looming effect, and you can have a sinking effect where you have warmer air closer to the surface, right? So you're going to have a different refractive index because you're going to have more dense air above, right, because it's cooler above, or more dense air below because it's cooler below, just depending on the vertical temperature gradient. You can't say that it just use the word refraction to try to explain these away.
Yes, you just explained it perfectly. You can have sinking refraction. You could have standard refraction around the Earth because air temperature, pressure, humidity, all these things change all the time. What you need to do is target the observation on a regular basis. So if you're seeing an object that is 10 miles away, you have to view that object on more often. You have to go out there every day or every week.
No, it's a good point that you made, Robert. I agree with you. I completely agree with you. That's why we've had multiple observations from the same location, right? He's even gone, right? I can present them to you as well, right? First, he's done an observation from 1 foot, right? And then he's tried the same observation from 1.5 foot on a different day. And then he went back a different day. He did another one from 1 foot. He went back a different day, like later in the afternoon, to see if it would be different later in the day, right? When there's less temperature and whatnot. And he did a beautiful one from 8 foot. And then he actually did one from, I think, 30 foot as well. He found a 30-foot platform and he did an observation. And in all of these observations, we can see between 10 times further to 30 times further than you would be able to see on a globe. And yeah, these are very well documented, clear observations.
I think for you, please, you have to be careful if they're putting the horizon behind the object that they're viewing. Be careful; they can be faking it because.
Okay, so the good thing is, right?
I'll tell you why.
Good thing is, this is. No, I got you, bro. If you actually have a look at the videos, right? These are high definition videos where they're long videos. You can see him turning up. You can see him setting his camera up. You can see the entire observation. It's in HD on video from start to finish. But the nice thing is, we have a math professor who comes in here. He's a globe earther, right? He's a very nice guy. We have great conversations with him, He's a university math professor, Matthew Learns, or Matthew Learns is his name, and here his name's Matthew Weathers. He has 15 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, right? And he actually went to this location, right, with his telescope. Yeah, he wanted to confirm it for himself. So he went on multiple different days. I have his images that he shared with us as well. And yeah, you can see way too far with his images as well. So yeah, we have had globe earthers go there, you know, and repeat these. Right? But it's not just this one particular location, right? We've got observations that I can show you, like, that show huge discrepancies from perfectly still lakes, right? One from a perfectly still lake in Canada, where he sets the camera up, right, just 3 inches off the surface of the water, and he can see a little peninsula that's 13.8 miles away. It's very clear, very nice conditions. So, and on top of that, right, then we've had teams of field engineers go out with $30,000 laser and conduct laser tests over huge bodies of water. I think they did it in 17 different locations. Yep, 17 different locations in different weather conditions, different types of bodies of water, right? So we had like lakes, ocean, frozen lakes, salt lakes, and they're shooting these lasers, right? What they'll do is they'll set the laser up just off the surface of the water. They'll shoot the lake at a target on the other side of the body of water, and they're finding the lasers are hitting the targets. Yeah, we have tons of these to present as well, right? Really well documented. And the one I was just talking about, it's called Field Engineers Core, and it actually has a 180-page PDF document, right, with all of the details, all of the variables to go along with it. So yeah, there is some good evidence that we have to present from our side.
Yeah. Well, you know, I would like to see all of those. I personally have debunked many of them. Like the Black Swan thing, I've totally decimated that. That is false. That is fake, 100%. If you look at the base of those rigs, that they're blurred out, and
No, they're not blurred out. Look,
yeah,
let me just let me show you a really. I have a really nice one from that location, right? Which we're going to have a look at right now, right? I've got it ready to go. You can see it's not blurred out. It's very clear. Now you need to remember that this is zooming.
I need to see that.
Yeah. I'm about to post it.
Yep. There are people who are very committed to having people believe the Earth is totally flat. So you have to be careful.
Same can be said of people who think it's a globe. The people who teach you who it's a globe are the government from an early age. So you're literally being brainwashed as a child.
Oh, Eratosthenes had nothing to do with the government. He was just a regular little old Joe Schmo, just likes math and likes geometry. And he's like, you know, I heard that the Earth is a sphere. Therefore, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to get the circumference of this. And the number he came up with was extremely close to what these GOES-R satellites are measuring right now. You know, he was brilliant guy.
Okay, Robert, let's just try to we'll just finish up, you know, the current conversation about the long distance observations quickly before we go into outer space, right? You like to talk about the sky. It's fine. But look, you said that you have debunked, right? You have a presentation that debunks the Black Swan that I just presented. So do you have that presentation to share with us?
Oh, no, I don't have it recorded presentation. I can verbally tell you. But you know what?
No,
you gave me an idea.
No,
you gave me an idea.
Verbal means nothing without evidence.
You're right. I am going to do a video on that. I'm going to work on that.
Then do the video and then come back.
Yes. Okay, no problem. I can do that. I mean, it's going to take maybe a few days and stuff like that. So, but yeah.
I mean, that's fine. I'm not saying like do it right now, you know.
We look forward to it. Okay, so please have a look at 28 minutes after the hour. Right, and let's be logical here, my friend. Right, so you can see platform habitat, which is the furthest platform away on the right-hand side. Okay. The height of that above the sea level is 77 foot. Okay, so in this observation, we can see the lights on the platform shimmering off the water. Right, we can see it. It looks very clear considering he's zooming through 10 miles, right, of Atmo, and in the HD version, right, in the video that's below it, you can actually see birds like landing on it, taking off from it, and then if you have a look at a close-up photograph of the oil platform, right, there's close-up images of them from boats and things like that. You will see that this is exactly what it looks like, what we can see here, and we can see the horizon clearly, very clearly behind the oil platform. Okay, so this isn't fake. Right? We've actually had Matthew, math professor, go there, do these same observations with his telescope. Right? He confirmed it. This isn't fake, dude. You don't have people going out trying to fake things like this. I mean, maybe you do, but these are videos, right, that are recorded start to finish. Say it's fake, I would guess that you probably haven't even watched the original footage.
Well, I have. You know, I don't know if I have any background noise, so I don't want to keep my mic unmuted.
No, you don't have any background.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So, which one? So, I'm watching the video that was posted. I think I've seen this video before. Yeah, this is the Black Swan. Is this the Black Swan thing?
These are all Black Swans. Yeah, these are all Black Swans. This is a different one. You know, we have dozens of them. You could call them all Black Swans if you wanted to. It's just an observation off the coast of Santa Barbara.
Right. The impossible geometric globe, right? 10 miles. All right, so that video right under there, that's what we're talking about, right? All right, let's get into it. Again, I've been through it, but you know, hey, you know, let me tell you what my analysis is.
Okay.
So he's on the shoreline there. So he did mount on a railing there that he says is 8 feet off of sea level. That's what he said there. Okay. All right.
Yeah, you can go on Google Maps and stand right with the Google Earth, and you can stand. You know, you can see exactly where he was standing. And yeah, it's approximately 8 foot. So it doesn't matter if it's 9 foot or 7 foot. It doesn't make a big difference, right? Because even if it was 11 foot, it would only make the horizon like 4 miles away.
Right. It's more than 8 feet. I can tell you that. But let's keep going. So he has, there are two platforms that are on two separate pieces of ground there. One behind him. One. Okay. Yeah. So you have platform C, which is 6 miles out, and you have platform Habitat, which is 10 miles out. Right. And he's at 8 foot elevation. Right. Mm-hmm. So right. So here, so when you do this calculation, how much ground should be blocking the 6 mile one at 8 foot?
Let me just do the math on it. Okay, so it should be 30 foot blocking the second one, the 10 mile one. Right. It should be, the bottom 30 foot should be obstructed. Okay, and I can just give you the math on that.
And each of those platforms are 80 foot in the air. I want you to know that. Each of them are.
Oh, no, the second, the first platform, I think it's like 88 or about 90 foot or something like that. And the second platform, 77 foot.
That's right. Exactly. So you should
hold on a second before you go on. You can have a look at close-ups of both of these platforms and look at exactly the same amount. The surface of water to the top of the platform. There's none missing, right? And we have the horizon behind them.
Wait, hold on. So 90 foot in the air. So you should be seeing at least the top of the first platform for sure at 6 miles. It's 90 foot in the air, and you're looking at it. And he's higher.
No one's saying the platforms should be completely hidden. They should be hidden by a specific amount, depending on their height.
All right. Okay. So he is higher than 8 foot. I can tell you that right now. He's not accounting for that. He's on the railing. He's going to the ground but there's a slight drop off to the sea level. There's another 3 or 4 foot drop off to the sea level.
So he's got it set up where he's approximately 8 foot off the surface. But just for your benefit, if you like, we can make it 10 or 11 foot if you like, just to give.
Yes.
Because it doesn't matter if we do that, it's still magnitudes further that we can see. So it doesn't really matter if it's exactly 8 foot or if it's 7 foot or 9 foot. It doesn't matter.
All right. So the first platform is 6 miles away, 6.5 miles or 6.25. Right. So when you plug that into the calculator, a platform that is 90 foot tall, you should only have a 30 foot that is obstructed.
That's the 10.1 mile platform. There should be 30 foot obstructed behind the horizon. The problem is we can see the horizon behind the oil platforms, right? So don't worry about the oil platforms so much, because look, all the platforms are there for the purpose of this observation is just to serve as distance markers. Because obviously you wouldn't know how far away that horizon was if we didn't have the distance markers. So this is completely about the horizon and not having a geometric horizon present at 3.46 miles where it has to be on a globe.
Yeah, but if the platform is cut off, then you know that horizon behind there is fake.
Yeah, the platforms aren't cut off, right? Because we know this, right? Because you can have a look at close-up imagery of the platforms, and you can see the same amount of platform.
Yeah, that was my determination there. So if any of the platform is cut off at the bottom, you should not see a horizon. You should not. You're not going to see a line there. All you're going to see.
I get you. If you're trying to find it to be faked, it's not faked.
Right. The only horizon you're going to see is the line in front of the platform. So you have to be careful here.
No. Okay, so that's the whole problem, right? So there is no horizon in front of the platform.
Okay. There's no horizon in front of the platform.
The horizon's the place where the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's what a horizon is.
The last point where they appear to meet for a sphere.
Yeah.
Around that 3 mile marker before it starts dropping away.
You should see two basic. Well, the first line is going to merge with the second line, so it's kind of tough to really see that there is another horizon line that's right in front of it.
You can't have two horizons, right? Because the geometric horizon definition.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm going to post the definition of.
So you agree with that? No. You should see one line.
Okay.
You should see the platform behind should be lower than the platform in front. So it's one line that you're going to see. Now, the line that you're seeing behind there, my friend.
1 second. Sorry, Robert. Sorry to cut you off. My wife's calling me, so I'll be back in a few minutes if someone else wants to take over for a bit.
Big up to the wife, yeah. Let's see. So he's there. 6 miles.
6 miles.
Okay, so this is a different observation than the one I was looking at. Yeah.
Where's your globe horizon at every day? How many feet away from you every day is it?
I see. The problem with this video. The problem with this video is
your math.
Number one, yeah, I see. Right. So okay. The issue here is that he's closer to
you don't got no horizon
than he's seeing in the video. That is the issue here.
You don't have a horizon.
As you can see, if he's seeing the horizon behind there, he's obviously much closer to those platforms. He's not
horizon.
He is not at the horizon line.
What horizon?
Yeah, hold on, Robert. You can see in the video exactly where he's standing. In all of these observations, you can see the beach, right? When he zooms out, you can see the beach that he's standing on. Also, like I said, we had Matthew go there. I mean, Matthew went there of his own accord with his telescope. He did the same observations, right? He's a globe earther, right? You can check him on YouTube. He comes in here. We could probably even tag him now. Right? He agrees as well that he could see way further than what you would be able to see on the globe. I have his photos as well, but would you like to see more of these demonstrations? Right? I can show you the one at the lake in Canada.
Oh. Well, hold on.
Where you can see.
We have to stay here for a second. Okay. This is very important.
No, but you're just trying to say it's fake, right? But if you
no, we're doing an analysis here. This is very important.
Yeah.
Where's your horizon, Robert?
If you are seeing both of those platforms, one of those platforms is lower than the one in the front, and you're seeing the horizon out there further. Lower. He is not, and I repeat.
They have the same height.
He is not.
Yeah, look, Robert, let me explain that. No, he's not. Look, it's a good argument. It's a good argument. Just let me explain it, right? Because I thought the same thing when I first heard about this. Okay, so we have the first oil platform's like 90-something feet, right? The second platform it's a much smaller platform, only 77 feet. Okay, it's also 4 miles further away, right? So obviously 4 miles is a huge distance, right? So due to perspective, it's going to get smaller. It's going to look smaller. So yeah, it is smaller, and it's also going to be smaller because of the perspective, right? Remember, we can see the lights on the oil platforms glistening on the surface of the water as well. Have a look at the last image that Eric Amish posted at 34 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, but the thing again, he is not. For his observation height, he's not at his geometric horizon. He's not at all.
No, there isn't a geometric horizon there. That's the problem. There isn't a geometric horizon because it would have to be around 3.5 miles away.
No, meaning. Sorry. The oil rigs are not at his geometric horizon. That's what I'm trying to say to you. They are not.
Oh no. Okay. I got you.
He's much closer.
Okay. No. He's not closer, right? Because you can see exactly where he is in the video. You can see him standing on the beach, and so in the video he goes on Google Maps, and you can double check it yourself, and you can do a distance, right? You can look up the oil platform. It's called Platform Habitat, and you can do a distance from where he's standing, the oil platform, and you'll see that the distance is correct. But he does do that in his video to confirm the distance, and we've had many people go there and repeat this as well. But yeah, you can check it on any mapping service.
Yeah, I mean, he's closer. I know exactly where he is, actually.
Okay, so let me just explain why he can't be closer, right? Because the beach and the oil platforms has nothing but water in between it. So unless you're saying he's on a boat, which he clearly isn't, and he can't be any closer, right? That's why, look, I can show you this one really quickly. So this is the 1 foot observation height. I'm just showing you this one to prove that he is actually standing on the beach. Because you can see the beach.
Well, he took that video on the beach, and then he shifted it. So I know exactly where he is, actually. Yes, he is
shifted.
No, okay. Let's do the zoom out. So he zooms out here. Let me show you. The problem is, hold on. See, he zooms out. He comes back to the island, right? So right there where he's zooming out, he's not at the original position that he posted in the beginning of the video.
My friend, right? Okay,
he's
so
not. He's not.
Hold on a second, Robert. Look, here's another one that I was just saying I was going to post. This is the 1 foot observation height. You can see that he's just standing on the beach and he's just zooming in, right? He's using one of the high-powered super zoom cameras. It's a Nikon P900 or P1000. They have huge amount of optical zoom capability. Okay, so in this one, you can see, right? You can see the waves crashing on the beach just in front of him. Right? This one, he's slightly closer to the water, right? Because he wanted to get down to 1 foot off the surface for this observation. You can see he's not changing position. He's just zooming in. And that's the thing. You would have to be calling Matthew also a liar, right? Because he's a globe earther, right? He comes in here to debate against flat Earth, right? He's a very, very nice guy. Not sure if you've spoken to him. Yeah.
Yeah, but
So he went there. He went there and
that's the one that's
no.
The last one you posted. That's the one that is modified. That is
modified.
not. Yeah, you look at the bottom. Look at the bottom of the rigs.
Okay.
That white that he lifted the rigs off the horizon. He lifted them and then he blurred it out. This is typical video editing. I can do this. I can do this video editing. Come on.
My friend, hold on, relax. We're having a polite conversation, right? I can right? Look, let me post something, okay? So if you can see that he hasn't edited anything out. Right? That's what I keep saying. We actually had a college professor, right, go there and do this same observation with his telescope.
I need his observation because I trust him more.
I have it. I have his observation as well. Okay. But right, first I'm going to show you a screenshot, right, from the observation of the one that you just said is faked. Right, so I'm gonna post the full video, and I'm also here's one where they've just adjusted we adjusted the colors just to make it easier to see different contrast, right, throughout the picture. So here's the image. Okay, so
okay, all right, there you go.
Okay, so hold on. Yep, have a look at this, right? And just have a look at it. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you what the oil platform looks like close up. So I'll show you a photograph of that second oil platform.
Yeah, but for them mooch. Oh boy. Well, okay. So the last thing you posted was a picture of the platforms. Where? Close up or from the video?
Yeah, that's a screenshot from the video.
Okay. All right. No problem. As you can see, you see that white smudge at the bottom. That's an edit. That's a full-fledged 100% edit. He lifted those platforms.
Hold on a second. Let me have a look at what you're talking about. No. There's no edit. Right? You just as the surface of the water gets further away from you, get more reflection from the light on the surface of the water. Right? So that's not right. Have a look at the original video. Right? Have a look at the secondary videos. There's no edit.
Of course, that's an edit. Look at the white band that's there is inserted in the video, right? And he's definitely doing a perspective change on that area.
He's not done a perspective change. Look here, I've posted a photo of the oil platform.
Yes, correct. That is
exactly what you see in the observation.
No, that's not what you see. Well, he lifted. This is what he did. He lifted the rigs off of the ocean, the sea level. He lifted them, and he made sure that he covered that bottom part so you don't see the imperfection of how he lifted it.
Okay, bro.
Brilliant.
Look, if that's your rebuttal, then that's fine. Okay? You're entitled to your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why do we have light reflecting off the water? Well, from the oil platform.
Light in the last photo, that's a close-up shot. Yes, you're going to see that. That's fine. You're going to see that.
Okay, so let's say it's not like let's say just pretend, okay, and it's not edited in your own mind. Would that be a problem for the globe?
No.
If it wasn't edited, if remember hypothetically, if it wasn't edited, and would that be a problem for the globe?
No, can't be. Why?
It has to be edited, but it wouldn't be a problem for the globe if it wasn't edited.
No, it would be a theory. you have to get to a point where you view the entire ground, and then that's an empirical observation, confirmation that the Earth is a sphere or flat. You have a theory here, and it's nice. I like your theory. I like what you're doing, but it's still just like Eratosthenes. When Eratosthenes did his experiment, it was a theory that the Earth had a circumference of 25,000 miles. Theory.
Oh, it was a calculation based off assumptions. That's all it was. Right.
Yes.
He assumed that the Earth was a globe, right? And then he used the 7.2 degree shadow.
Right.
And he did the math, assuming that the Earth was a globe, and that's how he came up with 40,000.
Exactly, but it's still a scientific theory. It's a scientific theory. It now has more teeth to it. So it becomes more scientific because it's based in calculation, but it still has the theory behind it.
So let me explain something, because this isn't our evidence that the Earth is flat, right? We're not using this as flat Earth evidence, right? This is us challenging. Absolutely not, right?
Why? Why are you using it? I mean,
because a horizon is an apparent location, right? And it will appear in a different location if you have different vertical temperature gradients, different weather conditions. Okay, so what this is doing, this is challenging the geometric horizon, because you have to have a geometric horizon at a set distance. Obviously, there can be weather conditions that skew your view or make things appear higher or lower than they should be.
Right.
But you guys need to be able to validate that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon in the first place. That's what this is.
Yes, we can, and we did it. We did it through empirical observation. The Earth has been observed as a sphere, 100%.
It's only been observed by about 20 people from space.
Yes, 20 people are people.
20 people out of 8 billion, and they're government workers, and you believe them, do you?
Government workers, really, brother? Big man, they went through school, they got the education.
Doesn't matter, they still work for the government. When do you think government people started?
Has the government?
Yeah, look, let's not let this. Hold on a second, man. Okay, look, if you choose to have faith in NASA, that's fine for you. Okay, we don't, because we've looked into NASA and
Lord and Savior, not NASA.
Hold on a sec. That's fine, dude. You can still have faith in something without it having to be religious. Okay, so if you want to have trust, let's use the word trust instead. If you want to trust NASA, then that's fine. Okay, we don't trust NASA, but the problem is that we can't go and validate. Right, it's going to have to come down to trusting them or not trusting them, because I can't go and validate it. The thing is, with the evidence that we're showing you here, anyone can go out and repeat this themselves, right? They can validate it themselves.
Right.
It's the big difference. So that's why I'm trying to keep it to empirical evidence rather than trusting. If you know what I mean, if that makes sense.
Well, empirical mean experience. So you're experiencing a different thing. So it's fine. You can, just like Eratosthenes. It's the same thing. He had he did an empirical experience, right? That the Earth is potentially a sphere. So it's a theory. It has more teeth now. What you're doing is, if your videos are not fake, then you're adding teeth to some say that the Earth is not a sphere. You're adding teeth to it, but you have not disproven it. You need to see it 100,000%. Right? That's why gravity, by the way.
I hear you,
that's
bro.
why gravity
I hear you,
is a
and
theory.
I hear you.
That's why gravity is a theory. Still,
I got you. I hear
we
you,
experience it, but we don't have no technology to see it. You understand me? So it's theory,
right? But this is not the same, right, as gravity, right? This is a practical dimension. This isn't a
no, you can do practical things.
Let me finish. Hold on, man, please. Okay, just so it's not just this one, right? That's why we have countless amounts of these long distance observations, countless amounts of these laser tests. They're being done all the time. Right? So it's an accumulation of evidence, right? If you make an observation, right, you want to go test it over and over again in all sorts of different locations under different weather conditions. We have done that, and we're constantly adding to the list, right? So it's not like we're just using this and saying this debunks the globe, right? We're accumulating more and more evidence, right? And the good thing about it is it's practical, right? It's not like faith-based. People can go and test this themselves.
I mean,
yes, you can, and like you can go and test Aristophanes' experiment yourself. I've done that.
Hold on a second. Okay, that's right. Okay, so he firstly it wasn't an experiment, right? So so he assumed, all right, he already assumed the Earth was a globe, right?
You
so he wasn't. No.
You assumed that the Earth is not a sphere. That's what you did.
Oh no. We're testing the Earth, right? We're testing the globe. Okay, so that's all I'm talking about here. So in regards to Eratosthenes, okay, so even Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist, agrees that it doesn't prove a globe, right? He said
exactly.
because of the assumptions that were made, he already assumed the Earth was a globe. Right. So you could do the same thing if you did the same experiment on your flat floor of your house, right? If you had a light source on the roof, right, and you do the exact same experiment with sticks, one under the light, one on the other side of the room, right, and then you measure the shadow and you do the exact same math that Eratosthenes did, you can work out the sphericity, right, of the flat floor you're standing on. Do you see the contradiction? It was only because he assumed. Firstly, he presumed that the Earth was a globe, and he assumed that the sun rays come in parallel. Okay, so that's why it doesn't prove a globe. It doesn't prove the circumference. It's calculation based off assumptions. Right, so it's not the same thing as what we're doing here. What we're doing here is we're testing the globe.
Yeah,
we're
you're testing the
for
globe.
A geometric horizon.
Right. So you're testing that it's not right. So you're testing that it's you have a hunch that it is not a globe.
Well, where there's a globe, there has to be certain properties to a globe, and one of those properties is drop over distance and a geometric horizon.
Right. It's still an assumption. You need to see the entire Earth. You're still assuming that it's not a globe.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the highest the civilians can get, right, is what, 300,000, around 300,000 feet.
Civilians? Are you saying the astronauts are not civilian people?
Yeah, that's like trust. You have to trust the government, right?
They're not
working
civilians.
For the government.
They are government workers and not classed as civilians.
Oh, okay. So government is all bad?
No one said that, right? We're just having to say that we can't go and validate it, right? So if someone was saying you could see the curve from a plane, I could go catch a plane, right? And check myself, right? And when, so that's something that you can easily go and check, right? Like you could go and check for the geometric horizon doing, repeating these observations, right? To see that it's not fake or something like that. You say it's fake. It's like, all right, well, you can actually go there and you can do it yourself, right? So you can prove to yourself it's not fake. Right, we can't go to space, right? Only 25 people have ever said to have left Earth orbit, and that was over 50 years ago. Right, so it's not the same thing.
Hold on, where do you think geosynchronous satellites are? Where do you think the Hubble is? Where do you think?
What I said was only 25 people have left Earth orbit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Really? Where do you think the ISS people on ISS are? They're in space.
Yeah. They seem so there is great evidence that they're faking footage. There's seen it.
Yes, there's great evidence that the moon landing was fake as well. So
there's better evidence that they're faking your footage.
I'm using your logic.
Better evidence. Yeah, exactly.
I'm using your logic here.
Okay, so look, it doesn't matter. We're coming down to having to trust. I can't go and validate this myself. It comes down to having to trust or not trust. And due to the evidence I've seen over the years looking into this, I don't trust NASA. I don't trust Elon Musk. Okay, so that's my personal opinion about that, right? You do trust these agencies, right? And that's your belief, right? You're more than welcome to that, and that's fine. I respect your belief. I'm trying to talk about things that we can validate here on Earth.
Yeah, why do you it's all going to be theory. You're still going to have just theory, nothing else. You need to get off the ground. Get off of it. That's how you do it. Get out of the
you
house.
didn't do that, my friend.
I know it's hard. There's things in life that are hard. Like for example, let's pick a profession. You cannot
Demonstrating
work
stuff and
in
repeating it.
underground gold mines, right?
Yeah, don't worry about
again,
that. Don't worry
the
about that.
conditions are so
Look, my
harsh
friend.
that when you reach to like 40 or 50 years
Nobody
old,
has left.
your body's going to
Nobody
fail.
has left. I know, dude. Look, nobody's left low Earth orbit in over 50 years. NASA said they destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build.
Well, they never said they destroyed it. It just
they literally said word for word. They said that we destroyed that technology. Would you like to see the clip?
Yes, citation.
We destroyed that technology
I'm
long
gonna
ago,
give you-
and it's a painful process to bring it back. He said, "Don Petit."
I'll just drop it. Don Petit, NASA astronaut, they're being interviewed at NASA headquarters about why haven't NASA gone back to the moon?
Destroy the technology in order to leave Earth orbit. Wow, NASA would be.
No. This is what he said. He said, "I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond. But we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back again." He said that word for word, and I'm going to drop the. It's just a short clip.
Painful.
You can watch it.
Not
Painful
expensive.
process.
Painful.
Yeah.
A painful What the fuck does that mean? What's a painful process to bring back technology?
Let's get that clip. We have destroyed the technology to get back to the moon.
What's your people saying?
Because,
Decode it for us.
Just
decode what a painful
like
process
to do that.
is with technology. What the fuck does that mean?
There's
Write
obviously
numbers
a
down. I
context
didn't know
to
was
what you were
painful.
saying. Obviously.
No. He was asked the direct question. Why can't NASA go back to the moon, right? And he said they'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but it would be a painful process to build it back. He said they destroyed that technology.
He said
I'm just going to drop the clip.
He said he'd go back in a nanosecond
It would be a painful process to rebuild that technology.
Let's have a look at the clip. Have a look at the clip.
Let's have a look at the clip.
Yeah, and then decode it
almost
for us.
found it.
Yeah, decode what they mean. And then
Is
show
that
us
the one where
technology they
he
lost.
was interviewed by the late night show guy?
What technology was lost?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
Anti-globalists, ask him what technology was lost, and then tell him to decipher what that means when he talks.
Everyone, we have destroyed the technology. So I raise my hand and say, why? Did anybody do that in the room? Wow, what stupid people that were sitting
we
in the
don't know
room.
if raising your hand's going to talk to a TV or fix anything stupid. So a guy on TV you're going to raise your hand to? What are you talking about?
The first question is, why?
To who? Yourself in your room.
That's the question a globe person needs to answer, not a flat earther.
Exactly.
No,
Why
I know.
did your liars lie to you? Why do your lying gurus not go nowhere?
That's the question.
That's your question to answer, and give us the answer. Why? It's not us.
Why do the liars lie?
I like whys. That's the whole reason why scientists exist. Whys.
Let's give Robert a chance. Let's give Robert a chance. Hold on, Robert. One second. Sorry.
What did they destroy? Not why.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Let's just give him a chance, right? To watch the clip. Just posted it. So yeah, let's just let him watch it and concentrate on it. How long does it go for? 15 seconds. I can find you the full interview as well, but this is the.
They destroyed the technology. Maybe it was corrupting the environment. They destroyed it.
Just watch it. Just watch it. We'll shut up for a second while you watch it.
Yeah.
Let me find this video. Hold on.
Yeah, it's in the chat there.
Yeah, okay. The big question you need to answer, Robert, is why did they destroy that tech? Like normally, if you develop something,
hold on a second,
it,
Fluffy. Let him concentrate on watching the video quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, you interrupted me. I'm getting cut off here.
Sorry.
I'm new to Discord and I'm trying to navigate around here.
Okay. No worries.
All right, here it is. All right. Let's see. So who's this guy?
This is Don Pettit, NASA astronaut.
Oh, yes, that's
apparently he's currently on the ISS right now, actually. Okay, and then the video I linked underneath that one, they were asked if they have the telemetry data from the moon missions, right? And people that work at section in NASA, they say that they have never seen lost the telemetry data. There's actually quite a lot of videos about this particular topic as well. There's a whole bunch of interesting videos like this. Yeah, I just posted that one at 4 minutes past the hour as well. The one that Amish, can you post that one that you posted again? I can steal it.
Right. Okay. So this is Mr. Pettit. Right. Right. Okay. Yeah. This makes sense. The context is, my friend, is that, remember, back in those days, there was no good way to retrieve these launch vehicles, right? A lot of it is getting lost as this first stage separation, second stage separation. That's what he's talking about. So every time they launch, they have to rebuild, right? And as the Apollo program lost funding over time, all those factories and stuff like that, all of that technology, the process to rebuild all that, it just got left to the wayside, right? So now,
he said they destroyed the technology. He didn't say they lost it. He said they destroyed it.
Every time, no, it is lost or destroyed.
No, he said destroyed. We destroyed that technology. Watch it again. I've watched it.
Well, humans did, of course, because why? Because again, launch vehicle separation and these things get lost. They got to rebuild them every time. That's the context of what he's saying.
I hear your argument, right? It's fine.
Right.
Look, they have excuses for all of these things.
Right.
I understand that, right? This is an accumulation of evidence, right? We could show you hours and hours and hours of evidence of fakery from the ISS or the moon landing missions. It would go on and on.
Again, those are theories.
I have one interesting one I would like to show you. Okay, so this is proof, in my opinion.
So this is the official statement from. I can read the official statement from NASA concerning this. I just searched it after I heard his words, and they're basically saying operating space mission involves reams of paper in forms of flight rules, operational procedures. Those rules and procedures are drafted over thousands of hours of tests and simulations. And change in vehicle can send ripples and changes through the documents. The Saturn V rocket had over 3 million parts. The command and service module had millions of parts. So when the Apollo program ended, the factories that assembled those vehicles were retasked or shut down. The jigs were disassembled, the molds were destroyed, the technicians and engineers, scientists and
we all know
other jobs over time.
We all know the explanations. Obviously, they have explanations for all of these things.
Yes,
right? The fact is, they haven't gone back to the moon in over 50 years, and they said they destroyed the technology. Right now, we have they went there with computing power of a Nintendo Game Boy. Look at what we have now, but now they can't go back there. Take it as you will, right? It's not.
It's still complex. You don't anything. If we go to the moon and we lose lives, attempting to go to the moon and we lose lives, that program is instantaneously shut down.
Everything
that's what we operate.
Except moon
instantaneously. And then we have to
they lost the telemetry data too.
Yeah, what is the telemetry data they lost, Robert?
I know. Remember the shuttle program.
What is telemetry data?
Those lives were lost
That's what telemetry data is. I
they
think
totally got rid of it, disassembled it.
Just don't talk over people, please.
Oh, I was talked over.
He's got me muted the whole time. I can't not talk over him. He won't not unmute me.
Well, it should unmute you. A mod should
That's
do
what I'm
something
saying.
about that. Yeah, you can't mute people in here just because you disagree with them. Like, if they break the rules, yeah, fine. But can a mod sort this out? Because otherwise, we're going to get talking over all the
so
time.
I've just deafened him.
Okay,
so
I'm going to leave because he's getting frustrated. Okay, take care. We talk more later, guys.
Yeah, he doesn't want to answer the correct questions. It's what did they lose? Where did they go? What's telemetry data? Doesn't that mean just a 360 last time I checked? How to get down around a circle? What are we talking about here? So what did they lose? What did they destroy? If he says they know what they had, he knows all the facts. What did they destroy exactly?
We don't really know. I mean, the thing I picked up on was the ISS, and it's like, well, don't they have a version of the ISS underwater in part? I know that it's in America somewhere. I don't know what part of America, but isn't it underwater in a swimming pool somewhere?
Yeah. The biggest underground facility.
Yeah, I know it's all. I know it's in America somewhere. I don't know the state though.
Yep, and then we see bubbles appearing all the time in the walk.
Yeah, and if you was in, and apparently for Globers, there's no air or atmosphere in space, and so it's like, well, how would air work? Oh, that's right, because you're not in space, you're underwater, because that's where bubbles happen. I mean, it's not hard to project something in space, is it? You just put a green screen behind an object and you can literally project any image onto said green screen. And as I said before, in the conversation earlier this morning, today, you can easily deep fake a video now with AI and make that even more believable,
My thing is they know exactly where they launched from. That spot didn't change, did it? So now you take a tape measure. Now, if they got an 8-mile drill bit somewhere, take that fucking 8-mile drill bit and put it on the ground.
Yeah.
Now, that's your 8-mile marker to know that 8 miles away from where you and I stand, a rocket can kamikaze down without hitting Earth.
I mean, it never did answer the question that we proposed to him,
He had no rebuttals to any of that, right? Especially with the long distance observations. His only rebuttal was to just hand wave dismiss it as fake.
Yeah. Because, I mean, we asked him the question, I said that, I asked him that, it's a globe person's question to answer, why did they get rid of the technology? It's not for us, because we don't believe in it. It's like... I'm like, Robert, why don't you answer that? I mean, you can come back in if you want, if you're still listening on YouTube. I don't know if he is, but, I mean, I'd like him to answer that question.
He wasn't as ranting. He was actually, listening to some of the...
Yeah. Yeah. But to me, it just sounded like he was dodging the question. He had people muted in here, which I think is against the rules anyway. You should not have people muted just because you disagree with them. Like, I'm on the politics and religion server. If you go in there, you're not allowed to mute people. You're allowed to turn them down.
Yeah, it's the same rules here. It's the same rules here. I didn't know he had Demok muted. That's why I just server deafened him. So I was about to ask Demok, ask him a question. Didn't reply. Then and
then he left. Yeah.
He left.
I was being cordial.
He was looking,
trying to ask a question to him.
No, you were fine. He just was looking for any excuse to get out of that conversation.
Yeah, because it's like we basically poked holes in his globe logic. So, and when you do that to a lot of globers, it tends to rile them up a little bit, because it's like, it's like if you believed in something your entire life and people are poking holes in that logic, you're probably going to get a bit frustrated and leave or lash out. I know he didn't lash out at all. He was perfectly fine, but he just sort of left, But next time he comes back, DJ, I mean, I don't know if you're a mod in here or not. You might be.
Yeah, close enough. I'm doing everything I need to be able to, like muting and banning and stuff. But yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just like if any Glober comes in here, please don't mute other people if we disagree with you. I mean, of course we disagree with you because we're flat earthers, not Globers. So, but it doesn't mean we're going to be aggressive or anything like that. We had a decent conversation with Robert. It's fine. If Robert wants to come back, he's always welcome to. Like, anyone's welcome in here as long as you're not rude and obnoxious, then I guess you'll be fine, And now we just we play the game again.
Fishing.
Yeah. We
Oh,
play
they
this.
don't know where the horizon's at game.
Yeah, we play that. We play that game again.
They got all these facts, and they're like, "Yeah, brother, but this and this and this. Okay, where's your horizon?" Well, you see, brother, it's not a number. It's just a whole bunch of, I don't even know. Should be an exact number. Well, 3 miles, of course, brother. Every time, brother. 3 miles. That's what the answer should be.
Mm. Yeah, but
yeah, I mean, he's saying it has to be faked. The only possibility that he was lying about his observer height or his location, or that he actually did CGI on the video, right? And then when I asked him, like, okay, so if it wasn't faked, right? If all of those things weren't lies, then is that a problem for the Globe? And he's like, no, still it's not a problem.
But the Black Swan, the video, I mean, I posted a GIF, you posted the video straight after. It's like that literally just debunked what he was saying.
Yeah.
It's like it was just literal proof, because it's like it's 10 miles away. Well, if the Earth was curved and had 3 miles, a 3-mile horizon, I don't know the exact mileage, but people say 3 miles, then to me it's like you've been debunked, because if you can see stuff at 10 miles, that just throws your logic into the water, doesn't it?
Yes, that's why it's very hard to get them to understand observation and to stick with that understanding, right? Because the whole thing is like attacking their geometric horizon.
Yeah.
And then it's up to them to prove that it exists. They can't. And there's no definition of horizon that's like an invisible horizon, not even detect. There's second horizon, right? Clearly visible, which meets all the definitions of a horizon. They don't have a geometric horizon. It's killer.
Correct.
These observations kill. Yeah.
You're supposed to be dropping down physically below, on top of some water, dropping down below that water, down into another portion of the water, below the surface of the water you're on. So the surface of the water is supposed to be above the boat, above the boat, above the boat, above the boat. And they tell you can't measure this or see this anywhere. You just have to calculate it. So how the fuck is the guy on the boat, the one experienced the earth curve water going down it while it's going up behind him? How does he not know it? How does he not? How come he can't film it?
You can't have curved water. I said this earlier. It's like it's impossible to have curved water. You try and put it in
I know that.
Yeah,
I'm saying,
of course.
Yeah.
It's like the only way you could potentially have curved water is if you freeze it, but then it's not water, is it?
Nope. Ice.
Yeah, exactly. But But even then, ice is flat, mainly.
A tiny amount or a wave or something. But yeah, obviously that's not what we're talking about.
Well, the wave is just like the weather altering. It's the tides, isn't it? You know?
Exactly, bro. And then you got the drop of water or the meniscus, the surface tension.
Right.
Water, right.
But that
also non-analogous.
Right, because that drop of water, if it was in your backyard, it would be taller than your house.
Oh yeah.
If you're on that ball and you drop some water on there, that water's about the same high almost as the fucking ISS. So I don't know where they've got lakes at that are 100 miles high or 2 miles high or anything like that. I've never seen any of that shit.
No, because like water always finds the lowest point. You don't see lakes on top of mountains and stuff.
Water.
They're always at the base of something. It's
right,
like
you can't stack water.
No, you can't. It'll roll to the lowest point.
Right.
And that goes with any liquid.
Water. Globers can stack water into humps and curves and balls. And and they can stack one like on a shelf. They can just keep going with it, like stair-stepping water stacks. That's what they believe.
It just doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, how can you think that? Because it's like, I said this earlier too about water. Like, if you get someone in America, someone in the UK, someone in Australia, we're all thousands of miles apart, but the water is all flat. So how could it be curved? You look at a lake in Australia or the ocean on the coast of Australia, flat. You look at Lake Michigan or something in America, the massive lake, flat. I look at the out on the coast of England, flat.
Yeah, man. You get a big lake, right, with no wind, and the surface of the water is like a mirror.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. I've seen mirror lakes before. They're so beautiful, but it's like, if the Earth was spinning so fast, then the water would move, because I can make that water move by throwing a rock in it with the ripples. I've got to just throw a little pebble in there and it'll start rippling. It's not like it doesn't take a lot for water to move. It really doesn't.
Well, look at those rock balancing sculptures things that they make. Balance all the rock on top of each other. Imagine that on an Earth flying at millions of miles per hour in 4 different directions at once through space.
Yeah, it's like anything that's like precisely built or something. It's like cranes as well. The big construction cranes, like the massive like T-shaped cranes. It's like, well, if the Earth was spinning, wouldn't those cranes, like they're like the hooks at the bottom, wouldn't they be spinning as well? Because they'd act like a pendulum, wouldn't they? Well, they're not spinning. Because the Earth isn't spinning. Because you'd notice it, wouldn't you?
And then the pendulums they do have, right? They have like those magnetic drive systems. They have to keep them. They are required to keep the pendulum moving. It's not like it just naturally does it, and it has to be manually started.
Yeah.
Right. And then globers say, "Oh, there is pendulums that don't use those magnets." And then when you start asking them for practical demonstrations from different locations around the world to prove the difference in the results at different locations, they can't provide anything. I'll show you some freaking Johnny in his dorm hanging a pendulum down the stairwell, and they'll be like, here's the evidence. It's like, what?
Yeah, they mentioned that pendulum in the museum. I can't remember what it's called, though, specifically. But it's like a really old pendulum. And they say...
either the Foucault pendulum's the big giant one that they have.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah. And but even that, it's like, well, you have to give something spin, it has to gain energy from somewhere. Something can't just spin on its own. It's like you see a football on the ground. How are you going to make it spin without doing anything to it? Like, yeah, I could put my hand on it and then twist it really fast. Yeah, it'll start spinning, but then I've given it manual energy to make it spin. But
take the ground out from underneath it.
How?
I'm just saying. just
dig
start
through the
digging a hole
entire
on the
Earth.
ground. Yeah, you got to do some manual work that way too. But I'm just saying, like, so if you had a trap door and you put the basketball on there and you push the button on the trap door, either way, it's still some manual type of something doing something, right?
Yeah. So
but
energy
it's
for
still
anything to move, outside source of energy has to be exchanged to displace something in one way or another.
yeah. Like, of course, you mentioned the trap door. Well, you remove something from underneath something, it's going to drop if there's a hole. Simple as. You know.
And you had to lift the object up on top of the ice as well, right? That's displacing it, exchanging energy. Right? Someone had to use energy to build the thing as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. That explains why everything rises and sinks, really. I mean, nothing just falls, right? It has to be displaced, and for something to be displaced, it has to have some energy exchange to displace it.
Yeah.
The only reason things fall, right, is because they get lifted up first, or another.
Yeah, usually heat, air, or something living.
Yep. Whether the energy comes from a person or from the sun, whatever.
I mean, it's all external energy, isn't it? Like, like as I've stated, a ball on its own without any external power will not spin or move. You know, for it to move, you need a person to kick it, or something to hit it, or if it's light enough, the wind will take it, which is also energy. You know, so it's like if there's no energy or no nothing there, it'll just stay still.
Right, and like a magnet too, like if you want to pick something up and make it weightless with a magnet, you can do that, but then you got to support the magnet.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, exactly. It took energy to make the magnet as well, and then the magnet will eventually wear out.
Right, plus that weight, you got to hold the magnet now, and then the amount of weight that the magnet's going to attract in that position, you're actually going to feel that weight.
Exactly, like if you have a magnet on a toy car, right, and then you hold another magnet in front of the toy car, you can like pull the toy car around without touching it and moving your hand back. But if you attach a stick to the toy car and dangle the magnet right in front of it, it's not going to move at all, right? Like you said, you need to physically move that magnet. Gotcha.
But still, as stated, it still needs it's an external source. It's impossible to have something move without any sort of like power, kinetic energy, or anything.
Yep. It's like if you
it can be remotely internal too, but you would have to have like there has to something like that energy or the reaction has to come from whatever that stuff is, like radioactive, right, or remote. I mean, it's still like the idea of magnetism. The thing like the receiver, the connector, the transmitter, transmission, reception, all has to be done somehow. Yeah, something has to work it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like you could have a phone. Your phone can heat up internally because the battery or whatever they did, but they put that shit inside there to get the, you know what I mean? It's going to be, So, that still was made by energy to do that.
Well, it's just engineering, really, you know, when they made that pendulum. But I mean...
Right, cat toy.
Yeah, but I mean, even all this old tech that they predict, oh, look, the Earth rotates because of this big pendulum in this museum somewhere. It's like, well...
It's so they could sell you that museum and the pendulum. Now they got a lot of money for nothing. Cat toy.
Yeah, exactly, because it's like that pendulum rotates because of it was given energy. It's not because the Earth rotates, because the Earth doesn't rotate.
Correct.
Because then you fall back to the water argument. Well, if the Earth rotates, then water, like still lakes, mirror lakes, would move. Because, like as I stated earlier, I could throw a rock into the water and it would start moving with the ripples of an object going into it.
Right, but everything's locked up with the globe.
Yeah, well, they believe
so
that
it can't flow.
Well, water will only flow if it's going down, like downhill.
Right, but it's not supposed to. Gravity, gravity has already seeked water's equilibrium and making it a sphere and sticking it to the ball in the first place. And it's not supposed to be flowing at all like the air. It's supposed to be kind of like in lockstep or synchronization with the attribute of spin. So like your ponds and your lakes and your rivers and your waterfalls shouldn't be moving at all. They should be sitting fucking still. And gravity's very meaning of the word gravity means balance, magnetic
I thought
stuff.
gravity meant weight.
No. It means balance of your weight because what does gravity do? Pulls the center of your mass to the center of a bigger mass. That's a fulcrum to a fulcrum last time I checked, and that's a fucking teeter-totter balance. There's nothing
I don't
better.
know about gravity. I don't know what DJ has to say
Well,
about
have you been on a
this.
teeter-totter?
I don't know what a teeter-totter is.
It's a okay. You get a sphere, and then you get a horizontal board that's bigger than the sphere, and you sit on one end of the
we
board.
call them. Yeah, I know what they are. They're called
And I sit on one end of the board. A seesaw. There you go. Now, if we put a sphere in the middle of our seesaw, horizontal seesaw bar we're sitting on, works just great, doesn't it? Would it work with a flat?
Well,
would it work with a flat surface under us, same size as our board? No, it wouldn't. We wouldn't go nowhere. We'd be sitting on the ground flatly. Now, if Earth is round, Earth is a teeter-totter, and that teeter-totter is gravity at the center of that board now, focusing us, me and you, everything. So your center of your balance, like your center, your chi, is focused to the fucking gravity center focal point of Earth that's so small you couldn't even imagine. Right? It's a focal point of gravity. It's everywhere, but nowhere, but in the center of everything. But I'm just trying to tell you, brother, it's balance. It's pulling your weight down like, that means Bob's going to weigh gravity pounds, right? Because without the magic word gravity, they say your weight, then you wouldn't be able to push the weight spring down on the scale, right? Now, if I take that scale and move it, are you going to get your correct weight or do you have to be still?
I mean, I don't know much about gravity. It's not my...
I'm not talking about gravity, just the scale. The scale is the gravimeter. Gravity is not any kind of crazy thing. The gravimeter is the scale. So if you have a scale and you want to weigh apples, anything, that's a gravimeter. So now, what I'm saying is while you're on a scale, if I take your scale and start wiggling it around and move it, are you going to weigh the same?
I don't know, dude.
You don't know? Brother, if you stand on a scale and the scale is moving, no, you won't weigh the same as the scale that's not moving at all. You don't know that?
Well, I'm not very good. I mean, my mind's in a million places right now.
Well, slow down. Scale, it's just a piece of metal or wood or a top, a surface, and then some type of spring, shock, liquid, or thing that you can like push against itself to get a reaction for a needle, a lever, a string, a resistance. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You have lots of different kinds of scales, but they all have the same principle. Now you think about the scale of justice, it's a balance, right? Gravity is balance. Everything in the world is stuck to a ball by gravity. That means everything in the world's balanced because it's stuck where it's at. That's balance, not moving.
I'm
unbalance is moving. Just saying, brother.
So you, what? Are you a globe earther then?
No, holy fuck, man. No, I'm just trying to tell you what. If gravity is real, brother, and we were.
Oh, right. So, yeah.
Yes, okay. I'm speaking from the inference. If this shit was correct, this very word means, I'm sorry to confuse you. I'm a flat earther 100 million %. But in order to make sense and let them understand where you're coming from, you have to break it down in their way too. So now, and then I'm talking to you, which you're like, I don't know what you are. Doesn't matter what I am. I'm just still trying to tell you that that's their idea. If this thing does this thing, if it does, that means water doesn't flow, air doesn't flow, everything connected to a ball in a balance of sitting still. That's balance. When you balance your level in construction, you don't want it to keep moving, correct? Your level, your spirit level. If I kept moving it on you, you'd get mad at me like, Democ, what the hell are you doing, dude? Let's get this job done. Just sit the thing down, let's go. Right? So you
Yeah.
could get the reading on it. You would never be able to get the reading on it if I didn't sit it down. So if Globers are on a spinning planet and cat toys can read that, so would the scale you're standing on while you're standing on it. It would go 5912 for everybody at that very second across the world. We got that walkie-talkie handy, the phone channel app ready, where everybody's standing on a scale, and then it all of a sudden changes for everybody the exact same amount, and then switches back. Like me and you, say we weighed exactly 100 pounds. Small, right. So the scale for me and you, no matter where we were in accordance in a certain area, in line with each other, would be like minus 12 pounds, plus 12 pounds every time the earth processed. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. And that's how a scale would react right in your room if you took it and I just wiggled you on it. If I start pushing you around on your scale in your bathroom, it's not going to read right. It's going to read 5, 10, 20, 30, 90, 50, 70, 100, 50, 22, 1, 10, 10. So if everything was moving and you're on a spinning ball, right, and you stand on a scale that's on a spinning ball, the scale would have to never keep the correct weight. It couldn't. It wouldn't be possible. A spinning, falling, wobbling, tilting ball in space with a scale on it? Show me how that works to weigh your fruit.
Well, I mean, that's what we're asking Globers to come in for, isn't it? To prove, well,
any of the reactions that should happen. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Dude, I make it real easy for them. I just say go dive down under that boat diagonally and then pop out the other surface. So go swim down dive in the surface of the water from the top, dive diagonally past the boat, a couple feet, and pop your ass out the other side. The boat will pick you up and you'll have a good day. But if you can't dive down diagonally at a certain degree, 33 degrees, 45 degrees, and you'll never hit a surface of water, you're not on a globe and it's not curved water. It couldn't be. How about 18 degrees? The same as a train track slope. I know you can dive down 18 degrees in the water and swim just down a little bit, a couple feet under the surface.
Yeah.
And 5 foot, then 10 foot, then 50 foot, then as you're swimming, your line, you go from 0 feet deep to 20 foot deep, back to 19, 18, 17, 15, back to the surface. Where has anyone done this to prove they live on a globe? This will be the last thing they want to tell you about. They'll tell you they can't swim. They'll tell you can't dive, submarines don't work. Do you understand the ignorance of, yeah, it's crazy, brother.
Yeah, it is.
And they don't get what I said. You understand what I said, right?
Yeah.
Really simple. A boat. Getting ready to go over the horizon 3 to 5 miles away. I see it dipping down. I say, stop, Bobby, in your boat. Throw anchor. Okay. He's going to sit there. Right there where he's at, anchored. Then whoever is going to go off the boat, swim back this way to a dock sitting there, get on the dock, dive, put the camera on, dive at a certain degree down, and they're going to have like a little sensor that makes sure they're going at an angle down at a certain degree. And then they just keep diving, just keep swimming. All any Glober has to do is just pop out of the water and not hit dirt. Or another challenge could be go down 8 inches underwater and horizontally swim out the surface. Just horizontally swim until you pop out the surface of the water, the curb, hill, past that boat, next to the boat, whatever. You should swim right over top of the boat like a flying fish. Pop out. You should be floating right there like, hey, Bobby, and looking down at the guys on the boat, and they look up at you in a hump of water. And they're like, all right, jump out, salmon. What the hell?
Yeah.
I don't think they've ever looked at their cartoon picture of their ball anyway, because they think water has to be inside dirt for some odd reason for their globe, but it doesn't at all. Dirt's not supposed to hold the water on a globe. The water's supposed to
No.
be held by gravity, not dirt holes. So I don't know where they even get any of their damn ideas when they can't stack water without a dirt hole. They can't stack water on the top of a hill. And if the top of the hill is microscopically nothing, right? It's horizontal to the earth because how big the earth is, that hill is smooth, right? So why are you not
Yeah.
stacking water on that smooth hill, Globers? They just triple double speak.
It's just ridiculous, really.
I'd be a water layer if it was real. I'd be stacking water bricks. Not ice either. Just solid water bricks. Mercury doesn't even make itself a sphere by gravity. The very thing that they're telling you gravity's acting on, all this mercury or all the lead. How come lead doesn't just form balls? How come you just can't grab a piece of lead, dig a hole out of earth, sit a square cube piece of lead there and watch it mold and fill the fucking framework of earth? I want to see that. I want to see some fucking smart gravity nano molding material that molds to gravity because gravity won't let it be nothing but a sphere. Where can we see this at?
Mm.
You can't see the gravity Play-Doh ball guy being made or nothing like the sphere stuff.
Nope.
So you mean if you and I, as a human, pile stuff up, gravity can't outdo what we did with just pieces of mass? And if we pile the mass from one spot to another spot, shouldn't gravity make that mass go back and smoothen it out to a curve? How could it not?
I mean, that's what globe people are led to believe with the gravity, I think.
Yeah, the word that's like holds you up, pulls you down, it makes you fall, but then it makes you go away from mass. So mass away from mass, not mass attracting mass. Got it. Fill your rocket up with a lot of mass. Just fill it up with fuel. Fill your empty container up. Now what you want to do is send your super heavy, massive thing that's supposed to be held down by gravity even more than any other object of its size. Now it's going to leave. So mass leaves mass. Got it. Energy equals mass times acceleration squared leaves mass, while it's turning into mass squared exponentially. Every amount of energy or whatever you put into it in part, it becomes energy, it becomes mass. Energy equals mass. So not only do they put mass in it, then they light it up. That's just weird. That's even more mass now.
Yeah.
How much mass does it take to leave mass? I thought mass attracted mass. What the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's like everything has a mass. Like, I mean, humans have a mass, but I don't see things floating towards me. You know?
No. Right. Nothing. Gravity can never work right here in front of you. It only works where no one can ever see or go.
Yeah. It doesn't really make any sort of sense.
It happens at 9.8 meters a second per second, but it's way too slow.
Yeah.
What reacts at that? What do you see reacting to that?
Nothing.
You're not falling away from the ball at that amount. You're saying butterflies are falling at 9.8 meters a second squared while they're flying through the sky? That's fucking weird. Do air bubbles rise at 9.8 meters per second a second squared?
No.
Oh, they don't? Damn, gravity must be broke now. So not down to the up, down to space, huh? Damn. Is space up or down?
Hmm.
Which way's space on a ball? Every direction.
Well, yeah, for them.
So why don't we drop rocks and they increase their elevation?
It's exactly. It wouldn't work, would it?
No, altitude doesn't work on a globe.
No.
They don't even have an edge to where they can demonstrate to drop this rock past the said edge. They don't have an edge to where they can see anything go down. They couldn't even film and put a camera on the tip of any drone with no human in it and kamikaze just fly that piece of shit drone straight down. Did not hit dirt and water. Always gonna hit dirt and water on this earth that I know of. How are they always gonna hit dirt and water? How come a missile doesn't go to space?
Hmm. I have no idea.
Stuff should accidentally be going to space. If it only takes a butterfly's wings to leave gravity, I mean, all kinds of shit should be falling and leaving and taking off into space
Oh yeah,
horizontally.
definitely.
Horizontally, just gone. Spaceboard bound. Oh, but gravity's holding it. Gravity didn't hold it from leaving the dirt. Gravity didn't stop it from moving in the first place. It's not stopping it from moving its whole fucking flight. Now you think, what? Where you can't, the spot you can't get to, you think gravity's stopping you from going down past that spot, and you can't even get there. You can't even see where that spot exists. Isn't that crazy as fuck? So not even with a telescope could you fly anywhere horizontally and see no dirt and water in front of you 1 inch or 10 foot. Where is that globe spot where you can see no dirt and water in front of you? So yes, I am definitely on a globe now. There's the globe cliff.
Mm. Ooh. Doody doody doo. Not many people talking. I think we're waiting for another globy person. Okay, no armor left. There's one here. Ah, died. Ugh. Um,
Guys, why is nobody talking?
I don't know.
That voice chat.
Well, I think we're just waiting for globe people. Select weapon to display.
I need to roleplay. I'm the globe guy. You need to prove to me.
You're a globe person.
I'm a roleplayer. It's like I'm one.
What's this? Hang on. Someone's gone live on politics and religion. Created a channel and it says at least we're not flirts. Oh, great. So they're basically a globey. Never mind. Hmm.
Can you prove to me that gravity doesn't exist?
You know what gravity? Yeah. Do you know what gravity is?
It's the force pulling you down to the ball.
Force of what?
Well,
I think a lot of people left this room because in Flat Earth debate, Nathan Oakley's there. I guess it's the Nathan Oakley show again.
you know, when I debate with my friends,
What?
I don't know how to prove them that gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is that people always say about flat earthers, oh, you think gravity doesn't exist? But like, then I put the question to the globe earthers, what do you think gravity is then? What is gravity?
Yeah, true. I don't even know myself, man. I'm not sure.
Yeah, like it's like what Demok was saying. If gravity was a thing, then like mass attracting mass, that's the globe terminology of gravity, right? Then everything would be floating around all over the place and attracting stuff. You know, because like humans have a mass. Everything that exists has some sort of mass. But if gravity existed, then small objects would float towards bigger objects, right? So that means that like there should be little rocks and stuff floating towards me because that's what gravity should do under the globe model.
Yeah, but isn't gravity, like, I don't know, isn't gravity the thing in the globe which they believe it's like a magnet?
Yeah, but it's not. You know, because like I said again, you would see things getting attracted to each other like a magnet. You know, if I put a magnet down on the floor and put something metal that's magnetic nearby, it'll just zoom towards it. But I don't see any flying objects in the sky looking out my bedroom window. You know, I can't see anything flying towards other bigger objects. You know.
Yeah, but what's the globe explanation for this?
Well, globe people think it's like gravity holds makes the Earth a globe, and it's what keeps the water on the planet, you know. But it's like it's really not, you know, because it's like how can you keep water on a ball? You can't. It's impossible. Water doesn't stick to things. Water likes
gravity.
But yeah, water likes to travel downhill and then stay flat. So how could Earth be a globe?
Also, they believe the Earth is like so big, that's why it holds everything together, because mass attracts mass, right?
That's what they think, yeah.
Or isn't it like in the globe there's like some type of magnet, or is it just the thing I said?
There's no magnet, otherwise if there was a magnet on Earth, then planes would literally drop from the sky. Anything metal would drop from the sky, and as we know, planes are made of magnetic metal because they are lightweight. You know, they're made of like aluminium and stuff, like thick aluminium, of course, but you can't have a plane made out of steel, bro. It wouldn't fly. It'd be that heavy, it wouldn't be able to fly. You know.
Yeah.
And that's why the Earth is not magnetic, because if the Earth had something magnetic dragging metal down, you know, then, as I've said, planes would literally drop from the sky. You know, because you see planes in the sky flying really high, you know. If the magnetic force of let's say the Earth is massive, like the globers say, then the magnetic force would be so powerful that planes would drop from the sky. But it's not as massive as they say. We don't know how big it is. You know, it's literally flat, but you can't give flat a shape. Because globers always ask us, what model do you use? Is it that flat disc? No, it's not a flat disc, because the flat disc thing is literally the globe projection of a flat Earth. You know, we don't know the shape of it. All we know is it's not curved. You know, because you can see, if you look out on the horizon, it's all flat. Everywhere you look, wherever you stand on Earth, it's flat. Just like the water, it's all flat. So how could it be curved if, like I said earlier, if you're stood in Australia and I'm stood in England and both the water's flat, that's opposite sides of the world. You know, it's like 12, I don't know, 1,000 miles it is, but it's quite a distance. It's like a 12-hour flight at least. But then it's like, if the water's flat in Australia and it's flat in the UK, it can't be curved. It's impossible. Because if you got anything like a bowl, yeah, the water would still make a straight line in the bowl if you filled it up. You know, the only way you could have curved water, as it's called, is if you literally like filled the inside of a bowl up, you know. But that's different because inside the bowl is the container. But yet, the Earth supposedly is round with water on the surface. You can't pour water on a curved surface and have it stay there. It's impossible. Physics debunks this. Like you next time you see a football, try pouring water on it and see what happens. It'll just splash everywhere. You know, it won't stick to it.
Yeah, but that's when they say it's gravity which is holding it.
But gravity doesn't exist, bro. Because like they say,
but I mean the I know gravity doesn't exist, but I mean the globe explanation is that gravity holds it together. You know.
Yeah, I know. I know that, but it's like they also say that mass attracts mass with gravity, and then that points me to, okay, so if mass attracts mass, how come the aeroplanes aren't falling out the sky towards the Earth? You know, just dropping out the sky.
Yeah, because it's maybe different
Well, no, it's still a mass of something. Everything has a mass, but it can't be gravity holding the water on a globe, because one, it's not a globe, and two, you can't hold water on a spherical object. It's literally impossible. It just doesn't work. That type of physics, it's been debunked. Like, ask any scientist, can water stick to a ball? No. It can't.
It can repel from a ball.
Yeah, but that's
especially if the ball's moving. Like when you rub the balloon on your head. So instead of that balloon spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning, getting static energy on its own, you just speed the process up, rub it on your head, put it next to the water that's running, right, flowing, and it's going to repel away from that balloon.
Yeah,
not
exactly.
attract. So, can you do that with gravity or just with static? Can you repel the stuff the same way a rocket's repelled while moving? With gravity, I mean, no. Gravity's supposed to put water in orbit, and it's supposed to attract it. What's the move?
But I agree. But
so what's gravity do? Does it hold stuff down, or does it put stuff up in orbit? Which one?
I wouldn't use the plane analogy though, because a plane has wings.
Nobody said anything about a plane.
Yes, it did. Why doesn't plane fall out of the sky? So, the guy with the green beard.
No, I'm asking you, which thing is gravity? Stuff falling or stuff going up? Which one?
No,
is it orbit or is it 9.8 meters a second?
I don't know.
Calm down. I'm trying to talk to you. Why would you talk to somebody else in the background? Please don't do that. That's weird. I'm trying to talk to you. So can you hear my question?
Yeah, but
So can you answer my question, please?
No, I can, but I have no idea.
Answer it?
I just said he said airplanes don't fall to the ground.
Hurting you?
No, I'm not talking about gravity.
You're not talking about gravity. You just said if we can debunk gravity. Now you're speaking and spucking and butter.
No, that was
I don't even know what you're doing, dude.
That was not me. That was
sound like a sprinkler. So what's gravity?
That was not me. That was Laban.
Okay, well you be quiet for a second. Other guy.
Okay.
What's gravity? Is it going up orbit or 9.8 meters per second, or is it holding stuff like a cloud? Like what is it? What's gravity? The other guy that asked for the debunk.
You mean me?
Yeah. Is gravity the thing that holds you down or raises helium balloons up? Or makes air bubbles go horizontal to space and helium balloons go horizontal and diagonal and up and down to space? Have you seen something go? No, you don't have to. Check this out. Have you seen any helium balloons or air bubbles go down to space?
No.
No? Oh, then you don't live on a ball where they can do that then. Because on a sphere, you have into the center and away from the center, which would be outward, right? In all directions. So if you can go point out helium going that way to space and not vertically up, only for flat Earth versus a horizontal reference, that's what you guys have to do. Find where water or air bubbles can go horizontal to space.
Yeah, I mean, but their explanation would be that.
No, there's not a but. You have to have air bubbles releasing from the center of your ball out in all fucking directions. There is no but. What are you talking about? But you have to have that.
Globe Earthers always say but.
Nah. If you don't have it, you're not on a globe. That's the only but.
Yeah.
Mark, can I play the devil's advocate on that helium balloon for a second?
Yeah, but make sure they got to go all directions, like you got 1 billion of them around the sphere. Okay? Now imagine you're going to look at one of them not go just vertically up and go some other way up. Okay? So devil's advocate that. We're looking for helium going any way but vertical to prove flat Earth. We don't want to prove flat Earth. We want to disprove flat Earth and prove our globe. Right? How do we do that live with helium?
Well, I can't. I can't put a million helium balloons into my head. That's too difficult for me. But on the what the Globers say about helium balloons, if its density, that air is heavier than the helium, so a helium balloon will go up because the air is being pressed down.
No, the helium
And
isn't a piece of plastic. No, stop. The plastic is fucking more denser than air. What are you talking about? Or else it wouldn't be able to hold the helium. How does it hold? How does it support the pressure of the helium and the outside? The plastic. It's not popping.
Plastic holds the pressure.
What's more dense, the plastic or the helium? The plastic container I have or the helium, what's more dense?
Plastic.
Plastic.
The plastic.
Yeah.
So why is the plastic rising?
Because it's filled with helium.
Huh? Filled with what? Something that's not dense?
Helium. No, yeah,
The
because it's
plastic
less
is
dense
dense.
than air.
It's more dense than the helium. Why is it going up?
It's same thing. If you take a ping pong ball,
it's not dropping. Hold on, man. If I throw plastic in the air, it's supposed to drop every time. 9.8 meters a second, which hasn't even been fucking noticed anywhere. It doesn't work in water. It doesn't work anywhere, really, because you don't even have the attribute of the vacuum of space to show us that, right?
But if you take a ping pong ball underwater and let go of it, it goes to the top of the water, right?
No, when does it go horizontal? Stupid.
No, I mean,
you're on a tier, not a flat line. You're proving a globe, not horizontal stuff going up and down, buoyancy and density on a flat horizontal baseline. You want to prove anything but that horizontal baseline. Can you go any direction but vertical? Globers have to go all directions. Do you understand? Your helium has to rise all directions from the center of your ball.
I agree with that. But if you take a ping
where
pong
can
ball
we see it go any way but vertical?
Well, you can't unless there's
you
wind.
Can't. Then you don't live on a ball, dude.
I'm not saying we live in a ball. I'm just saying that if you take a ping pong ball underwater and drop it, it will rise to the surface.
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
That's exactly the same
I don't care about ping pong balls. I'm asking you for air that can be released in front of us, any direction but vertical. This is not hard.
Let me talk for a second.
Go ahead. Any direction but vertical.
No, I'm not talking about the globe. I'm just talking about.
I don't care what you're talking about. We need to see air bubbles go any direction but vertical. If they only go vertical, it doesn't matter our opinion. It doesn't matter. What are you doing?
I'm not talking about a globe whatsoever. I'm just saying the helium balloon rising up in the air is exactly the same as a ping pong ball raising up in water. Water is more dense than the ping pong ball. Air is more dense than the helium balloon. It's the exact same thing. It doesn't have anything to do with. I mean, the Earth
air is more dense. So why is air rising out of water?
Because it's
air is not more dense than water. Otherwise, air wouldn't rise.
Yeah, of course, air is more dense than water, but water is more dense than water is more dense than air. So air will rise out of the water.
More dense, ice or water?
But air is more dense than a helium balloon. So a helium balloon will rise out of the air. It's exactly the same.
Which one's more dense, ice or water?
Water.
Water. Isn't water ice?
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, when ice freezes,
the same thing.
It expands and flows. I mean, everybody knows ice.
Water and ice are made of the same thing. They just exist at different temperatures. Like if you go below freezing, water turns to ice. If it's above freezing, then water is liquid. If it's above like 80 degrees, it turns into a gas.
Yeah. But ice floats, right?
Ice flows very slowly compared to water.
Not flows. It floats.
Yeah, so which is more dense, the water or the ice?
The water.
I thought you said ice.
No. Water is more dense.
No. Doesn't the water expand?
No, the ice expands when it freezes. That's why if you put a water bottle full of water in your freezer, Ice. Yeah. Why do you have broken water pipes in
What's
the
the
winter?
pressure of the water of the ice compared to water?
Oh, it cracks mountains.
So the outward
Yeah.
pressure of ice.
Oh, it's incredible. Yeah, you can fill a steel container with water, put it in the freezer, and it will crack the steel container.
Is that gravity holding it back?
No, it's pressure. I mean, once you
Oh, it's
turn
not
water
gravity
into
holding
ice,
it into a shape and
no,
making
no,
it go to the shape with more energy equaling mass to resist
no,
it.
no, 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 no.
No?
It's just water. When you freeze water, it expands in such much
So
force
does energy
that it
equal mass?
cracks anything. Energy equals mc squared, but
Energy
that's
equals mass times acceleration squared.
that's what Einstein says. I'm
So
not
yeah,
Einstein. So
well, is
that's
it
what he
fake?
says.
Is it not
I don't
real?
know. I'm not Einstein, but
Well, if
I'm just
you
what
take a feather and you tickle your face with it and it doesn't weigh much and you got it right there just lightly doing it, or you take the feather and shoot it out of a dart or a rail gun into your butt, which one's going to have more weight or force?
Well, the faster things score, the more kinetic energy it has.
So it has more mass squared.
It has more kinetic energy. It has more energy, not
So it's
mass.
more mass
Well,
squared. It's
actually,
going to do more work. It has more of a force. It all works only together as itself. It's not going to separate itself. Calm down. The
when you get
rock
into
will be the rock the whole
relativistic,
time. Slow rock touching you or fast rock. What does the rock weigh?
I
Slow
went as
versus
a rock
fast.
way.
Huh?
Huh?
What does
I
the
didn't
rock
understand the
weigh?
question.
While it's
What a
moving.
rock weighs.
Yeah. While it's moving.
Well, if you accelerate a rock up to relativistic speeds, its mass will increase.
So what? What's a rock weigh?
The mass depends on the speed.
So it depends on how it's moving. So if Earth is moving through space, how do you weigh stuff?
Weight. According to
Show me how you weigh a moving rock right now. Get a rock and make it fall and show me how you weigh it.
I don't know. I'm not a physicist.
You don't know. Then how did no? No, you're not a physicist. Calm the fuck down for a minute, dude.
I'm just saying
that. How does a physicist know? Look it up for us. Can we go over it real quick? I know you're not a physicist. Even if you were, you wouldn't know how to get the weight of a moving object.
Well, not. Probably it's impossible.
So, how would a physicist get the weight of a star or a planet when everything's moving?
I guess they measure the speed and the mass of it and calculate.
So they don't get the weight of anything.
By a formula. We don't know.
Formula of what? We don't know. We don't know times we don't know plus we don't know equals what? The fuck? We don't know.
Yeah. But that wasn't my point. I didn't. The only thing I said is that analogy about a ping pong ball in water is exactly the same as a helium balloon in air. Air is
What's
more
that got
dense
to do with anything? Gravity only means down. Gravity means down. Just down.
Yeah, but
it doesn't mean up.
The helium balloon raises because of density, right?
No. Gravity means down. Only gravity. Gravity is not the word density. Gravity is not the word fucking volume. Gravity is not the word anything else. Gravity means stuff squeezes to stuff.
So why does
that mean an amount to you?
Ping pong. Yeah, but I'm just saying this is just basic.
Material, or are we separating from stuff?
Ping pong ball goes up in water.
Stuff to stuff.
Okay.
Mass attracting mass. Nothing gets out of this sentence. Mass.
Okay, but I was just making a very innocent comparison to
I know. Well, we should stop doing that.
Look, just finish my analogy. A helium balloon is lighter than the denser air, it goes up. A ping pong ball is lighter than the denser water, it goes up. It's the exact same thing.
We know what trial and error is. We know how flat Earth physics work. We got you there, buddy. We're looking for globe physics, though. So, do you know how globe physics work?
No.
I couldn't demonstrate it, could you?
No, I'm not a physicist.
You don't have to be a physicist to demonstrate how reality works. You just have to sit in reality and do stuff. And reality will play out, right? What do you mean?
Yeah.
So you got to be a magic dude to know that a fan's going to turn on or turn off if you plug it in or not. You got to be a magic worker to know if you go outside and it's raining because raindrops are hitting you. Like, what are you even talking about, dude? Reality is going to take care of itself. All you got to do is be a fucking observer. So you don't need to be a magic guy to observe what's going down with stuff.
I didn't say I did.
No. Listen, I know, but everybody has this weird idea that they do. Now, if you go in a room and take a ball and pour water on it and spin it, you're just as good as the best physicist in the world who couldn't make water stick to that ball just like you couldn't. You're just as good because you saw reality. Now, a liar would say water sticks to balls, right? When they just demonstrated it doesn't, right?
Yeah, but again, to play the
No, now you're dealing with a liar, right?
No, I'm not dealing with a liar.
No, you're dealing with a straight liar. If water doesn't stick to balls, does water stick to balls? Hold on, let me get done with the sentence real quick, dude. You and Globers like to jump around like you don't fucking comprehend nothing. Stop doing that. Does water stick to balls when I spin it? When I spin this ball really fast around in circles, is water staying on it?
What do you mean? You mean you spin it like around this?
Fuck, dude! Stop asking me what I mean. You know what I mean.
No, you spin it like rotate it.
Yeah, all the ways. Spin it on my finger while I'm spinning my finger. Yeah. Circle, circle, all circles.
How fast
1,000 miles an hour, 66.6 thousand miles an hour.
So that means you put the ball in your finger and you spin it one round.
Put it on a drill bit.
In 24 hours, you spin it. One round in 24 hours.
No, I spin it 1,000 miles an hour, and then I make that thing go 66,000 miles an hour, 6,600 miles an hour. I do it the same as Earth, dude. We do MPH for. What do you mean?
Yeah, but listen, I am not a glober, but we shouldn't use that comparison because the Earth.
You shouldn't use a spinning ball at 1,000 RPM for a ball that's going 1,000 RPM.
It can go 1,000 RPM. Where'd you get 1,000 RPM from?
What is it? How fast is the Earth going? Where would you be able to prove this?
One rotation every 24 hours.
What's that mean? What's that look like on a thing?
What's
it look like on an Earth?
Okay.
What does an Earth look like when it rotates one time an hour to you? Where's your reference?
It's slow.
You don't have a reference.
It's half the size of the.
What is half the size?
Can I finish my sentence?
Brother,
it's half the size of the.
You're standing on Earth.
Of the hand on the clock. Half the size of the hand on the clock.
No, we're not looking for clocks.
One round. Okay, a hand on the clock goes one round in 12 hours. The Earth goes one round in 24 hours. That is not 1,000 RPMs.
So how fast is it going? Just slow as fuck?
Yeah.
It's going,
it goes
it's going a millionth of a mile an hour?
No, if you were to stand, if you could levitate.
So how fast is it going in a circle after it goes in a circle? So it's spinning really slow, one time a day, really, really slow as fuck, slow as you could fucking possibly imagine. And then it's doing what while it's doing that slow spin? Another slow spin? So you got crippled, retarded Earth going really slow.
Okay. Let me just finish my sentence.
How are you saying a fast speed like 1,000 miles an hour is slow?
Okay, let me tell you what I believe, and then you can tell me why I'm wrong.
Last time I checked, 1,000 miles an hour was 1,000 miles an hour for every object. Are we not correct here, or what the fuck's going on?
Okay, let me explain.
Oh, I got a big train. We can just drive it 200 miles an hour. That's going to equal 5,000. No, that's not how that works, buddy.
You won't.
Not at all how that works. Big train, little train, they all go the same miles an hour. I got a Tonka truck, and I push it, it's going whatever miles an hour. I got a fucking life-size train I can get inside. I go down the track, it's going miles an hour. What are you saying your magic ball does? Not real things?
Let me say it.
It does fast, slow speeds. I want to see the speed that it does.
Okay. Let's see you levitate 1 meter above the Earth. And the Earth is...
No. I want to see the rotation speed of the ball.
That's what I'm trying to
standing on flat Earth is not going to do that. We'll need a ball, please.
Okay,
if you're trying to prove what a ball does, how is the only way you're doing that by standing on flat Earth? It's not going to help you.
Okay, let's see. You are
So
levitating
get your ball.
1 meter above the ball, and
No,
the
above
ball
a
is
ball that's
spinning.
spinning. A real ball.
And at equator, you are standing 1 meter above the ground, and you are standing still, and the Earth
The
is
ball would move underneath me.
yes, and it would move past you at
No, it would
1,000
move
miles per
underneath me
hour.
if I'm levitating.
Yeah, yeah, at 1,000 miles per hour, it will move around you.
Correct. So
Above,
when you're in a
yeah,
helicopter, how come you're not in France already?
because the whole system is moving. It
That
is
didn't make any
not
sense.
standing.
Show me that.
Okay,
Show me
but
where that can make
anyway,
sense at.
anyway, if
Brother,
you're in
where
a
do you have a
helicopter,
reference for fucking air and dirt sticking together when they spin? Where?
let's I don't want to go there. Let's just keep to this
You are
this
going there.
exactly 1,000. Just no, let's just do the 1,000 mile per hour thing. You are in the
Okay, so you get a
helicopter.
real ball,
You go
and
up.
you stick a
Yeah,
little pendulum on it, and you rotate
Yeah,
it around, and we see what the little pendulum does on the ball, right? On the real
no, you
ball.
are in the yeah, you are in the helicopter above the earth. If you look down at the surface, it will move at 1,000 miles per hour under you.
That didn't make any sense.
Really?
So now can we go in a lab and spin a little
And
ball the same amount you say Earth is exactly, and then put a little pendulum on there and watch the same precession on that one and this one at the same time. The same
that will
thing.
not go. But a
Huh?
ball in a that will not go 1,000 miles per hour.
What, a ball? A ball spinning
No.
1,000 miles an hour won't? What are you talking about?
I mean, the entire big Earth ball rotates once per day.
You're doing a little one. You're scaling down the speed and the size. That's what your math is for. That's the only point of math, is to scale stuff down or up so you can do the fucking accountants of physics. So you can get the actual reaction and see what it does here and there. It should be the same.
Yeah, but the tangent, my English is, I'm not English, so excuse my English. The tangential velocity changes with the size of the ball. Can we agree on that?
No, because you have no reference. You've never seen a ball do any of this shit. No, you're just saying, in my mind, in my mind, in our mind.
Okay, but if you take a tennis ball and a basketball, and you measure the circumference, which is bigger, a basketball or a tennis ball?
What?
I'm just saying, if you hold a tennis ball in one hand and a basketball in the other hand.
What about it?
And
one's
yeah,
the moon and one's the earth.
No.
Go.
No. It's just a tennis ball and a basketball, and you hold your finger
Moon and
over,
earth.
and you put
You got the exact ratio for orbit right there.
Oh, okay. Anyway, you take those small wheels that the seamstresses use to measure how long a seam is. You roll it, and it shows like 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, and you can see where you want to cut. You have seen those wheels?
Yeah.
In the old days. Yeah. And you put that wheel against the basketball, and you turn it one round. Then you get, let's say you get 20 inches. And you do the same on the tennis ball, and you get 5 inches. That means that wheel has traveled 20 inches in one rotation, 1 RPM, and it has traveled only 5 inches in one rotation of the tennis ball. That means if you look at the basketball, the surface of the basketball will move way faster past your eyes than the surface of the tennis ball. So if you take then the basketball up to the size of the earth and rotate it once, only once, you will have 40,000 kilometers past you in one rotation. That's really fast. That's the 1,000 mile per hour. But the earth itself, it's still only rotating once per 24 hours. Can we agree on that?
Hell no.
Well, that's what the
1,000 miles an hour is 1,000 miles an hour, buddy. I don't know what
Yeah,
you're
but
talking
that's the tangential velocity. That's how fast the
1,000 miles
ground.
an hour. So
And
whatever that
that's
looks
how
like on a little ball is what it would look like on a little ball. Then you would have to say Earth
that's
looks like that, but bigger. Like
that's
1,000 miles an hour, but bigger.
that's how fast the
You're
ground
mixing
will
it
raise
up.
below you. No, I'm
You're
not
not a
making it up.
very good globe faker.
I'm not a globe psycher. I'm just saying this has nothing to do
I
with
didn't say
globe.
that.
Just
I
two
said
balls.
faker. Faking for the globe.
I'm saying that a basketball will.
If you move a
when you
basketball,
rotate,
whatever RPMs, that's whatever
not
RPMs.
just one round. Just take it, turn it 360 degrees.
Yeah, but how fast? 1,000 miles per hour.
No, not just one.
So
Just
the
turn it
Earth's
around
not moving
360 degrees.
1,900 miles per hour.
If you is in a helicopter looking at the ground, the Earth,
You're not
the
looking at
ground,
a fucking
the
stationary
ground,
helicopter with the ground not
the,
moving. You're stupid. Shut up. Is the Earth fucking moving 1,000 miles an hour or not?
if you are
There's
hovering
no
above the
if here,
ground
dude.
at the
It is or
equator,
ain't. There's
the
no if.
ground will move under 1,000 miles per
There's
hour.
no
That's
ifs.
correct.
There's no fucking ifs involved in reality, dude. I either kick you in the shin or I don't. There's no fucking ifs.
How can we
How
make
can we
an
go
argument
no
if they're
speed?
How
We're
can
not
we
going to
go?
go no magic speed. We're going to go a magical fucking definite speed. That's reality. 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's the ground
How do you
speed.
scale that
I
down?
agree. I agree. That's the ground speed.
So what's 1,000 miles an hour look like with a little tire and a big tire right next to each other? They both look like they're spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, but they are much smaller.
What is much smaller? They're both spinning fast as fuck. Doesn't matter.
You can
Doesn't
confuse
matter the size, you idiot.
you cannot compare
Can you
tangential
fucking hear me,
velocity
Glover?
with
Glover, can you hear
RPM.
me?
RPM.
Rocky Glover,
What is
can you hear me?
Okay.
Spin two balls, 1,000 miles an hour. Spin a third one. Spin a marble. Spin a basketball. They're gonna look like they're spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
RPMs?
I don't know what RPM. 1,000 miles an hour should be good, right?
You work on engines,
You
right?
calculate the fucking RPM, stupid. I just need 1,000 miles an hour to be itself for once.
Well, as I told you, that's the speed of the ground beneath you. If you would sit and look at the Earth while the Earth is moving, the ground would go past you at 1,000 miles per hour. Definitely, absolutely. You would travel from Tokyo to New York in a couple of hours. That's what you said, right? If you go up in a helicopter and the Earth spins around you, you could sit still and you would go 1,000 miles per hour. But that is still the Earth itself as a ball just spins 360 degrees in one day, 24 hours. That's what the Globers are saying. And if they and that's fine. Hasn't anything to do with flat Earth, but that's the reality of it. Earth spins once per 24 hours, one round, 360 degrees in 24 hours. And the 1,000 miles per hour is how fast the ground moves beneath you if you would look at the Earth standing still. But it's not. That's where the 1,000 miles per hour comes from. That's exactly why we say 1,000 miles per hour, because that's how fast the ground would move under you if you were hovering above the huge Earths going one round every 4 hours. Can somebody tell me if I'm wrong?
I'd like to know what your evidence is for that claim. Go ahead.
It's not evidence, just physics.
No, you see, if you make a claim that the ground is spinning, whoa, you asked.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. This is just physics. I mean, you could do it. You could do it with yourself, tennis ball, and spin it once. Measure the speed, increase the radius at the same as the claimed Earth is radius, and then measure how fast would the ground go beneath it. It would be 1,000 miles. This is nothing to do with Earth or is flat or round. Nothing. Forget the Earth.
Rocky,
Forget everything. It's just
Rocky,
math.
are you actually looking to have a conversation, or you're looking just to preach?
I'm not preaching, but nobody. I mean, nobody else in this chat agrees with me on that thing. Nobody.
Because we're flat earthers, bro.
Well, hold on. We're just for clarification's sake, what I would like to
I'm
hear
just
from Rocky is your evidence.
Is anybody? No, it's not evident. That has nothing to do with Earth. It's just
evidence. You need to have evidence. You need to have evidence, brother. You don't have any evidence. That's a problem.
Calculus. You could put that. You could sit down and make. I mean, this is so easy to calculate. Just put value for
It's so
R.
easy, then show us.
Okay.
Yep. That's what we want.
Show us the evidence of this calculus you're on about for the globe model.
It's not evidence. It's just math.
Oh, you don't even know what evidence is.
It doesn't have to do with Earth or what Earth. It's just math.
So you think the Earth is a globe, yet you don't have evidence, and you believe that math is not evidence, yet that is what the globe Earth is literally based upon.
No, I'm not saying any of that. The only thing I'm saying,
I'm not. I'm saying that.
Okay.
I'm not putting words into your mouth, dude. What I'm saying is,
you want me to show you or not?
Well, all I'm saying is that, like, every scientist that you believe the Earth is a globe, they have used maths, and you just said that maths is not evidence. So why do you believe the Earth is a globe then?
Math. I didn't say math. I said math.
That's what I said too. I said math. Maths.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, math does exist, right?
Yes, but you can't be wrong because humans make mistakes, right?
Yeah, I can be wrong. But you asked me to show it to you. Can I show it to you?
Yeah, post it in the live stream chat. By all means.
Okay.
It's gone dark and cold.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Here it is. This is...
I mean,
This doesn't have anything to do with the globe or flat or nothing. This is just math. I mean, it's easy as... It's just a formula.
We know math exists, right? And we know math can be correct, like 1 + 1 = 2.
Okay.
That's basic math, right?
Okay, here we have. Here, if you put in the values for the apparent size of the Earth, which is 6,000 some miles, and into this formula, you get 1,000 miles per hour.
Who told you the Earth is like 6,000 miles in diameter?
Not in radius. I don't do miles. I do kilometers.
It's 39.59 in radius.
Oh, okay. I do. I do metric, so I can convert in my head. If you put in the values for the R of the how the whatever the Earth is, you will get 1,000 miles.
How do you even get R?
I don't know. You told me. What was it?
I told you.
Yeah, you said it. 3,000 something.
Right, I told you it, but I'm saying, how do you achieve that number physically, me and you? Like, how would we go out and demonstrate that number on Earth?
It doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with Earth. I'm just telling you, 1,000 miles per hour on a bowling ball. If you pump the bowling ball up to the size of the Earth, and you spun that around,
brother, you have no reference. That's in your fucking mind. No human has ever been next to a ball big as they're saying Earth is. When you live on flat Earth, that's not spinning or not a ball. You've never been next to a moon spinning. You've never had the reference of a big ball spinning for you to keep saying this dumb fucking nonsense. What are you talking about?
I'm just talking about math.
Where the fuck is the visual to match the fucking stupid claim?
We need the demonstration. That was my point. Is you can't demonstrate that.
A 1,000 miles per hour?
A big ball's gonna not look like it's moving real fast going 1,000 miles an hour. You're saying it's gonna look like it's sitting fucking still. And you won't be able to tell it's moving at all. That's dumb.
No, that's math.
You fucking idiot. It's not math. Reality is not math. Reality is the total opposite of that. Reality negates something moving, not looking like sitting still.
I'm saying, let's have imagination then.
So
Let's
fucking slow that you need some special toy detector to fucking detect it.
I'm not talking
Nothing else
about.
can detect the movement of Earth. But you're saying you can through math? How fucking idiotic is that, dude?
I'm saying that the 1,000 mile per hour is the tangential velocity on the
No,
surface
it's not.
of.
That's what you've been told for a ball that doesn't exist.
Okay.
Correct?
You want us to do the math together?
No, brother. Listen.
The formula is right in the
Math
chat.
doesn't have material with it. It's only numbers. 2 + 2 what? 2 + 2 is 4. Great, stupid. 2 + 2 what? What am I adding? 2 + 2 what? I have two of what? What if I have 2 pairs and 2 pairs?
I don't know. How the hell did we manage to invent the
Brother,
iPhone?
I'm
If we
asking
can't do
you,
math?
how in the fuck your math is helping? 2 + 2 what?
Okay, so you're saying math is stupid.
I'm saying math is pointless unless you have the
Math is
ball.
pointless.
You have to have the ball, spin the ball, see what the ball does, then say, hey, Demox, you see this ball we see looking like it's sitting still, but it reacts to this thing at 1,000 miles an hour accordingly? Or look at the top, it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour on the little pole.
Okay,
He's basically asking you for a demonstration of said experiment, but you can't do that.
I'm trying to, but you won't let me.
You can't do that because you don't have any representation of the Earth's size. You can't compare it to anything.
Okay, but to calculate the tangential speed.
Calculate nothing.
Of a
Calculating
basketball.
nothing, brother.
Okay, let's take a basket. Can we imagine a basketball?
No, but you're just doing high.
No, because you won't rotate the basketball 1,000 miles an hour. You keep giving it fucking magic speeds that don't exist, like sitting still. You're not going to rotate the basketball. You're going to sit it still and not be able to know it's moving while it's moving. That's what the Earth claim is. Now, do you comprehend or not? What the fuck, dude?
Dude, you can't use it. Dude, you're trying to use the size of a basketball compared to the globe model of Earth, which is millions times bigger.
And speed is speed. So every rock going past your face, every grain of sand on that Earth should be moving 1,000 miles an hour past your eye fucking lids. Just like every line on that little ball, 1,000 miles an hour.
But can we agree that the formula to calculate the speed is the same for a basketball as it is for Earth?
Material? Formula of formula? No.
For a spin,
different things go at different speeds, bro.
What do you say?
Different things go at different speeds. You can't.
Yeah, but we want to calculate for one rotation every 24 hours.
Yeah, but you can't do that.
Why not?
Because you keep trying to compare Earth to a basketball.
Well, you
one rotation every fucking hour or every fucking day is not 1,000 miles an hour. It's slow as fuck. Watch your hand on your clock. Tick, tick.
I know.
Tick. That's not 1,000 miles an hour. That clock hand is not moving 1,000 miles an hour. Stupid.
No, but you're saying 1,000 RPM.
No, you're saying it is.
I'm not saying 1,000 RPM.
Miles an hour.
I'm not saying the Earth is spinning at what is 1,000 miles per hour anyway?
I don't know. What's that look like with a ball? That's a good fucking question since we supposedly know it's the basketball not moving. Now you have no clue what it looks like. I'm glad this is getting through to you. So if you and I spin a bowling ball 1,000 miles an hour and we only want to spin it 1,000 miles an hour to get paid, how do we do that?
Can I ask you, do you know what
Stop asking me questions. You should answer questions and stop stuttering. I don't even know what the fuck you're even talking about half the time. Are you a flat earther? Are you a glober? Do you make any fucking sense or not? What are you even talking about? We're talking about reality. Stick with me. You're not a glober. You're not a flat earther. We're going to spin a fucking bowling ball 1,000 miles an hour. Is that hard to do?
Where do you measure the speed?
1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, where?
How did you get that?
Yeah, where do you get the 1,000 miles an hour?
That's what I'm asking you.
That's what he's asking you.
Yeah, but
you're the one who brought the 1,000 mile per hour thing into it, so you should be answering it.
That is the tangential velocity. Do you know what that is?
On the air, no. On no sphere, no, I don't.
Okay, do you want me to explain it to you?
No, I want you to get a fucking sphere. I want the sphere to explain it to me. Once you spin it 1,000 miles an hour, we'll take a peek.
Yeah, but if you don't understand what tangential
If you don't have an object, what can we understand? You fucking lame.
You need
If you don't have the car, how can we understand the car you're trying to explain to us? We will never. Pull the motherfucker out here and let's take a look at it. Shit. You stupid motherfucker. The ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour, you slow fuck.
Yeah, but you can't tell me. I mean, if you don't know.
Dude, why are you even talking?
I don't understand. If you can't agree on what tangential.
Hey, other guy. If I said spin a ball 1,000 miles an hour and you can get a radar gun, you can get a fucking thing that tells you your speed, and you and I can spin it 1,000 miles an hour, wouldn't that be the end of our conversation and we go take a look at it?
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Now, why would it be 3 hours of fucking stuttering?
I don't know.
I don't either. This is the weirdness that goes on. Guys that know everything, got math for whatever, but don't know what the fuck they're talking about when just use the physical object to represent itself. You figure out what your 1,000 miles an hour is. You already said it's fucking slower than a turtle's butt. You said it moves nothing. You can barely tell it's moving, Democ.
I'm saying that the Earth is moving once per 24 hours.
Now, and yeah, but how fast is that?
That's at the as I say, let's say you are really big, you are like a giant, and you are standing and looking at this stupid Earth moving, hanging in a thread,
get a marble,
and spinning,
get a marble, get a basketball. Hold on, I got you, brother. Get a marble, and actually get a big beach ball. Get the marble. The marble is going to represent Earth. The beach ball is going to represent the sun. Just take some time. I know you're not going to be able to do it right now, but later on, I want you to come back and show me the stuff you're talking about. Use the beach ball for the sun and the marble for the Earth, and spin at whatever magic speed you fucking claim to show us the demonstration of what you're talking about.
Well,
and mark the little spots on the marble to represent day and night and twilight and dark time, and then we'll see. And you put a little camera on that bitch. We'll watch this shit live.
How long is one night and one day? How many hours?
I don't know, magic ball guy that doesn't exist. Who could ever know that on a ball without a ball?
One night and one day?
You'll need the two balls.
Isn't it 24 hours?
Ball
no, I mean a day. When you wake up, you eat breakfast.
There's no set time for a day. Don't be retarded.
Are you saying a day is not 24 hours?
No, it's not.
What is it?
Daylight has never fucking been in my eyesight for 24 hours. What are you on, crack?
Okay, one, not
I see daylight for a couple hours a fucking day, and then it gets night for the other rest of the hours. What are you talking about?
So if you wake up 6 o'clock in the morning to go to work, and the next day woke up 6 days.
It's dark by 4 o'clock.
Is the sun in the same place every morning?
4 o'clock.
Okay, is the sun at the same? Is the sun at the same place?
Dark by 4 o'clock in the daytime.
Okay.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 10 hours.
Where are you? Where are you in the world?
Doesn't matter.
I just wonder what country you're in.
It doesn't matter where you're at in the world. You don't have 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of darkness. You don't have 24 hours of daylight and 24 hours of darkness in the world, wherever you are.
Yeah.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Exactly on the equator, you have 12 hours of sunlight and 12 hours of daylight.
You got 24. Yeah. So what about Antarctica?
You get 24 hours sun.
What about the North Pole?
Right now?
Don't you get all darkness? Too?
Yeah, all darkness. Yeah, all night.
You get all darkness too, right?
Yeah, you can. But it's still 24 hours.
How can the top of a ball be all dark, but not the rest of it?
Why the top of the ball can be all dark? Because it's tilted away from the sun.
What's that look like? What's a ball tilted look like? in a big ass light source 3 rocks away from the sun, where the little grain of sand marble can fit 1,800,000 of them in the fucking big ball of light next to it. What are you talking about?
You take one of those sticks that you use.
Brother, have you ever seen the fucking model of the globe? How big the sun is, and the Earth's like the third little rock next to it, like a grain of fucking sand sitting right next to the sun, basically touching the flames of that bitch. They haven't showed you the fucking space pictures?
Yeah, but I'm not talking. I mean,
what do you mean you're not talking? That's their model.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the
okay,
model.
so get that out. What do you mean you're not talking about? What the fuck
I'm
are
not
you talking about? Then?
I'm just talking about math.
Oh my god, math of what material? Doing what? What kind of material?
A ball spinning. You can make it out of cup.
So why do we need you to say math? Don't you just need to get the ball? We can do our own math, you fucking idiot. You get the ball out. We look at the. We can calculate our own math. Stupid. We might calculate different.
Isn't interesting to know where the
No, it's not interesting to know nothing about no object you're trying to write the math for. How are you writing the math for a ball that you don't have? How the fuck are you doing this? I don't have a ball spinning. I'm going to calculate this ball spinning. That's not here.
Well, I can make a video game.
Brother, oh my God. The
and in
ball
the video game, I can make it.
Listen, every human can go to the store, get a ball, and spin it for themselves. Now we've outdone you. We don't need your retard math. We don't need a story. We've outdone you. We've went and got a ball and spun it 1,000 miles an hour. What's the next step? Look at this fast-ass ball spinning really fast in front of me.
Okay,
not spinning one time a day. Definitely not.
I will apologize. I only thought that you guys was interested in knowing why the 1,000-mile-hour number is thrown around, and I can tell you where that number comes from. But if you don't want to know that,
it doesn't come from anything physical. That's what I'm trying to point out to you. It comes from your fucking imagination.
Fine.
So listen, 360 is what? Every sphere is 360. Every circle is 360, no matter what size. Now you can take your magic stupidity on the fuck on with you, with your stupidness and not understanding that. Every 360 is 360. Right?
Yeah.
The only thing you need to do is figure out the circumference or radius difference from the fucking 360s, whether how big they are or different size. But every circle and every 360 is 360. And now you guys are coming and acting like 360 ain't 360 all of a sudden. Like it's something hard to do or something different or magical.
I didn't say that.
Well, how is it so fucking hard? It's just 360. Here's my question. How can 360 be the same 360 no matter what size? You think there's no more degrees or no more grains of sand in the fucking radius or the attribute of that thing or no more bigger distance in each one of those? So how the fuck are they all 360?
Because that's the degrees. I mean, you can.
No. It should be more than 360. It should be double that, triple that, quadruple that, more than that, bigger than that, bigger than that, bigger. Like a big square and a little square. Are they all square 60s? No, that doesn't make any fucking sense. No.
Okay, can somebody back me up on this, please? Please. Come on, guys. Aren't all circles, no matter the size, 360 degrees, one round?
Yes, they are 360, yes.
All of them.
That was my point.
Yeah, all of them are 360.
Okay, so why do we need magic ones to do any stuff magic? If they all should be the attribute of their self, motherfucker, what are we waiting on? The math isn't going to change. It's 360, no matter what size the sphere is.
What are you guys arguing right now?
Can I
that
tell
Globers don't understand that every sphere...
Who's this?
That they don't have the math of an actual size of any fucking sphere different than any other sphere. They're all 360. They all have the same amount of degrees, the same pi.
Yeah.
The fuck? But one's supposed to be a million times bigger, but it's got the same. That's retarded. That's ignorant. I understand they're all round, but they shouldn't all fit the same fucking category of measurement. Squares don't. Triangles don't. Pyramids don't.
No, they don't.
What's the rule of a degree of a pyramid?
What's the rule of the degree of a pyramid?
Yeah.
I know the bottom of the pyramid is square.
I mean, what size does it have to fit? It's like the same thing, dude. It's the same fucking thing.
Let me see. Four-sided pyramid would.
It's like, what does it take to make a pyramid? It wouldn't matter the size. Just need angles.
No, it doesn't matter the size.
Right.
Yeah, angles, yeah.
So the sphere size doesn't matter. You're just talking sphere versus sphere. You're talking pyramid or pyramid, pyramid or sphere, straight line or sphere.
Yes, I know.
Right,
but
scaled down and scaled up is the same thing.
Oh, yeah, but the tangential velocity will change by the size of the object.
That's what you keep saying.
Well, if you take, let's see, you are an ant and you want to walk around a tennis ball. Would it take longer time to walk through around a tennis ball than to walk around a basketball?
But they're both the same.
A tennis ball and a basketball?
They're both 360.
Okay, so two ants starting on top and wants to go around the basketball.
360. It's going to take them 360 degrees. They have to walk 360 degrees.
But who's going to finish first? The guy on the tennis ball?
I don't care. They're all going to walk through. I want to know who's walking more degrees.
Yeah, but okay, let's see. They finish at the same time. They both start at the top and they end at the top. Both of them. And they end at the exact same time at the top. Who of them walked the fastest?
Doesn't matter.
Well, they finished at the same time, and the guy was on the tennis ball, and the other guy was on the basketball. Which of them was traveling at the fastest speed?
Which one of them covered more distance? If they didn't cover more distance, they're not traveling at faster speeds. If they all covered 360.
So did the ant on the tennis ball or the ant on the basketball go fastest?
They went 360 degrees.
I know, but if a cop stood with a radar gun pointed at them while they were going one round and finishing at the same time, who would get a ticket? The guy on the basketball? I think
all the balls spinning are going to be spinning the same speed.
I'm not talking about
every ball. If you have 50 balls lined up and you put a blue dot on each one and you say, spin each one of these 1,000 miles an hour now. They should all just go zing.
Once again, two ants, one on the basketball, one on the tennis ball. They both travel one time around, ending on the top. Which one of those two ants would have the highest speed? Did he leave? He left. Okay. Anybody else want to chip in?
Yeah, I'd love to know what, as I was asking earlier, what your direct evidence is of this claimed spin.
I'm not trying to prove the Earth or nothing. I'm just saying why we have the 1,000 mile per hour.
No, that's again okay. No, I need to cut right to the chase of this and understand. Do you know what evidence is?
Yeah, but we have to start at the beginning.
Yeah, we are. We're asking you. I'm asking you. Do you know what evidence is?
I'm not going to evidence. The only thing I'm asking, if you have an ant on a basketball and an ant on a tennis ball, they both finish around.
I'm not here to talk about your La La Land situations about ants on balls.
This is the crux of the matter.
I'm not here. No, it's not. Okay, we're here to. I'm asking you, boy. Excuse me.
Will you humor me though?
Boy,
will you humor?
No,
will you
humor? Need to humor me because you're off in La La Land. I don't need to humor you about ants on a ball. I'd like to know from you what is your evidence of your claimed spin.
I don't have any evidence of a claimed spin.
Then you have nothing.
I'm not claiming the Earth is spinning.
Then why are you talking about the speed?
There was a 1,000 mile per hour spin claimed at the equator. Isn't this the soapbox you've been standing on?
I am just saying there is a reason why you are saying, or anybody saying, the Earth travels at 1,000 miles per hour.
Nobody here saying that. Nobody here saying that at all. It's the Earth is a stationary. The Earth is a station. The Earth is a stationary topographical plane. Prove me wrong.
No, I cannot prove you wrong.
Exactly.
I'm just saying,
so how can you claim if I say that the Earth is stationary? How can then you rebut with a claim 1,000 mile per hour spin with no evidence?
I am not claiming that. I'm just saying that flat earthers are. I'm an agnostic, okay? So flat earthers are. Let me finish. Flat earthers say that globers are stupid because there's no ball spinning 1,000 miles per hour.
Dude, I don't care. I don't care what flat quote unquote earthers say. I'm speaking to you about what you're claiming. This is a conversation between you and I want to know what is your evidence of your claim so that we can discuss it regardless of the people that you're going to be attacking. I want to know from you, what is your evidence of your claim?
I'm not attacking anybody about anything.
You just put labels on. You just put labels of flat earthers and globe earthers talking about stupid. I'm having a conversation with you.
I didn't say stupid. I didn't say stupid. I said I'm an agnostic. That means I'm on the outside. I'm just saying.
So then let me interrupt here real quick. So then, if you're agnostic, why are you then giving a crap about whatever somebody says about a speed? That's pretty the dumbest thing I think I've heard, and probably in 2025.
No, because it bugs me when you say that the Earth is spinning at 1,000.
Okay.
Wait.
Why would it bug you if you have no? Okay, sir. No, I'm not. Stop talking. Okay. If you don't have any proof of your claim of Earth spinning, and then you're saying that you're not even making that claim, then why do you care what words somebody choose to use? That's the real head scratcher here. So either you're lying that you do care about, and you know you don't have proof because you are making a claim, or they're just out in la la land somewhere. It's one of the two things that either you have proof of the Earth spinning or you don't. And if you don't have proof of the Earth spinning, then whatever imaginary speed doesn't matter, and none of us give a shit. And you obviously shouldn't either.
I care about truth.
Okay, you said you're agnostic. So if you're agnostic, then there is no truth. Then there is no truth. If you're agnostic, that means you don't have proof of spin.
No, agnostic means I don't know. I want to find out.
Okay, so then it's kind of like asking here, I went to the store yesterday and they have a magic cart where we put all the stuff in and it levitates off the ground. And somebody says, oh, well, what's your proof of that? Well, I can hold 800 pounds in this magic levitating cart. And now I'm going to get really pissed off because somebody said that I can't hold 800 pounds in the magic cart that I don't have any proof exists. So that's what you're doing here. You're coming along with some kind of nonsense about 1,000 miles an hour on something you are agnostic about. If you're agnostic of the Earth is even spinning, then why do you give a crap what somebody says about it? I mean, Killian, am I wrong there? Is there anything, Killian?
But do you think isn't it kind of stupid to say 1,000 miles per hour to disprove the globe if that is completely wrong? Would you agree?
I don't care what stupid things people say, if they have it right or wrong. It doesn't matter. The Earth's not spinning. It doesn't matter what anybody says about the spin of the Earth. I mean, come on. Get it through your thick skull that if everybody says it's 1,000 miles, everybody says it's 1 RPM or 1 RP day, it doesn't matter. All we care about is there's no proof of spin. What anybody else cares to add to that, I don't give a shit.
Okay.
And if you're agnostic, you wouldn't either.
Okay, again, as I said, after truth, the late Nodal.
So if you're after the truth, then you need to get off the question of what anybody says, because if you're after truth, because truth does not have anything to do with what you've heard, whether what you've heard is true or not. the truth is objectively true, whether somebody reports it accurately or they don't. So you need to get off that whole line of logic and stop wasting your time and the 20 or so people who are on here and how many ever who are on YouTube. You're just wasting their time to talk about something that does not matter. So if you're seeking the truth, then you need to change onto another topic.
Okay, let's do that. Help me find the truth.
Can y'all explain how the Foucault pendulum doesn't do it?
If I can explain what?
Foucault pendulum, doesn't that prove Earth spin?
I don't know. I've never tried it. Have you?
I never tried it, but I saw the experiment. I saw the pendulum.
Well, the other guy just said that you shouldn't trust anything somebody told you.
What does Foucault pendulum have to do with the Earth?
I thought that was the whole point of it, to prove that the Earth is rotating. No?
How does that prove the Earth is rotating?
Because it's moving. It's knocking over those things, whatever it's doing.
Do you want to talk about how Noodle actually measured 15 degrees per hour? Did that happen really, or was that some fake news that they just made a TV program on? Because I saw the documentary. Was that a lie? I don't understand. Did he or didn't he measure the 15 degrees?
He measured it. 15 degrees.
So wouldn't that be truth?
I think so.
Anybody else? Do you have anything else except this pendle?
What exactly are you here to debate?
I'm after the truth. I thought that we are all truth seekers, right?
No, I'm just asking you because I can't tell.
Okay, I want to know the truth. Something has to be true. We can't just say nothing is true.
Okay,
so we have to find it. So we have to find the truth.
Mm-hmm. Can you tell me? Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yes.
How? I'd like to see that.
The air we breathe in every day, we're doing it now. No container.
Can you demonstrate that for me in a lab?
That will be a pretty big lab.
Yeah, they have to be the size of the Earth. The lab.
So essentially, you're telling me you can't create an experiment to show gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, but the truth.
What's the container? We talked about this before. What's the container on Earth?
Well, the Glober says it's the gravity that is the container.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I'm a Glober. I don't say that.
Well, that's what they say. That gravity pulls the air down. That's what holding it. I mean, the reason why air in a container doesn't escape is because there's a force acting upon it. I mean, the walls in the container, call it a bottle or whatever, is forcing the air to stay inside. If you break the bottle, air escapes because there's no force holding it inside the bottle anymore. And they say that the gravity works the same way. The gravity acts is is forcing the air down toward the Earth, and that's what contains it. So the only thing that contains gas is force, and they say force is exactly the same as a container. It's just two different
Can
forces.
you provide me an experiment that proves gravity is a force?
If I can, if you have, well, in order to do that on Earth, you would need a black hole, tiny black hole.
So essentially, you're saying there's this force that holds the atmosphere to the Earth, but you can't prove to me that this force exists.
I can point to the Earth and see it works, if you believe the globe model.
You see how you have to say believe?
Yeah, but you have to believe in flat Earth too. Everything is a belief. Everything is a belief.
Objective truth is not about belief.
Okay.
So, do you believe you're sitting on Discord talking to me right now, or do you know you're on Discord right now talking to me?
I don't know.
So you don't know if you're on Discord talking to me?
A disk. I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. Говори по-русски?
Откуда ты?
Yes. Okay. Okay, let's do it in English because that would mess everybody up. You said yes. If I know if I'm on a disk talking to you.
Discord.
Oh, Discord. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm on Discord talking.
Oh, you speak Russian?
Just немного.
Ну, хорошо.
But how can we prove that we on Discord talking to you, though?
Yeah, I don't know. No. But would you hear me if I was not on Discord?
I don't know. Not sure.
Well, that's that. Yeah. We are. This is like philosophy. I mean, it's you have evidence both ways, right? So you would have to say what evidence weighs have the most weight, and if you have two different hypotheses and you think is this correct or is this correct? Well, if 10 things says this is correct and 5 things says this is correct, it's most likely that the 10 things win, right? So what we are trying to figure out is how many things is against the Earth. Is it enough evidence to say that the Earth model is just stupid?
Unless if
it's
there
not
is a
possible.
contradiction in one of those 10 things.
Yeah, but one contradiction wouldn't disprove it. It would just make an anomaly that you have to find out why that one thing. You can't say that you have a 100 thing says this one, but this one thing contradicts it. That doesn't prove that the one thing is correct. Then you have an anomaly, and you have to find out, how come there's 100 correct things on this side, but one thing that doesn't fit with the other 100 things? That we have to find out, why doesn't that one thing fit?
I have to ask you, are you familiar with Isaac Newton?
The only thing I know about Isaac Newton is that he got an apple in his head, and he thought that things fell to the earth, and he thought that gravity was stupid and that mass attracts mass. It's a bullshit. That's what I've heard. Is that correct?
Yes. So,
yeah. Okay.
What making you? Do you think the Earth is a ball, or what you thinking? The Earth is?
I want to find out, because you have one side where a respected flat earthers accidentally measures 15 degrees per hour by the most precise instrument money can buy. I mean, you can't fake that. I mean, that's planes use it to fly, and if it didn't work, planes would fall out of the sky. So you actually measured it. So that's an anomaly. That's one point that goes that's 1 point for Earth. Okay, and then you can say, well, gas needs a container. So if we have a vacuum, all the air would disappear. Okay, that's 1 point for the other side. So then we have to find out how is this scoring up, right? We can't just ignore everything on both sides. I have watched the videos where he take pictures of the black swan, and I can't. That's weird that you can actually take that good pictures of something that's 6 miles away. Okay.
You don't think it's possible that the vacuum just could not be real, and there's another explanation?
Yes, it can absolutely be real that there's another explanation. I mean, I'm not smart enough to just go and say categorically this or that. I mean, that's how it should all be.
Require you to be smart, right? Like if the gas needs to be contained, and it always does, then
well, but if
possible, right?
but if gravity is a force, as they say it is.
Yeah, but don't introduce these ideas, right? Like gas always contained, yes. Therefore, anything else, isn't possible, right? Because there's no other situation where it is evidenced or demonstrated or seen or anything. You don't even say gravity. You don't say anything, right? You say this is always this way, no matter what. Therefore, it must be this way in all circumstances.
But then again, the gas needs a container. Also,
great. Yeah, good.
that presents a problem also, because I'm a diver. I'm a diver, right? So I fill my air bottle with air, and if you fill too much air in that sucker, it blows. That's a really scary thing. Anyway.
Hey, no one's pumping air into the earth.
No, I know, but the thing is, air in a container, it has the same pressure everywhere, and if you put dome over Earth and the Earth and that's the container, you would think that the air pressure would be the same in the entire dome, right?
Everybody knows there's a pressure gradient. There's even pressure gradients in containers. It's just very subtle. The Earth is very big.
Okay, well, that's an explanation then.
It's not an explanation, it's the explanation.
Yeah, but you still can't explain what the Bob Noddle did.
Noddle?
Bob Noddle.
What is Bob Noddle?
He accidentally proved the spin of the Earth, 15 degrees. Everybody did. Bob Nodell. I'm sorry, Bob Nodell. Yeah,
Bob Nodell.
That's what I saw. That he actually accidentally measured with the most precise instrument money can buy, and that's one data point that I find hard to debunk.
So apart from Bob's gyro, is there any other evidence that Earth is rotating?
Earth is
So you have a flat Earth. So your evidence of Earth rotation is a flat Earther with a gyro. Okay. Anything else?
Yes, there's one thing other I heard, and it's what did I call it? Coriolis effect.
Coriolis effect. Okay. So where do we see that?
Where do we see it?
Well, because Coriolis is a apparent deviation in objects when viewed from a spinning reference frame.
The point is that storms on north of equator rotates always in one direction, and storms south of the equator always rotates in the other direction.
Yeah, and is the Earth rotating in two different directions?
No, but that's the Coriolis effect. That when the Earth rotates, that causes storms to rotate one way on the top and the other way in the bottom.
So
that's one point.
So if Earth wasn't, so you're saying that Earth's rotation causes hurricanes?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying any hurricanes that does exist rotates
Well, the direction
one way.
is spinning.
That's not true. That's not
It's
true.
not 100%. Yeah.
There are anticyclonic hurricanes which will spin the opposite direction in a different hemisphere. So you could have an anti-clockwise hurricane in the northern hemisphere, as it's called.
The other thing that's opposite. One thing that's opposite is.
Can I read about that somewhere?
You probably can.
Yeah, look it up. What is it? Anticyclone? So it shows that cyclone's going the other way in the southern hemisphere or the northern hemisphere.
This is this is a much more fun discussion than talking about 1,000 miles an hour. Let me see.
But what about Bob Nodell experiment? Why are you just discrediting that altogether with the gyroscope?
Well, that's an anomaly. I mean, we can't explain that, so that will have to go in the box of things we have to find out, right?
Because y'all
Did you
moved on
watch
from
the
that really quickly.
Did you actually watch the video, or are you just watching, or are you just going on what someone else has told you about the video?
No, I saw the whole film.
I'm going.
I have the film.
Because he believed it was ether. He didn't. He
Yeah, but
as
that
far as
opens
he's
a whole.
concerned, that there wasn't the rotation of the Earth. It couldn't have been the rotation of the Earth. It had to be something else.
Yeah,
and
but
that
that
he
opens a whole
speculated it was. Hang on. He speculated that it was ether. What?
I know. I heard that.
Right.
But
So
that
there's
opens
nothing.
another kind of. Then we can't trust it anymore. Then we can't.
I find it suspicious that you've actually seen it, and then I actually find it suspicious that you say that it can't be explained, which Bob Nodell actually did a very thorough debunking. Bob and the others, Mark Sargent, did a very thorough debunking of that show Beyond the Curve. And in fact, you can find some clips of the debunks down in our information.
But do you have a TDLR on what they?
He said it was the ether because he didn't want to be proved wrong.
I posted a video of Bob Nodell speaking up.
I just find it funny that he says it's the ether, because if he thought it was the ether all along, why would he even do the test in the first place? He did the test because he thought that ether wouldn't be a thing.
But he didn't know about the ether came after. He didn't know about the ether.
He knew about the ether.
Section and then the section on the laser test.
What was that?
Yeah. So ultimately, your first step is to watch the documentary if you're going to talk about it, which obviously you had not because you would have known how to pronounce Bob's name. And then second...
I'm from Norway. Give me a break.
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you're from. If you're from Norway... Yeah, if you're from Norway and you watched it, you would have heard them pronounce his name.
Do you want me to recite the whole movie for you?
Okay, probably because you're going to read it from something.
No, I'm not going to read it. I'm just doing it real quick. It was a movie with Mark Sargent, and there was a whole section about him and this girl that I don't remember the name of. It seemed like Mark Sargent had a romantic interest in her.
Rocky, I recommend that you watch the video posted in the side chat.
What was that? Oh, the poster. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, watch that
but
one.
I have seen the movie, and they went to a flat Earth
It doesn't matter if you've seen the movie. You need to see a different angle where Bob Nodell himself explains what actually happened in that fucking movie. So have a look at that one before you start spewing a lot of shit, okay?
No, I didn't. He said I didn't see it, and I just want to refute that because that's insulting to tell me I'm lying.
You are misinformed, so have a look at the video when you get time, and then come back about that topic again and see if you say the same thing again.
Yeah. But can we agree, though, that if it is the ether, or if they were right that this instrument didn't work?
No one proved any ether, okay? Relax.
Okay.
No one claims ether.
But anyway, if that instrument didn't work, is that an instrument?
It picked up something, but they couldn't confirm what. That's all it is. That's all there is.
Then we can't trust that instrument anymore.
That's all there is. There was no confirmation what they picked up exactly, but it picked up something. It wasn't that 15 degree of drift that you think that happens on the globe. Okay?
Okay. So that was.
So have a look at the video instead of talking a lot. You should be asking more questions than talking a lot.
Yeah, I listened to Jaron because he was pissed off because they tricked him in this movie because he said interesting, right? I listened to him
you're
for
jumping all over the place. Just keep yourself at one thing at a time, okay?
Yeah.
Go through the video. It's not that long. Take your time.
Okay, you're literally like overwhelming yourself, bro. You just need to take things at bite size.
Well, interesting though.
Yeah, don't try and over consume things because that's where it messes you up.
Yeah, but this was a point for the other side because Jaron said that they fucked with him in the movie because they cherry picked that particular experiment, and it said they did many experiments that didn't turn out the way the movie wanted to. Jared said that, so they cherry picked that one thing that went wrong, and he said interesting, and they cut off all the other stuff that. So he said the movie was not fair to him and the flat earthers.
Was that the guy who was a glober, a flat earther for the longest time, and went back to the globe? Because there was someone recently his name began with J. I think it was Jaron or Jared or something.
He didn't go to the globe. He just left flat Earth, but he didn't go to the globe. He didn't do that. He didn't want to do that. I heard a 5-hour podcast with him, and he said that he left the flat Earth because he got too much shit.
Bro,
but
what are you talking about? People, can you just
he was not
go
ready.
for the information provided from the source itself?
Yeah, he asked.
There's a video in chat anyway, somewhere.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, I'll watch it. But not now. Not right now. Okay. Well, I think we're on a really interesting discussion because we're not yelling at each other, so that's nice.
Well, yelling at each other doesn't solve anything. All it does is annoy people, and what will happen if you started yelling and being obnoxious? I'm pretty sure someone in here is a moderator, and they would mute you and tell you to say stop yelling. Simple as. When people are disruptive, they get muted. Simple as. You know, it's like we have rules here, and it's like when we want to debate globe earthers, it's like we don't call them like names and stuff and things like that. You know, I mean, I don't. I mean, other people, they can speak for themselves, but for me personally, I don't call people names because it's not constructive. It doesn't get anywhere, and it just derails the conversation. You know, I mean,
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, you can continue the debate if you want. You know, I mean, that's why we're here.
Yeah, I'm game. Since we're being honest, I mean, the reason I want to get the truth, and when somebody don't throw shit at me, but I get frustrated when somebody says that I can't use math to prove a concept. That's, for me, that's beyond ignorant. We wouldn't have the iPhone, we wouldn't have the car, we wouldn't have an engine, we wouldn't have nothing if we couldn't use math to do anything.
Yeah, can you use math to prove the color blue?
Yes, actually, well, if you split the sunlight into prism, you can use math to tell how that separates into all the different colors. So there's a lot you can do with math.
No, that's doing a test with a prism. So yeah, no, you just need to on paper make the color blue out of an equation.
Oh, probably not. But can you make a new motor for a Mercedes without using computers to model it in the computer with math before you actually go out and make it?
Well, I mean, you took it a bit extreme there, Rocky. It's like he literally asked you like math for the color blue, and blue is a very common color. You normally see it every day.
No. Yeah, I wasn't referring to the color blue. I agree with you. You probably can't do that. But when he said I cannot measure the tangential velocity of the globe by using math, that's just stupid. Because
that's correct. You cannot do that. You can't measure something with a pen and paper.
The reason why I say measuring the globe is stupid is because it's literally that the globe is that big in the glober's eyes is that you can't compare it to anything. You can't measure something that big because you kept going. Because earlier on you were going like, well, imagine a basketball, imagine this, imagine that. That's just
That's just because the scale. I mean, the
yeah, but you can't do that. We've already mentioned that to you, like with the ball and in spinning. Like Democ, who is no longer, I don't think he's here anymore. I think he left. But he was mentioning that like if you spin a ball so fast, like a bowling ball, 10-pin bowling ball, or a basketball, you would spin it so fast it would 1,000 miles per hour. It would not look like it's even moving. And even if you poured water on that ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour, it would still not stick to it. It would spray it away even more erratically than if the ball was stood still.
Please don't yell at me, but what you said there is just wrong. And I can prove it to you, but you won't let me.
Okay, so show me the demonstration then. Show me the experiment.
I can do it with math.
Well, prove it, because that's what we're here for.
Okay. Are you agree that you can make calculation on a sphere the size of Earth? Can you put those numbers into a formula?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not that intelligent when it comes to maths. But anyone else in here is free to answer the question. Like, I'm 100% honest. I'm not good with maths, but I'm good with computers. Okay. But
let's get the Russian guy. Let's ask the Russian guy then.
Yeah, anyone in here can answer him to help him out. Yeah.
What's his name? The Russian guy. You were very smart.
I don't know his name. There's a lot of people in here.
His name is in Russian. Let me see if I can read it.
Well, I can't read Russian anyway, so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the thing is, if you can calculate the speed of the basketball, you can also calculate the speed of the Earth. It's just two different balls. It's just different numbers. If you put 10 centimeters into the formula or 10 million centimeters into the formula, the answer will be correct, no matter how big the ball is.
Yeah, you can also calculate the speed of Superman, right? You can create an entire computer program that shows how fast he's flying. No, it's not, because you're just talking about calculating abstractions to this point. You haven't proven or shown that there's any curvature to the globe.
We're not talking about curvature to the globe. We're just talking about tangential velocity.
That's the point we're trying to get you to. But to try and prove the Earth is curved, but you won't be able to do that because it's not.
I'm not doing that.
You may as well be talking about a video game that you're making. That's the point.
Well, I'm not making a video game, but I could show this in a video game, and that's a model if you would like. I mean, we all play video games, for Christ's sake. Anyway,
it doesn't mean that there's a model of reality, right?
Okay, but when he says
the video game is a video game that you're going to model your globe in, is it 3-dimensional XYZ?
Yeah, because there's different types of video games, dude. There's 2D ones like the original Super Mario games.
What I'm asking is, is it a 3-dimensional flat plane that you start with at 0, 0, 0? Because all I know is I've got Unity and some other engines, and they're all flat planes. None of them start off on a ball.
Yeah. Well, let's forget about the video game. I don't program video games. I make computer programs, but I don't make games. But the thing is,
No, but you should understand the basics of programming at least, if you're a programmer, right?
I do. I can program in Python.
Yeah, I mean, so you should understand the basics of game development. I mean, I'm not even a programmer, and I understand the very bare basics of it. You know.
Oh well, no, I never. I mean, programming is not games, and I've never looked into how you build 3D worlds in games. I never did that.
Yeah, but I said, bro, the thing is I've never touched a piece of programming software in my life, be it for software or games. But I know you start on a flat plane to design your world.
Well, how do you know that if you never even attempted to do it?
Well, what we can do is
because I've seen videos.
We can throw out his example of a video game. Yeah, that's a good way to model. No, he doesn't. Never used it before. He doesn't know how to use it. He can't use that as an example.
Hey, Radman, I've got a great example. We can cut through the chase and be specific. Hey, Guy, can you model a Selenelian lunar eclipse in 3D?
Are you asking the other guy?
Who are you asking that question, me or Rocky?
Our globe friend, Rocky. Go ahead and model a Selenelian lunar eclipse in 3D, assuming Earth's a globe.
I don't even know what that word means. I never heard that word before.
I mean, you can Google
what it means. It's a phenomenon that you can't model in 3D on a globe. One of many.
I can't model anything. I mean, that was just a stupid example. Let's forget the games.
No, it's not a stupid example. You don't even know what it is. How could you call it a stupid example when you said you don't know what a Selenelian lunar eclipse is?
I wasn't talking about your example. I was talking about building it in a game. Me bringing up games was a stupid thing.
Well, yeah, because at this point, the only thing you're talking about is a mathematical abstraction. You can't prove curvature exists by just observing and then creating a model.
Okay, but what I'm saying that what's his name? What's your name with the
Whoopi B.
Whoopi B?
Oh. Uh-huh.
Yeah, he said that you spin a basketball at 1,000 miles per hour, and I wanted to show that that comparison is wrong, and you won't let me.
No, that's the edge velocity of Earth at the equator.
Earlier. You said that earlier. I was literally repeating what you said earlier.
The edge velocity at the equator of globe Earth is about 1,037 miles per hour. That's the claim.
What did you say? One more time.
The edge velocity, the rim velocity, the tangential velocity at the equator of globe Earth is about 1,038 miles per hour. That's not like in contention.
That's the claim. Yeah, I agree. And
so why can't anyone measure that with accelerometers?
Because it's not accelerating; it's a constant speed.
Yes, it is. Uniform circular motion is constant acceleration. That's like 8th grade physics, dude.
Yeah, but that's
you've got a centripetal force pulling inward the whole time.
Yeah, you can measure that.
Okay, then do you know of anybody that ever has, that could ever produce it? Because if you can, we'll shut this bitch down.
Yeah, they have done it many times.
Great. Find us the evidence so we can close the server down and all go home.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't prove... That's
I'll be a globe earther if you can produce that. Shit. I think everybody else in here would too.
So... if I stand on the North Pole, let me just, don't stop me before I finish my argument. If I stand on the North Pole, I am not subject to those forces, right? Because I just spin around my own axis, right?
Right, you're subject to different velocities, because right now you're turning at about 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah, but if I'm standing on the North Pole, I'm just standing and I'm just going in the carousel. there's no forces if I'm on the North Pole. Only if I'm on the on the equator. That's where the force is.
You're probably going inches. Your nose is probably going at inches per hour.
Yeah. So if I go down to the equator, there would be a lot more forces working on me, right?
Yeah, and you're also tilted 90 degrees orthogonal to your original position on the North Pole.
Yeah, but since the Earth is rotating around the equator, the equator would be the place where I was most likely to be thrown off the ball.
Yeah, but you don't feel it moving, though, do you?
Yeah, does your gravity weight change?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Can you prove that, or are you just agreeing with it?
Yeah.
I want you to prove that, because this is interesting.
Yeah.
Because we've got actually evidence to the contrary. There's a UK-based metrology group that released all these gnomes, at least one gnome in a suitcase, rather, all over the world. It was weighted to very precise weight. And the gravity vector of Earth was not congruent with the predicted latitude change in the tangential velocity of Earth at that latitude.
Well, actually, the gravity
correlated at all.
There is gravity. They actually make gravity maps. Submarines, they navigate by using the difference in gravity around in the Earth oceans, because that's one of the ways they navigate under the water. Because
any evidence then that gravity's pulling inward to a ball and not just straight down?
They navigate underwater using sonar, dude.
Yeah,
radar.
Yeah, no, yes. They use sonar. I don't think they use radar. I don't think radar.
They use both, but it's
okay. But they use sonar, yeah. But
Great. Can you provide any data that submarines are rotating around the ball of the Earth as they're going underneath the water?
Yeah, like you said that, like you just said, Rocky, that like it's gravity that's making them go underwater, like around.
No. I said the gravity differs a lot all over the Earth. It's not a big difference, but there's enough difference in the gravity because of the topology. And wait, let me finish. Because of the topology and the composition of the Earth, so you can actually make a map. Here, the gravity is 0.001% less. There is
that doesn't mean Earth is a ball.
No, it doesn't mean Earth is a ball.
Explain Eric's gnome thing that he mentioned then. Explain the gnome things.
Yeah,
where they place them all in different parts of the world, but nothing really changed.
Yeah, it didn't correlate with latitude and the predicted tangential speed at latitude.
Yeah.
I understand there's the Earth gravitational model, EGM-96, is not only used for submarines, it's used for other purposes, mapping, satellites, GPS. I'm familiar with the gravity model. I don't think it proves Earth is a globe.
I don't think either.
Why are we talking about it then?
Okay.
Yeah, then why are you arguing with us if you don't think Earth is a globe?
I just said I said it doesn't prove a globe.
So if you're not a glober or a flat earther, then what are you?
I want to know the truth.
Globe. Yeah,
we're giving you the truth, but you keep saying, "Oh no, that's wrong."
Yeah, but another guy had said you should
you're on a globe. What does prove you're on a globe?
What does prove that I'm on a globe? When I have the data for both sides and I weigh what's most likely.
Where's the data from?
Well, you guys tell me some stuff. I try to find out stuff for myself.
No, I mean, where's the data for you of your globe Earth?
You need to make your own observation, like most of us have.
Yeah. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. I mean, that's what we've been talking about all the time here.
Well, no, because flat earthers have actually gone out, like amateur flat earthers, and they've gone out and done these experiments. You're just basing this stuff off scientists and stuff who are like, they're not to be trusted. Whereas, like, if you see a guy with amateur video who's doing something, you can trust that guy because he's doing something. There's plenty of videos saying that people have done with lasers, infrared cameras, looking at a horizon. All you got to do is look at the black swan thing, right? That literally proves a flat Earth.
Well, it's an interesting data point, but I don't think that in itself is enough.
Why?
That's my belief.
The globe Earth states that like the horizon's about 3 miles away, and yet the black swan, the horizon's about 10 miles away. behind the oil rigs. How does that work on a globe model?
I actually just did the calculations myself today because I was really intrigued by it. I looked at all these videos and I said, how the hell is that possible?
Where are your calculations? Where have you written them down?
I wrote them down in the chat.
Can you link them again then to us?
Okay.
You agree with the mathematical premise, right? 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, giving a 6-foot observer a horizon at 2.8 miles away, based on the radius of the Earth of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, the minimum distance to the horizon is 1.22 miles, right?
For a 1-foot observer.
Yeah, that's the minimum.
But no one's 1 foot. Unless the camera's on the ground, maybe. But
yeah, the minimum distance to the geometrical horizon is 1.22 miles. That's the minimum.
So explain how we can see 10 miles then.
So it can be from 122 and up.
What, infinite?
No, not infinite.
Okay, do you want to know what the actual limitation is? And I'll give you a fraction. For a 1-foot observer, the horizon should be at 1.2 miles away. I'll give you a fraction, and the horizon's at 1.9 miles away. I'll give you a fraction.
Depends on the coefficient, though. I mean, it's not the same all the time.
The atmosphere. Yeah, the atmosphere changes.
Yeah, so it can be 0.1, or it can be 0.3, or it can even be 0.5.
Okay. Can it be 10?
Probably not.
Okay. So for a 1-foot observer, the Black Swan shows the horizon at least 10 miles away. We have other footage that demonstrates that it could be 29 miles away for a 1-foot observer.
Well, I don't find it in chat. I can do it later. Anyway, I can tell you. I calculated. I watched the video he did, and he was holding the camera. He put the camera down on the beach, but then there comes some waves. So let's see, he put it on his face 5 feet. I mean, it should still not work, right? Then I calculated that there was with zero refraction. I mean, no refraction at all. We could lose 8 foot of the closest oil rig in the bottom, and we should lose about 30 foot from the bottom of the oil rig that was 9.4 miles away. If the refraction is at 0.3, we would lose about 4 foot.
That's a different model oil rig. That oil rig is actually shorter and smaller than the other one. The two are Habitat and Hill House. Habitat's smaller than Hill House.
Yeah, I know, but it could be a pole. I mean, it should lose.
You can see the reflection of the water off the bottom below the second oil rig.
Yeah, I saw that.
So you don't have a refracted angle of light to your eye.
I can't explain that.
I know. Earth isn't a globe, dude.
Yeah, but that's one data. I think that's a little bit thin evidence to throw away 2,500 years of belief. I mean, if you believe in God,
too bad. You got to do it.
You wanted the truth. You said that yourself. You wanted the truth, and we're giving it to you.
I want the whole truth.
Oh, we're giving it you, dude.
Sounds like you don't, though.
Yeah.
It just sounds like you're trying to make excuses, because you just said, it's something like 2,500 years ago. Yeah, that's 2,500 years ago. What about the here and now? You know, we've got more expensive, better equipment to do these experiments, and therefore we have debunked the globe. It's flat, you know, as we've stated. Look at that. Look at that GIF I posted of the Black Swan, right? You know, the two oil rigs.
I saw the original, which is much better quality. I went to his page and saw the GIFs are annoying because they keep repeating. I went and saw the actual video, and I was impressed. It shouldn't be possible.
Because it's not possible on a globe Earth. That's the point.
Yeah. So I agree. That's a very interesting observation.
And I mean, it's not refraction because we debunked that too with infrared cameras. That takes refraction out of the picture.
But
the infrared spectrum of less.
Okay. But then I have one other point that cannot be explained on a flat Earth, which goes against that belief, and then I have to start weighing, well, this thing seems to prove this, and this thing seems to prove that. Then I have two conflicting things that I have to find out which one of them are the most likely. And when I have one definite proof of the curve and one seemingly definite proof of it's not a curve, then I have to find out which one of those are the truth.
You don't have any proof there's a curve. You just made that up.
Why do you say that?
Because we know.
What is it?
I already know the Earth is flat. I know there's no curve. You couldn't have measured one. That's how I know.
Okay, so you are saying that no evidence ever will make you change your mind.
There isn't any evidence for a globe Earth.
Yes.
That's the point. There's evidence. Yeah, there's evidence for a flat Earth, not a globe Earth.
What will change my mind is as soon as you measure curve at 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, I can. I mean, I have personally convinced myself that I've seen the curve. So that's my belief.
Where? Like, how do you? I want to see the curve. How do I do that?
Sorry. You've convinced yourself that you see curvature. Is that because you can't see the bottom of a boat?
It's because.
Is that why?
Who said that?
Me, Jedi. You convinced yourself that the Earth was curved because you made an observation where you couldn't see the bottom of a boat, for example.
It's part of the thing, yes.
Yeah, but that's what we've been talking about for the last 10 minutes. You need a geometric horizon for that. And we've shown you the horizon is an optical phenomenon, not Earth curvature. You even conceded yourself that this is a problem when we see a horizon at 10 miles away, when it should be at 1.2 miles away. So I understand that you've got two conflicting pieces of evidence. You need to sort that out in your head, my friend, because what you think you saw, we can demonstrate in flat surfaces. Yeah, exactly. What was the other piece of evidence if it wasn't just that?
No, well, the thing is, I've been a sailor all my life, so and
yeah, again, we're looking at things across the ocean, and you can't see the bottom of things. Same phenomena, dude.
I've seen things across the ocean in my summer cabin. I can actually see Denmark.
How far away?
Oh shit, that's far away. I mean, I see the windmills. They have a ton of windmills out in the ocean, and on some days.
How tall are the windmills?
How tall is a windmill? I can only see the top of the blades, though, sticking up of the ocean, but I can see them with my binoculars. It's really cool. You see them way out in the ocean. You see the top of the blades just spinning right across the water. That is really cool.
You can't see the bottom of them, right?
No,
until you get closer. Okay, so that's an phenomenon.
And that's really far away. So when I can see that, and then I know that when I'm sitting on my on the deck of my boat, which has a really tall mast, and the sun is setting, I can see the sun shining on the top of my mast. So
we explained this to you yesterday, though.
And that's for me. I mean, I can't wrap my head around it. And when the water is completely still, and I can have a really powerful binoculars, a boat will definitely disappear when it gets far enough away. I cannot bring it back.
Of course, because your optic isn't strong enough to resolve it anymore. That's the limitation of the optic.
No, I can see the flag on top of the mast. It's strong enough to see that. If I can, if I can see the mast, I should see the whole boat.
No,
I mean it's the same distance. The rest of the boat is the same distance.
We had this conversation with you yesterday.
I'm still not convinced. I'm still not convinced. So that's too conflict. That's something I have to figure out for myself, and that's what it's all about. It's
okay.
I did my homework. I went to his. I had a really hard time finding his channel on YouTube. Really, it was so hard to find this guy's BDSLM69 is the name of the guy.
Yeah,
took me half an hour to find his channel. And I looked at all of its videos, and I have to say I was really impressed, and I can't off the bat explain that. So that's a data point against. So that's what I'm all about. There's 1 million things we can discuss about this thing, and we have to be honest with ourselves and not just discard evidence because it doesn't matter, as one guy told me yesterday. And
yeah, I appreciate that.
And that kind of makes me a little bit mad, because if there's something I don't understand and I wanted to explain and it just says it doesn't matter, okay, that brings us nowhere.
So what doesn't matter? What was brought up yesterday?
The rotation of the stars in the southern and the northern hemisphere. He's like, okay, that doesn't matter.
Kind of. I mean, I can appreciate it, but it doesn't matter to the surface of the Earth. The sky moving in any way that it does isn't going to change the surface of the Earth, is it?
Yeah, but my point is it perfectly matches the global prediction. What they're doing.
I get it. Rocky.
Yeah, okay.
Don't want me to talk to you. It's like you don't want me to talk.
Go on.
Okay. So that globe projection, do you know how the globe was measured?
Yes. The first measurement was done in Egypt by Eratosthenes, who used a pole in Alexandria and another pole in another city. He knew how far away apart they were, and he measured the shadow and the length of the shadow in both places, and then he had a tangent, and out of that tangent he was able to deduce the circumference of the Earth pretty accurately according to the official records of how big the Earth is.
Okay, so you will understand that our rebuttal to this is we're measuring angles. It's a flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, yes, I don't really understand that logic. So that's something I will have to. Yeah, I don't. I have to look at it because I haven't wrapped my head around. You have to give me some time on that because I haven't wrapped my head around that yet.
Okay, so I'll give you some time, but I'll also point this out. You've got 3 points of a triangle when Eratosthenes is measuring his angle. The sun, the well directly underneath the sun, and the stick 800 kilometers away, not directly underneath the sun. I can perform the same observation in my kitchen. I can stand underneath my light, then go to the other end of my room and then measure the angle of the sun now not above my head. We are talking about angles here, and we've just made a triangle. The measurement is of a flat Earth. You can calculate a ball from your flat Earth measurements if you wish, and you make a few assumptions. One of those assumptions is that you're standing on a ball in the first place. The second assumption is the light rays from the sun are coming in parallel, which were the assumptions that Eratosthenes made. But the measurement, angles, is going to require a straight line between the well and the stick at a distance of 800 kilometers, because the well is described as 90 degrees underneath the sun, and the angle that's measured is a 7-degree angle at the stick 800 kilometers away. The measurements come from a flat Earth. The globe Earth is a calculation based on those presuppositions. So the globe comes from flat Earth measurements, dude.
So, but my rebuttal to that, if you make a 2D drawing of that, just make a circle and make 2 lines from the circle, and then you just draw a line as a tangent, inside tangent to the circle, and then to the sun, you have a triangle.
Yeah, but that's not what
that works. That works. That's probably what. That's probably what I would have done that.
Yeah, but that's not what he did. Do you want to know what he did?
How do you know? Yeah,
because I know what he did. Do you want me to tell you what he did?
Yeah, I said tell me.
Okay, cool. So first understanding is he thinks that he's on the outside of a sphere. You can project that sphere into a protractor. Do you know what a protractor is?
Nope.
An angle measuring device, right? The half circle that you put on angles and you measure the deviations of the two radians. 90 degrees, 45 degrees. It's an angle measuring device you find in geometry sets at school.
Looks like a sextant or something.
Yeah, pretty much. So what Aristophanes did is he thinks he's on the outside of the circle and the light rays of the sun are coming in parallel. That means the light wave from the sun is passing through the well to the centre of the earth. He's also got a stick 800 kilometres away where you can draw a line from the stick to the centre of the earth. The presupposition is that he's on the outside of a sphere and these two convergent points are in the centre point of the radius diverging outwards. The light rays are coming in parallel. So his assumption is that he's on the outside of a sphere and the points from the well and the stick meet at the radius of the earth. He's not drawing tangents underneath the earth. That's not even a tangent anyway. That's a category error. That's not what it's called. But he's making the assumption that he's on the outside of a sphere and he's got two converging radii at the centre of the radius from the well and from the stick. That's what his presupposition is. The light rays are coming in parallel, remember? So he has a shadow on the stick of 7 degrees at the top of the stick, where you draw the hypotenuse to the end of the shadow. That's his assumption. Now you can do the same thing on a flat earth. It's a triangle. The sun, the well, and the stick. And all sides are straight. The straight line of sight between the stick and the sun, the straight line of sight between the sun and the well, and the direct surface of the earth between the well and the stick form a triangle. So it's a flat earth measurement. But you can calculate a sphere if you presuppose that you're on a sphere. Do you understand?
Okay. Yeah, so it works both ways.
It can work both ways, but the measurement is a flat earth measurement because you're measuring angles.
Yeah, but you do agree that what he did was not wrong. If you humor me, if he was on a ball, he would have got it right?
Well, he didn't get it right, did he? He was like a few hundred miles out.
Well,
but I agree with the supposition. Yeah, okay. I'll humour you on that point, but you have to understand the complexities of the argument and the angle measurements and the distances. You understand that miles and kilometres are straight line distances, right? Straight line, not curved.
If you want to tell the distance between 2 points, that would be a straight line.
Yes, not a curved line. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the distance between the well and the stick, 800 kilometres, that's a straight line distance, not a curved distance.
I think he walked it.
Okay.
He actually walked it, but whatever. I mean, yeah, I think we got a good point because we agreed, and let's leave it at that. I think that was a very good discussion, and it was very insightful. Thank you.
No worries, Rocky.
Yeah.
You'll get there eventually, mate. I have faith in you.
I mean, it's interesting to talk to you is interesting, but some guys are just saying talk points over and over and over and over and over again without understanding what they're even saying, and that doesn't take me anywhere.
I appreciate that. Yeah. You understand that this angle measurement to the sun, and that's how we navigate the Earth, right? This is, for example, how we come up with longitude and latitude, Cartesian coordinate system, based on the elevation angles of things in the sky. For meridian, longitude, that's where the sun is, based on the observer and the angle of the sun. And the latitude comes from the elevation angles to Polaris. I'm only saying this because you're a sailor. Now, we had the conversation yesterday about celestial navigation. Celestial.
No, we did. No, we didn't. We didn't touch that. Honestly, we didn't touch that. Because I told you what I told you was that I didn't do the. I haven't done the. I didn't get the course, so I don't know anything about it yet. My ex brother-in-law is a teacher at that school, and he promised to give me the course for free, but I haven't gotten around to taking it, so I don't know anything about celestial navigation yet.
Okay, but you know what? Yeah, no, it's not a problem. But I'm kind of telling you what it is.
Oh, okay.
And what it's based on.
But it goes over my head because I don't really. I don't know enough about it to make sense of what you're trying to tell me. So I'm being honest. I hear what you're saying, but I don't understand it.
It's an angle.
Yeah, I know, but I have a. I mean, I just got the previous simple example, and what you're trying to tell me now, I will have to look into more because I can't wrap my head around it, and I haven't slept for 24 hours, so that doesn't help either.
Oh, mate, you need to get some sleep, dude. My goodness, mate.
Yeah. My wife was pissed at me last night.
I bet you will. But welcome to Flat Earth. You will have many sleepless nights, mate. I remember the early stages, and I didn't sleep for weeks, so I get it.
Yeah. But we can go to a completely different. And you were you from Australia?
No, I'm from the United Kingdom, mate. Just across the north.
Yeah, I can hear that accent because we talked to a guy from Australia. That was kind of loud, I think, yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, that was Matrix.
Matrix is fun. I love Matrix. He's a good lad.
Yeah, but he can get a little bit excited. So
he's Australian. We pardon him. It's fine.
He was yelling.
Well, he's very far away. It's in Australia.
Yeah, but I used to wonder about the distances in Australia because they don't measure correctly on the Gleason map. But as I haven't understood it now, we don't really care about that anymore because it's of no consequence what the Earth is.
Well, the Gleason maps is a flattened out globe, isn't it? That's what it is. North, south.
Yeah, it's and it doesn't work because if you take a ruler on that map and measure it, it doesn't fit the actual distances in real life.
Of course not.
Basically, it's just a concept of a flat Earth. It's not a representation of flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a concept, and also when you're using the map and you're just going to use a ruler from point A to point B, it tells you in the bottom right-hand corner that you have to make calculations because it's a projection, an azimuthal equidistant projection. So these are used for navigational charts, but you have to use the map correctly, i.e. below the south of the equator, you have to make adjustments for distance because it's a projection.
We never use a global map for navigation. We use we pull out a new sheet of map every time we get into a new. Every time these are these rectangular sheets, and whenever we sail out of one sheet, we pull out another sheet, and then we sail on this sheet. Yeah. So we never use a whole world map for mapping our sailing because that wouldn't make sense because you can't fit all the information that we need to know where the tide is, where the reefs are, and so on. So we just have a bunch of small sheets actually that we use when we sail.
Okay, you really need to do that celestial navigation course with your family member, dude, because then me and you can talk about it when you understand it.
So. And this whole thing with not having there's obviously not an ice wall, of course, and that makes it hard to fathom what it is because the circumnavigation of Antarctica is a thing. I'm a sailor. I know people who have gone there and actually sailed around the Antarctica. So that I know they do that, and they have Antarctica on. They are sailing. They are turning around it. They're not turning away from it. So I know they do that because I know people who've been there. I mean, a Norwegian was the first guy to set foot on the South Pole, for Christ's sake. Amundsen. He was Norwegian.
Yeah, that's true.
And this English guy, he came after him, and Roald Amundsen beat him to it. And they were incredible in navigation because they were able to find the South Pole with no modern navigation. And on top of that, he left a tent and a letter to Scott. And when he kindly asked him when he got there to take this letter back to the king. So Scott gets there, and Scott is able to navigate to his. I mean, South Antarctica is the same size as North America, almost, and or the states, and he was able navigating to his tent in this gigantic continent. So they were absolutely able to get to the same point, and he found his letter. He was furious, and he died on his way back to the base because they fucked up where they put the depots. And when Amundsen got back, he was invited to England, and he was treated as a traitor because Scott was doing a lot of scientific stuff. And while Roald Amundsen, he just gunned for the South Pole because that was his mission. He was just going to get there first, no matter what. And since Scott died, Roald Amundsen was not very popular in the UK. You can read a lot. There was a big scandal.
Yeah, we get taught that as well in English schools. Yeah.
Yeah. So Antarctica exists. There's no way around it, and so that has to be accounted for somehow, right?
No, it's not a counter to anything.
Well, no, but it has to be factored into everything we want to explain, right?
Yeah, we know
they sail around.
Yeah. So yes, let me put it like this.
We know these two guys were able to navigate to the exact same point somehow, without GPS, without nothing. We know that they actually sail around. We know the island is there because they sail around it. So that's something. That's something I will have to figure out in my head. And also, we do know that you can call Jaren whatever you want, whatever Shill or whatever, or McToon or all these guys, but they went there and they did what they did because that footage is unreal. I watched it in my VR glasses and it's just awesome. It's almost like being there. And no studio can ever make that kind of footage. They would be hired by Hollywood in a second. So they did go there and they did see something, and whatever that proves, Antarctica is there, and that's something relatively new and that's fun because we get some more stuff to find out, and that's what this is all about. So you see where I'm coming from. It's not all done and dusted, really. I don't feel it is. There's still a lot of things that needs to be addressed.
Okay.
And that's my honest opinion. And if somebody want to hang me for that and call me stupid and I don't know anything, I'm just a stupid guy who believes that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, so be it. Which is a stupid thing to say anyway, because it's the tangential velocity of the Earth is, according, it's 1,000 miles per hour, and it's just going once per day. So of course, if you blow up a beach ball to the size of the Earth, the tangential velocity will be 1,000 miles per hour. That's math, and nobody can deny it. And the other guy I talked to earlier today, he was absolutely refusing to even be willing to put the numbers into the correct formula and actually see, wow, that's how it actually works when you blow things up.
Yeah, it's mathematics. Yeah, we get it.
Mathematics exists. We do have an iPhone. We do have fucking amazing cars. And without advanced mathematics and people who know what they're doing, we wouldn't have nothing.
Okay.
So,
you understand that we can make mathematical models?
we can make medical models of everything.
Yeah, of course we can. It doesn't mean that the model's true, though, right?
No, of course it doesn't.
Cool.
But we can. I can imagine a lot of stuff. So and they've been proving. I mean, we don't even know if they were toting the Big Bang for a long time. Now they don't even know if it a lot of scientists now say maybe we didn't have a Big Bang, and they haven't decided whether the universe is expanding or contracted because they have to find dark matter, and nobody has ever seen or proved dark matter. They just think it has to exist. So nothing is set in stone.
Equations start falling apart. Yeah.
Yeah, and for all we know, there are dimensions, and in another dimension there is actually a global Earth, and in another dimension there is a flat Earth. So we're all right, you know. That would be a kicker, wouldn't it?
But the one we're on is most definitely measured. Go on, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, so that was my rant. I don't want to come off as stupid, so I apologize if I offended anybody. I didn't mean to.
It's not stupid. It's just like you're saying that, like, oh, the jury's still out. It's like the jury's out for you, right? It's just your personal kind of moment.
Yeah, that's my program.
Right? It's nothing for other people. You're saying it's not done and dusted, but for other people here, it's very done and very dusted, and it's very obvious, right? And like just because it's not obvious for you doesn't. It's not obvious for other people.
Yeah, but you have to respect me. I mean, I don't believe in Jesus, or I'm against all religion. I think religion. I'm not against any. I'm not a racist. I love people. I hate Islam. That doesn't mean I'm racist. I just don't like that religion because I think it's destructive. They destroyed some of the most iconic landmarks on Earth. They just blew it to heaven because they thought they were bad, and we lost some really old cultural things. So for me, I despise religion, but that doesn't mean some of my best friends believe in Jesus. But I'm not going to hang them out to dry. I mean,
that's another thing, right? That's just your idea of what Jesus is, right? It's like, I don't believe in my idea of what I think something is. It's kind of your problem, right? You're saying like your idea for how you think of things is right and possible, but people here are just saying, no, you're just not thinking right. You're not approaching it. They're just saying, hey, there's pictures and the curve isn't existing. No one's measured it. These things aren't possible. These ideas aren't possible based on these ideas that everyone agrees on every side, right? These are just very simple things, and you get emotional and you start saying, well, I don't believe this, and I imagine this, and it could be this, and the jury's out, and these people did such a great thing going somewhere. We don't know if they went to Antarctica. I don't know. Maybe they went there a little bit. Saying, oh, it's not a studio. Well, I don't know. It could be a studio. It might not be a studio. Like, just kind of like just waxing poetic about how things are and stuff like that. No one really cares about that stuff, right? They're just kind of saying like, hey, where's the curvature? Where's the movement? Where's the measurements? Where is this stuff that should be very full in terms of evidence? And that's kind of what they're talking about. It's not about how you feel or if you believe in Jesus or if you like people or if you're a race. It's just like, where's the curve? Where's the movement?
Yeah.
You know,
well, my point.
Like, these are very simple concepts, right? And if we add complexity onto it, and we add like imaginary kind of things that aren't necessary, then it can become a complicated topic. But it's not complicated. If we complicate it, it becomes complicated.
Yes, but we were talking about objective truth earlier, and some things are objective truths. Water is wet. I mean, if I put my hand in water, it gets wet. And
also level and flat at rest, right? So, like, you know, you're talking about objective truth, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's an objective truth. But
so you're a flat earther now, right? See, that's it. The line stops there, right?
Yeah,
the entire existence of our world is flat.
Yeah, that was easy. Anyway, and the fact that the fact that these guys went where they said they went, that's an objective truth. I mean, there's no technology.
No, they said they did something. That doesn't mean anything, dude. They said they went. Who cares?
Okay, now we begin. That's disrespectful.
Yeah, I'll be disrespectful. I don't care if they said they went or not. Who cares?
Okay. That's just one point.
Fuel is different than water, you know? Like, I can trust water.
Okay. So, should we continue? I don't want to get into a shouting match again. I'm too tired.
I'm not shouting, I'm just talking about it.
Yeah. It's you say water measures flat, and my point was going and talking about Jesus and stuff. I mean, you say you are for you. I say it's not done and dusted, but for you, you say it's done and dusted. We proved it. Case closed. Right? There's no doubt, and it's only for me to see the light, so to speak. But
yeah,
there
you just have to determine what's impossible, right? That's all you got to do. It's like, this is impossible.
Correct. But then you have the guys on the other side who have the exact same belief that they say it's done and dusted. They are right and you are wrong, and they have the exact same arguments and saying there's no way this and this and this proves the Earth, and you say this and this proves the flat Earth, and the fact that you guys says we know it's done and dusted, it's not for me. So I can just take your word for it, because these guys will come and pull my other arm and say no, take our word for it. Right?
No, it's not taking word for it. It's taking the observations and the rules and the impossible to prove wrong concepts that we live in. Like, that's who you trust. You don't trust people, right? It's not about people. And I like Jaron, or I like this guy, or I like Bill Nye the Science Guy. He's pretty cool, so I'll listen to him, right? It's not an emotional thing.
Yeah, I don't like this science. I think he doesn't make very good videos because he messes up a bunch of stuff. But my point being is that you guys have explained a lot of things, but you haven't explained everything. That's my point. There's still, you can't say this thing fits, it's done and dusted. Everything has to fit, and everything does not fit yet. We haven't figured it all out.
For you, dude, like, you gotta understand, it's like someone can say 1,000 things, right? But if you can test it out on a few of them, then the whole house of cards comes down, right?
But the thing is, one of the things is, I haven't found out yet, is why.
But why is for you to figure out on your own after you've already discovered the objective truth, right? Why? For anybody else here, it's just for you.
But there are literally, I think there's like 15 different space companies around the world with thousands of employees. What are they doing every day? Why are nobody blowing the whistle?
Right? An office worker for 2 hours.
Who pays them?
I mean,
whoever. Why?
You know who pays them. Does it matter?
Why? Yeah, that matters. Don't say that doesn't matter, because that matters.
It matters to you, though, right? Everybody can come up with their own personal way.
Why? Okay, but why would all these thousands of people who goes to work they are spending years making satellites?
Yeah, it's very sad. Right?
Yeah, why? Why would they do it if they're not going to? Why even bother making? Why spend millions and
why
millions?
Does it take years to make a satellite when I could probably build one in a couple of weeks?
Can you?
Yeah, I can.
Doing what?
What kind of information are you looking for?
Yeah, why is not for someone who is like at the beginning to start thinking of, right? You have to determine if this is even true or not, right? And once you determine if it's true or not, then you can start exploring why, right? You're putting the cart before the horse, is what they say.
Well, if you're saying that it's not interesting to know why thousands of people are doing work that benefits nobody, and they pay billions of dollars making all this shit for
then why does it take years then if they got billions of dollars?
You think satellites are out in space orbiting a planet when in reality
I'm not saying that.
Balloons, they're instruments hanging from balloons.
I didn't say that.
People that are working on those things are working on instruments that hang from balloons.
Jetty, help me here. I did not say that.
why are you entertaining the idea if you don't believe it, right? It's like silly, right? It's like, I don't believe it because the why isn't strong enough for me. It's like you just have no idea. Like, why would you even like entertain that idea first?
Yeah, but listen, I can entertain the idea that the elite want to hide certain truths for us, but to build up an entire industry around it when they don't have to. And another thing, they say they went to the moon and they went to great length to fake it. So they faked it, right? So
well, didn't one of the presidents at the time said he made a phone call to one of the astronauts? I mean, that sounds ridiculous.
I've worked in telecommunications my whole life. I can tell you, a landline link to a satellite uplink is trivial. You plug it in, you connect it to the landline, done. How do you think
you shoot 280,000 miles to the moon?
Yeah, but a landline has to be connected via a wire. That's how a landline. That's landline.
Yeah. Don't you think they had landlines at JPL? The president called.
Yes, but how are they getting the signal to space? As it's called.
How do they talk? Houston talked to the satellites, right? I talked to the astronauts. Houston communicated with them all the time, allegedly, right? So
not via a landline phone. They didn't.
No, they didn't. So the president calls Houston. They patch him through to the satellite, and he speaks with them. I sell that equipment.
That's why I think all this stuff is so far-fetched, because it's like...
Why?
Because, I mean, we have wireless technology now, right? But it's far from perfect. So, what you're telling me, they had clear reception in the 1960s?
It wasn't.
Don't forget to do it.
They just patched him through to the same console that the guy was...
through using what technology? I don't care if they patched him through. I want to know what tech they were using.
Yes, piss me off.
Up stories on you work in the satellite industry and your telecommunications. You just plug shit in and it magically works. Because I know that's a lie.
Plugging a landline. I mean, we have been able to call cell phones from.
Yeah, but cell phones didn't exist in the 1960s.
I know, but they had another thing that was called. Did they or did they not talk to the astronauts from Houston?
But if they talk to them, why didn't every movie
let's just one thing. I mean,
this is why I'm telling you backwards thinking, right? Because you're trying to think of the why from your belief system.
No, this is not hard to
excuses for people, right? This is why you're thinking backwards, right? You determine.
Listen, I didn't even get
work, and then you can actually create a why. You can't create a why because your head's all like all over the place, right?
I didn't get to even the point I was trying to make because he brought up the landline thing, which is ridiculous. They call the phone, they plug it into the console, and he talks, and he's routed right through to the. I mean, it's analog technology, for Christ's sake. There's ladies did that in the old days. They were sitting and plugging people together
those were wired
to the moon.
Connected house to house by a cable, and the lady used the patch cable to go from this guy's house to that guy's house. That's how they used to do it.
That's why it's called a landline, because that's why it's called a landline, because it's connected via a line to another person's house. What do you think all those telephone poles are in countries? They're wires carrying like phone cables across, and then they attach to your house, and then they go down into your phone line. When you're talking about internet cables, that's different. One, the internet didn't exist when the moon was like supposedly landed on, but they're put underground. That's different. But landlines, the word's in the name. You know what I mean? It's in the name, landline.
Okay. Well, did they have landlines at Houston?
There is no way someone could call someone on this in space using a landline because there's no connection up there. How is the phone connected to the space station of sorts if it's there?
Okay. They have landlines at Houston. So somebody.
Yes, but I'm not. I know they have landlines at Houston. That's on Earth. I'm asking how they contacted the astronauts.
I'm about to tell you. Can you let me tell you, and then you can decide if it's stupid or not?
Fine, go for it, dude.
Okay, thank you. The guy sitting at a console talking to the astronaut with his headpiece on. Did he have a wire going from a headpiece to a piece of equipment on his console?
That's different.
Dude.
Why is that different?
Just talking stupid shit. We still use headsets
Now we're back to
I'm literally using a headset right now to talk to you. There's no wire between me and you.
Actually, technically there is, because every single cable modem that goes into a house is connected by a line outside of your house into the ground or up a pole to a junction box to fiber optics, which go back to a main switch. And those are all wired to, everything is wired together. 99% of all telecommunications, including internet traffic, is through undersea cables from country to country. There's no satellites sending any internet anywhere.
So basically, indirectly, yes, we're connected via a wire, but me talking to you through this headset, there's no wire connected. But.
You said I was allowed to explain it to you, so then you interrupted me. Is it really that hard to think that he called a old-fashioned telephone sitting on the desk at Houston? They took a wire. I'm not finished. To connect two pieces of speech together, you just need a jack in each end, like an amplifier when you play the guitar.
Dude,
I'm not finished.
I don't care if you're not finished. You're not making sense.
You don't want to listen. Okay.
Because you're being an idiot. You're saying stuff that you don't know what you're talking about. Do you even understand how basic telecommunications work?
I think I do.
Well, you don't, because a landline phone needs a wire to connect to other phones. That's how phones work.
Yes.
Yeah, so where's the landline going from Houston all the way up to the blooming astronauts then?
They use satellite communication. Or
they didn't have satellite communication back then.
No, they used big antennas. They had big antennas sitting outside.
Now it's big antennas.
Well,
antennas are for wireless. Antennas are for wireless, and they're a more modern thing, right?
They didn't have a wire go to the moon, did they?
No, they didn't.
The point they're trying to make is like for cell phones, right? Say cell phones are wireless. Right? There's insane infrastructure to connect cell phones to other cell phones, right? You can see cell phone towers when you drive around. Like, what infrastructure did they have on the moon to communicate 250,000 miles to a landline on Earth? Like, is anything like that?
They had this parabole the first thing they did was set up an antenna that pointed straight towards.
So on the ship, they had entire infrastructure for doing 250,000 mile communication, which has never happened ever in the existence of all of humankind. And then they brought a buggy.
Well, okay. I didn't say they landed on the moon. That was not my point at all. I was going to make a completely different point, but it just bugged me this landline because it's so easy to do. I could have done it if I was alive.
You realize the moon is technically 250,000 miles in the globe model. It's 250,000 miles away, right?
I'm not saying that.
It's moving very, very fast in the
but I know.
Very, very fast.
I'm not saying they went to the moon, but if they did, you could totally connect a wire from a landline telephone in the same room to the console, which they used to talk to the astronauts. That's one piece of wire. That's not the big reveal here. But
no, the big reveal is the 8-second delay that was not in the phone call. There should have been an 8-second delay for radio waves to travel that far and back.
Yeah. Well, let's not go there because we're going to.
Let's not talk about that stuff. Let's not talk about the delay, right?
Yeah, let's not talk about it. We'll be here all night. My only simple points was this until the landline thing came up. Is that they tricked the whole world. They went up there and they tricked the whole world, and they got home and they were like, "Shit, we did it." Wow.
Oh, you didn't
And
see the
everybody was
picture
shaking.
of them at the press conference when they got back, did you?
Yeah, okay, yes. Yes,
Somebody
I
killed
agree
their
with you.
dog.
Listen,
It looks like
listen,
somebody killed their dogs and slapped their horses around in their backyard.
I know, let's not go there. I said, let's say they
Let's
did.
not go anywhere. You don't want to talk about the fact
I'm
that
not
there's no
finished. I'm just going to make one single point here. I'm sorry, my example was just the moon. It didn't have anything to do with the moon conspiracy. The thing that bugs me, that's what I'm getting to. They got back, they were gloomy, but the guys in the back that knew about the stuff, they shook hands and they were happy. They fooled us.
What?
Then why? Yeah, why they fooled us? Because
No, I said,
probably
so who cares? Who cares?
Yeah, but the point is, they fooled us. Why did they go back 4 or 5? I don't remember. Once they pulled it off, why? They had done it. If somebody dares you to jump over a big crevasse and you're not sure if you can do it, you jump and you barely make it. Would you do it 4 more times just to prove your point? If you almost died, if you almost died the first time,
are you going to pay me?
Pay who?
Me to jump over it 4 more times. I made it the first time. I'm definitely going to make it the second time.
What if you don't? You might die. But there's no reason. There's no reason to
fast every time.
This is just derailing from. This has got nothing to do with the moon or anything about jumping over crevasses. See, this is the thing that you do, Rocky, is you deviate from the topic to try and make us forget. Because I've noticed this from when you've been talking. It's like you just change the subject.
It's no ulterior motive.
No, we want to know how they made a phone call to the moon with a landline phone when even today wireless technology is far from perfect. If I've had my microwave on, it interferes with my phone. Yeah? It can knock out the connection quite easily because of microwaves. So how in the 1960s could they have had... There was no such thing as wireless anything back then.
The problem is not really Nixon talking to the astronaut. The problem is that anybody talked to the astronauts at all. That's the problem. Not that Nixon.
Well, the video says that Nixon, and that's the official video I linked in the live stream chat. Yeah, and that's the official video of AT&T saying that we used AT&T network to talk to Nixon using one of those old ass rotary phones. Yeah.
Yeah, that's easy.
And you can't do that because it's literally physically impossible because of how that phone operates. You can't do it.
Yeah, just because you morally can't see why somebody would do something doesn't mean they did it or not, right? That's not proof. It's not a matter of morals, right? Your personal morals are not other people's personal morals, right? So just because you couldn't fathom someone doing something you wouldn't do doesn't mean they didn't do it.
Yeah, but you can't do it. It's how a landline works. It needs a wire connected to another landline phone to work.
Then you do not understand how this technology worked today or worked then. I know. I work.
So why do we still have telephone lines then?
We don't.
Yes, we do. What are you talking about?
No, I don't have it. Norway has disconnected every telephone line, every
maybe
landline.
In your country, but in my country, I can look straight outside my window and still see telephone poles. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's which country is that?
England.
Oh, okay. Probably because people don't want to let it go. I don't know.
Well,
Norway decided it was too expensive, so they got away with it.
There's plenty of services that still use landline phones. Yeah.
Not in Norway anymore. Not a single.
Maybe not in Norway, but we're not talking about Norway. We're talking about America because that's where they did the call. Richard Nixon ain't Norwegian, is he? So the thing is, it's about America, not about your country. So in America, if you look in most places, they still have those poles with telephone lines going on them. Despite people owning smartphones, landline telephones are still a thing.
Yeah.
We have them all over the place. We have them all over the place.
Yeah. So what? So?
Well, I mean, so because it's I know your country doesn't have it, but your country is irrelevant in this conversation because Richard Nixon was the one who made the call. He made it from America, not Norway. Okay?
I agree with you. I mean, it doesn't matter. It was just a funny footnote that we don't have it anymore. It's just funny. That's all.
Yeah, but you're still not answering the question. How could you connect a phone of that, an ancient phone like that, up to someone who was apparently on the moon without a wire, before wireless technology even existed?
Did this guy just say that he doesn't have wires connecting to his house?
What was that?
He said he doesn't have telephone lines connected to his house.
He was in a sci-fi dream world where there's no wires.
So
I don't have telephone lines in my house now.
Okay, yeah. Does your electricity come in on a pole?
Dude, I think he just meant his phone line.
Because all your cable is underground.
Yeah, they're all on the ground.
Yeah,
but there's still cables, though.
You lied.
What do you mean I lied? About what?
You're connected through cables. You're just underground. But mine,
no, you said you said telephone
that are
cables.
down the street hang in the air. Mine are underground. I'm in a development,
Yeah. And you said telephone cables. I don't have telephone cables.
Power, everything's underground.
But I have power cables. I have fiber.
Oh my gosh!
Are there no landlines in Norway?
But is it really that hard to believe you can put a? The problem is that how did Capcom or Houston talk to the astronauts? That's the wireless bit.
Who cares? That's obvious. Hey, check it out. Check this out, bro. It's pros. I'm not going to fight you for the mic. It's that simple.
Okay.
I'll just take the mic by muting all you. How about that? Is that fair? No, pay attention. None of you know what that device was connected to. None of you know whether it was connected to a line that led to a transmitter that had an interface that allowed it to transmit, right? So to make a claim, because he has this interface attached to his head, means I know how the actual machine of the thing that he had functioned. It's just a claim that you can't validate. So to say it had to have been connected to the moon by a landline is a stupid claim. Okay, you don't know that. Okay, obviously, if it's not connected to the Earth, they wouldn't have had a line. They would have had to have a wireless transmission at some point. Now, does a hold on, I'm speaking. I didn't ask you to interrupt. Thanks. So it's obvious that if they were going to send a signal to where they didn't have a line, that they had to convert it to a wireless signal, for goodness sakes. How hard is this to comprehend?
Houston did that. They were speaking to them through analog headset. They already did convert speech to wireless communication. Right. The only thing they did.
Radio, fine. We'll give you ham radio. How's that?
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Well, ham radio is different to a telephone.
Even discussing.
Doesn't matter. Hey, hold on, bro keeps. Hold on, brother. Hold on. The guy who keeps bringing up that they had to use telephone technology and that it had to be telephone technology the entire way. Do you know why that's a dumb claim? Yes or no?
Why?
Because there exists technology that can transfer that signal into a wireless signal. So unless you know everything they did, you can't make a claim about it. So why are you making claims about it like you know what you're talking about?
Well, you could ask the same of him.
Yeah, well, that could be fair. Maybe both of you are making stupid claims. All I know is I've been listening for 5 minutes to people making claims that they know exactly what technology they use when none of you do. So why are you making these dumb claims?
I mean, I don't even know where it stemmed from, to be fair.
Well, it stemmed from you see the guy in the office using a phone, okay? He has a phone to his ear. Let me ask you this way: Did you validate what type of phone that was, or did it just look like a phone and you made claims about it because it looks like a certain type of phone? The answer is you didn't validate what type of structure that phone had. For all you know, it was a phone that was made to look like a regular phone, but it was something completely different. So why are we making these claims when we have no way of actually knowing what they actually did in there? For example, I could simply make the claim that the phone that he had to his ear wasn't doing anything. It was purely a dummy phone. And the actual transmission was coming from a speaker in his desk. You see how easy this is? I mean, good grief. Amateur hour. Now, I'm only saying this to just help you scrutinize your own claims better. Because I just defeated your claim so simply when your entire claim rested on that they couldn't have used traditional wired phone technology. So your opponent only just has to agree with you and then just offer a speculation that could provide an alternative. And then you have no point anymore. That's why you stick to claims you can actually validate. I rest my case. I'm off to work. Peace.
All right.
Yep.
But back onto the question that we still haven't had an answer for, Mr. Rocky, is you said you were going to get a demonstration or an experiment per se of the curvature of the Earth. Do you have anything? If you searched anything up online?
No, what I said, I have witnessed it myself. And for me, that is impossible to explain on a plane. And you can say wait, let me just finish, please. I'm tired. I've seen it, and I know that it's no other way to explain it that it is a curve. It could be a big tide, for that matter, a big bulge in the water, but it did definitely. I could take up my powerful binoculars. I could see the top of the mast clear as day, but that's all I see. From the top of the mast down, it was nothing but water. Resolution or not, I could read the flag, but I could not, for the life of me, see the rest of the ship.
I mean, that's because that's because of vanishing points, bro. You can only see so far.
Well, it's not just because of a vanishing point. Hold on, let me jump in for a second, right? There are specific conditions that you can get where that effect is perfectly explained, right? It's not like a flat Earth talking point, right? It's just a particular weather condition, right? It's when you have a vertical temperature gradient where you have warmer air closer to the surface of the water and cooler air above, right? So you have like an inverted refraction effect, right? It's called sinking refraction, right? So if you look at the definition, right? I'll just read it out, right? Hold on, just a second, right?
Read it out. Read it out.
A refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And I can give you citations to this type of thing. It usually happens on a clear day. It's more likely to happen earlier in the morning or later in the afternoon, but it's not rare.
Yeah, but there is no.
Sorry?
There is no horizon on the flat Earth.
Yeah, there absolutely is, right? Hold on a second, right? A horizon, right? A horizon, as explained in architecture manual, or if you look at any advanced art manual, a horizon is just a vanishing point between. It's just a straight line between vanishing points. Okay, so that's why in video games, right? Video games are laid out on a flat map, but you still have a horizon, right? Because we have perspective, right? Any camera or the human eye has a convergence. You're going to have a horizon as a natural product of perspective. Right? It will be at a different distance depending on the focal length of the viewing device, the lens that you're using, right? Or the height that you're at, or the weather conditions, right? If you're looking over water, right, it can appear in different places depending on the temperature gradients and things like that. But right, Grand Theft Auto, any of these, like all these games are made on a flat map, right? But you still have a horizon, right? It's something that you would absolutely have. A horizon's just an apparent location, right? Apparent being the key word, where the sky and the ground meet. So yeah, it's absolutely possible on a flat surface, right? And it's very rare to have this sinking effect, right? On a broad scale. It depends what area you live in. Because, I grew up in Australia on the East Coast, boating myself, like out in the ocean a lot and fishing a lot at the river mouth, always watching the big boats go out to sea. And what happens, like most of the time, is they just get smaller and smaller and smaller, and they kind of fade off into the thickness of the atmosphere because they get too small to resolve, right? And the atmosphere is pretty thick over distance. But yeah, you can, on occasion, get that sinking effect. And you can also have a small ocean swell can block a large object in the background. But yeah, there's also other effects that can also. Yeah, it doesn't prove like a global flat Earth. It is explainable.
Okay. But Norway has the second biggest coastline in the world, actually. There's no other country than Norway that has, we have the longest coastline. After Canada is first, and then Norway.
Oh, we're going to take that.
What about Australia?
No, shorter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how big the coastline is because you can only see a specific distance out to sea.
Okay. And we have something that's called tall ships race, which means there are hundreds of really, really big sailboats out, and the entire horizon is filled with them. And I've participated in every single one of them, going south, north, wherever. They all did the same thing every day of the race, everywhere.
That doesn't always happen, though, right? I could show you footage right now.
I know.
Okay, look, I can show you. Let me finish. Okay, I can show you footage where you can see a big giant boat. Right, it looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, like you're talking about. You can only see the top of it. Right, the boat didn't move, and a few hours later, you can see. See the entire boat again. It didn't move. All it changed.
That's a rare occurrence, right?
Hold on.
No, it's not a rare occurrence.
Not rare.
DJ. Yeah, listen.
Okay, that's rare.
Like he's only trying to convince himself that it's a ball. No matter what he does, he's just trying to convince himself because he knows that it's flat now, and he's still trying to convince himself that he's on a ball. He went to a race, boats disappear over a curve, but yet he can't tell us how far that is.
I mean, Rocky, when you came in here, you said yourself you're looking for the truth. We're giving you the truth, but for some reason you're not accepting it. Is there a reason for that?
Great length of that like an hour ago.
You see what Radwin posted in the side chat? 52 after the hour, it's the last post, right? You can see here, right? It's just a time lapse throughout the day. And you'll see the conditions changing so much. Right? Just due to temperature fluctuations, right? Weather conditions constantly changing.
Water temperature changes as the water moves around, all that. That's what causes that. So when you look with your binoculars at one time, which part in that picture, if you take a snapshot of it, were you looking through? When the water was up in the air or when the water was down below?
That's a time-lapse video.
That's the point, right? So you can see how much it's fluctuating just throughout the day, just from the weather conditions changing, right? That's like what I was talking about in my video. It looks like the ship is over the horizon, right? But then a few hours later, you can just see the ship completely again. And what happens when you get sinking refraction? It makes the horizon looks like it's much closer, and it magnifies the object that you're looking at. So it actually looks closer than it is, and it looks bigger than it should look, right? You can see that in any of these examples with the ships, the big ships that look like they're over the horizon.
I don't dispute that. I'm just saying it doesn't happen all the time.
No, it doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes they appear like they're up in the sky, right? Because when you have an inversion of that temperature gradient that I was talking about, when you have the cooler air closer to the surface, you get something called looming. And it can make things appear like, have you seen those images where it looks like there's a ship that's higher than it should be on the horizon? Looks like it's almost in the sky, basically.
I see
that's the opposite. That's the opposite of sinking, right? So I'm just saying it doesn't prove a flat or a globe Earth, and it's just not definitive proof that boats over the horizon is proves a globe.
Perfect. Then that's what I'm saying. So the fact that I'm able to observe this all the time, not just one or two times, I see it every time. For me, that's don't contradict me. That's for me. For me, not for you.
Recording everything. All you do is go and look really quick and go, look, I'm looking over a ball because I can't see anything.
So you're saying a GIF is more proof to me than my own eyes. That's what you're saying.
Yes, it's showing you what you're doing at any part of the day. One of those snapshots from that GIF is what you're looking through. The next time you go 4 hours later and do it again. You're going to see something different. It happens all the time. I live on the Great Lakes. I know what it looks like.
Yeah, but I'm saying it doesn't happen all the time. It happens sometimes.
All the time, every day the weather's different. Every single day the weather's different.
It is.
Every single
That
day,
particular,
as long as
that
temperature
particular
and water
effect.
always the same temperature, you're going to get roughly the same effect.
On the particular effect that a ship actually appeared to sink into the ocean does not happen all the time.
I don't know why you keep trying to defend the globe when we're giving you the
I'm
truth.
not saying. I'm saying the other guy. The other guy. What did you say? He agreed
all
with me.
the
That is
time.
not.
I didn't say the boat sinks all the time. I didn't say it floats in the air all the time. I said that image I posted, that happens all the time.
Yeah, he's saying that it's always changing, right? There's always fluctuation in temperatures.
Yeah, but that doesn't
right? So
explain.
you're always going to have all sorts of different atmospheric effects and combinations of them constantly.
Yes, but
You can literally do temperature refraction in your own home.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I've got a video of it. I'll post it in the live stream chat.
Yeah, that's true. You can repeat the exact same thing on a small scale.
Yeah,
that's because refraction is a thing. But for me,
but refraction doesn't have a specific. It doesn't have a set effect, right? It can do all sorts of things. There's a big list,
and it's not consistent.
It's not consistent.
It's not consistent. No. It's based off temperature. Like you won't get refraction in cold weather.
Yeah. Sometimes it's no refraction, right?
No, there's always refraction. It's different.
But
sometimes it's more severe. Sometimes it's less. Sometimes it can have the opposite effect than the next day. Sometimes there's more. Sometimes there's less.
But what I experience when I'm out to sea, there's never any difference.
What's interesting about that? Let me respond to that quickly, right? So what's interesting about that is where I'm from in Australia, I've never seen that happen. Right, I grew up like on the Gold Coast, right, just down the road from the beach. Spent my whole life surfing and boating and fishing, and always we have a lot of cruise ships there. Always watching the fishing boats and stuff go out to sea. I like watching them go out, and I've never once seen that happen. Right, so different environment, different effects happening where I lived. Right? Maybe it's different where you are.
You should have seen it just because of refraction. You should have seen it.
No. Refraction doesn't,
because these guys say it happens.
Thinking refraction, it doesn't always happen, dude. Sometimes you have lumens. Sometimes you. Okay, look, I have. Let me say this last thing. Okay, we have video footage of a giant boat. Right, boats don't get much bigger than this. It's like a giant ocean liner thing. Okay, it's out to sea, and it literally just gets smaller and smaller, and it's too hard to resolve because it gets so small you can't see it anymore. It doesn't start to disappear bottom up. Right, and then you zoom in on it. The guy zooms in, and it brings back you can see the entire boat again. Right, it didn't disappear over the horizon. It just got too small. Right, below 0.02 degrees, so the human eye can no longer resolve it anymore. And then you zoom in, and you can see the whole boat again, and you can still see the horizon behind the boat. Right, so that happens sometimes as well.
So either that day there was crazy refraction, or the boat hadn't passed the horizon yet. One or two. That's my position. But let's. I'm tired of actually discussing this because we're never ever going to get anywhere.
Well, you wanted the truth, and that's what we're giving you.
Yeah, I'm saying my truth is what I see with my own eyes, and I see every ship. I'm out. I'm in the entire country. That's my point. My entire country is on the coast, and we are at sea.
So's mine, dude.
What?
So's mine. I live on an island.
Yeah. So, but we just have a lot more of the coast. So most people live on the coast because that's what we do. And you live in England.
Yeah, but I don't get why you came here for truth, but then you just disregard what we're saying like it's not true.
Because it goes against what I've experienced myself. If somebody told you...
Yeah, but what have you experienced? Tell us.
You didn't experience refraction. You just applied your idea of what refraction is to these examples.
You're ignoring a known type of refraction, which is called sinking refraction, and replacing that with Earth curvature. You're actually denying refraction, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No,
it's just making up what he thinks.
Yeah, but we did agree that we did agree that sinking refraction doesn't happen all the time, right?
Yeah, and boats. I can show you proof that boats don't do that all the time, right? I can show you proof. You don't just have the curvature of the Earth where you live, dude. Where I live, and in the videos that I have to prove my point right now, it still would have to be the same rate of curvature.
I would like to see that video you talked about with the big ship.
I'll just find it.
Okay. Anyway, especially downward acceleration is downwards refraction. I think it has to do with particularly warm water. And we don't have a lot of that up here.
Oh, no, actually. It can happen. It's to do with the vertical temperature gradients in the air. It doesn't have necessarily to do with the temperature of the water, but it can come into play. It just happens when you have a warmer layer of air and then a cooler layer of air above it, right? And the cooler air is more dense, right? Because and it has a higher refractive index. Light will slow down more in the cooler air, right? And cause that sinking effect.
But the heat of the ocean has a lot.
No, it's
does impact it does impact. Let me finish. It impacts the temperature of the air near the ocean.
Making up stuff, dude. You keep just making up stuff. It's the temperature difference between the two mediums, between water and air. It could be 100 degrees outside and 80 degrees water. You're going to get that effect. It could be 20 degrees air and 0 degrees water. You're going to get an effect. So don't sit there and say, well, the water's cold. However it happens, it's because it's the temperature difference between the two, and you're looking straight through it at 5 feet above the ground. So that's all you got.
If you look into this, dude, you'll learn that you can have, right, just say you're looking out at over 10 miles, right? At 5 miles, you could have an inverted temperature gradient, right? So you could have a looming effect at the 5 mile mark, and then you might have a completely inverted temperature gradient just a few miles further out. That's how much it can fluctuate, right? Just kind of like that GIF that Radwin posted of the time lapse, right? You see how much it's warping all over the place constantly, right? You can have huge differences in vertical temperature gradients over just a few miles, right? If you read up on it, it will tell you that.
Okay.
Realize the time lapse, one picture snapped after the other, right? It's one picture, it snaps, and it waits maybe a minute or however long. Then it takes another picture. You realize that, right? Those are all different pictures on the same day, one after the other. So one time did you look out, and that's how you have to look at it. When you look out at something, it's not going to look the same at 8 o'clock at night if it's still light outside. So that's just reality. And you can see farther at night. You can see lights farther at night than you could during the day on the ocean. Boats that weren't there will appear to light up again.
I'm just reading about refraction.
All right. Remember, there's different types of refraction, light and temperature.
Yeah, normal refraction generally requires two transparent mediums, right? And then you've got atmospheric refraction, where you've got a whole list of things like sinking, stooping, looming, superlooming, inferior mirages, superior mirages, right? And they can all work in combination with each other. You could have 2 or 3 different effects happening at the same time, right? And at different distances, right? Through the one viewing, range. So yeah, it's pretty complex. It's very hard to gauge exactly what's going on. So that's why all I'm saying is I wouldn't specifically say that I see boats going over the curvature of the Earth when it is explained without any curvature being present.
I mean, refraction is really complicated, and most of
you can't just say refraction, right? You can't just hand.
No, I'm not that. I just said I didn't. I said it's really complicated. It's a really complicated.
You're
topic.
Just saying it's complicated, right? So you're getting that little sticker on your chest that says it's complicated, guys. Like, it's not that complicated,
You just
like,
need to learn
because you don't got anything else.
Well,
You just need to learn to understand how it works.
Well, it's so complicated that you literally wrote the wrong thing on the Black Swan picture. Actually,
I mean, no, we don't. But like, what do you want? Do you want like a dummy's guide to refraction or something? I mean,
no, you wrote the opposite thing on. You wrote the wrong you wrote the wrong thing.
Okay, right. Hold on. Firstly, I found that boat. Have a look. Okay. Have a look what I just posted in the side chat. Have a look at that. Right. It's not going over the curve. It's just getting too small. Right. When he zooms out, you can't even see it because it's too small for the human eye to resolve. Right. It's not over a curve. He zooms back in. You can see the entire boat and the horizon behind the boat.
it's just that like our eyes aren't that sophisticated, right? We have a vanishing point. Like, you know, you can't see forever. You know, so something as big as I mean, that's a cruise ship. They're long as a football field, if not bigger. But as you go far away from it, it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller until it just looks like it's disappearing over a curvature, but it's not. It's just going out of your sight because you can't see that far.
It's correct, at least.
Hey, now, can you explain what's the problem with the Black Swan?
Not just a caption. It says max. The max distance to the geometrical horizon is 1.22.
No, that's correct. Yeah, you can check that. Let me explain it quickly. It is right. I'll prove it to you.
Okay, first let me tell you why it's wrong. Okay, I'll tell you why it's wrong, and you tell you why it's wrong, and then you tell me. Okay, because it should be the minimum distance to the refraction is 1.22, because refraction normally raises things up. That's what all the pictures we take show anyway, which means that the horizon cannot get, the geometrical horizon cannot get any closer than 1.22 miles unless there's negative refraction. In that case, it can be, then there's not max or min. It should be the geometrical horizon is 1.22, not max, because it's not max. You can have a horizon further away with refraction. So that's logically wrong to say it's max.
So, respond to that. Okay, so when we're talking about the geometric horizon, that's the whole thing in question in the Black Swan observation. Okay, so let's do a hypothetical quickly. Okay, so let's say we can remove the atmospheric conditions, right? If so, the geometric horizon, right? It's a physical location that blocks your view from seeing any further on a globe. So if we hypothetically remove the atmospheric conditions from 1 foot observer height, the horizon line on a globe is at 1.225 miles away from the observer. Yeah. It cannot move unless the observer changes their height. Okay? It's physical, right? Everything past that point has to start to hide behind it, its height, right? So if we now add back in the atmosphere, okay, it's still there. It still has to be at 1.225 miles because that's where the geometric horizon is. Right? Not the apparent horizon, the geometric horizon. No, the geometric horizon. Right? Mm-hmm. That's the thing that you guys need to be able to prove exists in the first place.
Fair enough. But
so there's no type, hold on, because we can see the horizon, right, past 10 miles. There is no type of refraction effect that can allow you to see 1,000% further than what you should be able to see. Okay, so guess how high you would have to be, have a horizon at 10 miles. You would have to be 65 foot in the air to have a 10-mile horizon. Right? This is down at 1 foot. And there isn't, right? There is, if you look into it, there isn't any type of refraction effects that can, like, okay, so this is what the globe is trying to say. Okay, really there is a geometric horizon at 1.225 miles. Everything behind it isn't really there. Right? And everything behind it is perfectly refracting up to make it look like it's flat.
That's what the model
at 2 miles, at 3 miles, at 4 miles, everything's just perfectly refracting up, completely hiding the geometric horizon. We cannot detect it. We cannot see it. it no longer matches the definition of what a horizon is. Okay, so you need to prove that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon in the first place. That's the problem the GlobeSite had. Can't do that.
But that was not my point. Was just that either if the geometric horizon it's at 1.22 at 1 foot, it's not max. It just is.
Yeah, it has to be there. It can't move
so
unless the observer height changes.
Remove the max because it's not going to get smaller or bigger geometric. It's just it is what it is. So there's no max or min.
It has to be at 1.225 miles from 1 foot observer height.
Yeah, so it's not max. Writing max is stupid because that says it can change.
I didn't write that. Don't worry about that. Just worry about what I'm saying.
But this is what I'm saying. Somebody wrote in the comment, "Holy shit, negative refraction?" ? So that's not a thing now, Eric Amish.
Is there anything wrong with the 1.2 mile thing?
Oh, just that it's 1.22 miles. I mean, if it's there, it's that. It's not max or mean anything.
How?
The max
You need to prove to us that why we can see further than that, and it's still flat. There's no curvature.
Look. Well, the maximum distance.
That's a problem.
Okay, hold on a second. The maximum distance from a 1 foot observer height that the horizon can be is 1.225 miles from a 1 foot observer height. There's nothing wrong with what it says.
Yeah, it's okay. Well,
it doesn't need to say the max distance, right? It just needs to say the distance.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter. It's still the maximum distance. It's still correct.
It was hair splitting on my side. But anyway, Eric Amish is writing in the comment, "Holy shit, negative refraction, ? Now
he's writing another message. I'm sure he's responding to you right now.
Well, the max
Eric
was fine,
Amish is
so it wasn't wrong.
very well versed. Amish is very well versed in this.
Oh, okay. It just seemed like he was just looked like he was questioning. Holy shit, negative refraction. Okay, whatever. Yes, this has been fun as always. It's I think it's very interesting. Some of you guys know a lot of stuff. That's pretty impressive. And I have to really admit, after watching MLBD, whatever, 69's videos, that's puzzling. I haven't figured that one out yet.
There's a lot of other good ones as well. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And there's a lot of other really good ones as well. It's not just from that.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting? We actually had a guy that comes here who's a math professor named Matt. He went there with his telescope, right? He's a globe earther. And he did the same thing. He went to check it for himself and he was able to see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on a globe as well.
Is it Matthew Lawrence?
Yes.
What was his name?
Yeah, his name's Matthew Weathers. He has like 15 million subscribers on YouTube. Super nice guy. He comes here and debates the Earth.
This one YouTube video is where that professor standing on the screen and he makes a mistake on the screen, and then it becomes reality. He's in the video too. He's acting to himself. That's Matthew Lawrence. If you've ever seen that.
Webbers or learners?
There are more drastic videos as well where we can see. If you just type in a teacher tricks his students, it'll probably come up right at the top.
Teacher tricks
pranks his students.
Who's hot micing?
Fixes projector screen. Okay.
We got him.
That's the guy. Yeah, that's
Yeah, so I have his photos from the same location. He attached his phone to his telescope and did the same observations.
Yeah, but I hope you are able to learn a little bit from me as well, so that this is not just a one-way journey for all of us. So
good talking to you, man. Yep.
Yeah. I'll tune in. Can I get picture posting privileges, please? I'm not going to spam with millions of memes like some guys do. If there's anything.
Only the people with the green moderator role can give that out, and I don't think there's anyone in current chat at the moment who has that. But next time,
okay. If you know anybody, send them a message and ask if. Just say
you have it.
Yeah, I think there are moderators online. I mean, you might be able to DM them and ask. I don't know.
No, it should be good.
All right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna spam. Don't worry. Yeah. Yep. Okay. You guys have a good one, whatever you are.
Yeah, you can post images now.
Oh, okay. Cool. I didn't even know. I run my own Discord server, but I didn't really know you could limit that kind of stuff. I run.
It doesn't really matter if you try to spam. The bot will just take your role away. So I mean, don't.
Yeah. I actually run one of the world's most advanced simulator racing center. I don't think there's many people in the world.
He doesn't know anything about video games.
I can do race games. I can't make them, but I can play them. So that was not really an argument.
So you play a racing game. Is that the simulator?
Yeah, I can show you. Take a look. It's the coolest thing ever.
No, that's all right.
It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Just take. I posted the page in the chat. You can see, and I have one of the world's most advanced racing simulators, and I have 20 of them. So it's and I've written all my software for everything we do, all the all the software that we control, all the games with, and put people in our lobbies. I've written my own scoring system, and it's a really cool place. So I spent 15.
Can you give yourself more points? You give yourself more points than others?
One more time.
Since you wrote the scoring system, can you give yourself more points than other people just for pure fact? By your name,
I don't participate because I'm running. I'm there to make money, so I'm sitting at my console and giving everybody a good time. It's not right for me to race with the customers because I will just beat them, and that's not nice. So I've been doing this for. I built this up from the ground. It took me 17 years to build this place. So, and it's a really cool place.
Very
and
impressive. It looks awesome. Yeah, I was just having a look on you. It looks fun.
Yeah, I haven't seen anywhere in the world that has anything that's more advanced than what we have built. So nobody's stupid enough to spend that much money on things like this. And a lot of them that did exist went bankrupt under COVID. So
awesome.
Yeah, that Adam Unsalted, that's childish.
You don't think that's circumnavigating?
Does that actually exist somewhere? That's probably in China. Okay, I'm sorry. There was a star on add to favorites that was blocking the C, I, and R. So I read com navigation. That's why I said it was childish. Sorry. It just blocked the C, I, R. So I just read com navigation. I was like, okay, right. Oh, that's where we are.
Hey,
sorry.
Your comment
my
makes,
bad.
Makes perfect sense now.
Yeah, that was my bad. But it's a cool roundabout though. But yep. Since you guys tell me to look into a lot of stuff, and I do, then you guys can take a look at how they are for a fact circumnavigating Antarctica, because I know people have been there. So they do this every year. So you can look into that, how that will fit into everything, and maybe tell me how that works, because that would.
Yeah, we already
circling around Antarctica, around the so-called continent of Antarctica.
Yeah, they do that. I know people have been there.
They don't actually do that.
They do that. They do that. I know people have been there. So That's non-negotiable.
Okay, can you drop
that.
some evidence of that so we can actually have a look into it?
Well, I don't think I'll be able to give any evidence that will satisfy your need for evidence because I can show you 10,000 pictures. Or and I can give you
even just a claimed path, right? A claimed path that people claim to have made going all the way around Antarctica. Just
well, that's all. That's easy.
Whatever convinced you.
Because I know the guy went
so I
there.
can have a look into it. Yeah.
Yeah, and they do it. So I think it might even be. I don't know if they televised it. I don't know if they did that. This might not be any money in televising stuff like that.
Right, because countless amounts of people have circumnavigated the Earth east to west, right? But nobody's ever done it north to south. Right? Gone across Antarctica, right? And then come back around up on the other side of the globe, right? Because that wouldn't be possible on a flat Earth.
No, but people do that, actually.
Well, no one's actually done it, right? Because if you have a look into it, the only claimed north to south circumnavigations, if you look at the path they took, like one more orbit in 2019, one people usually bring up, right? They just they go down to Antarctica, and they jackknife, right? They kind of take a right turn at around where South Pole Station is, and they just turn back and come back up again, right? So they don't keep going around and come back up on the other side. That's the problem. So yeah, they basically go from the north, touch down where the south is, and then turn around and go back.
Yeah, let me see. It's called the Antarctic Cup Yacht Race. It's 14,000 nautical miles that races around Antarctica.
Sorry, what's it called? The
Antarctica Cup Yacht Race.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll have a look into that.
Yeah, and you can if you go to sail, well, you can see there. I mean, there are tons of places who shows their exact path, where to start off, where they go. They start out in Hobart, I think. Here's a blog telling why I'm spending 3 months sailing right around Antarctica. And that was a big boat, a Russian boat actually. And they go from Hobart to Mertz to Valmy up to Punta Arenas, and then up north again, South Georgia, South Tamarick, Bouvet Island, and then they go to Cape Town. I was in Cape Town last year actually. That was a really nice place, a little scary, but it was nice. I have a good friend that lives there. And then they go to Maroon, Prince Edward, Cross Island, Kerguelen Island, Bard, McDonald, that's a place, and then back to Hobart. So yeah, that's a real thing. And
okay, thank you. Yep, I'll definitely have a look into it, and hopefully I catch you when you come back in.
Yeah, I can't ask for more. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have my first sleep in 24 hours at least. No, I think it's 36 hours. Jesus Christ, this is addictive. I tell you, this is really addictive.
It is. Hi, man.
Yeah. Okay. You guys have fun. Yep. Bye bye.
Cheers.
Cheers.
What's up, boss?
Meow. Alright, since someone's talking, I'll ask a random question. Best tool to chop away bramble bush, like the thorny bushes. I got like 2 acres I gotta clear in the next couple days.
D9.
I'm either gonna go chainsaw or a weed whacker, but if anyone else is the third option, let me know.
Yeah, a D9. Clear, one clean swipe.
It's called a D9?
It's a bulldozer, mate.
Oh, fuck. I'm on a fucking hill. Ain't no way that thing's getting up there. I was just using shears yesterday. Oh my gosh. I was like shearing bushes for like 4 hours. Like, I'm in so much pain today.
How thick are the branches?
Oh, it's fucked. It's like overgrown for like 3 years, so. It's like 8 feet tall everywhere. Sometimes like 12 feet in the dense areas. The shears get through it no problem. It's just like I got like 3 acres on a hill.
Yeah. You could probably get one of those weed whackers with the metal blades on it.
Yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna do. I'm either gonna marketplace one tonight or tomorrow, or just rent one from Home Depot. So.
Yeah.
We shall see. Might take a couple shrooms for some motivation.
I wouldn't do that, not if you're operating machinery. No, tell them where you'll end up.
Well, not a lot, like maybe like half a gram. Anything over 2, yeah, fuck machinery.
Do. What is it with Just Stop Oil people? Like, really? You know, I find it hilarious. Like, these people are acting in climate change and stuff, but it's like they spray Stonehenge because they sprayed Stonehenge with paint because, like, I mean, back then in those days, I mean, Stonehenge must have a lot of global emissions. You know.
Hey, Fluffy, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear. I hear you.
Yes, it is entertaining. Let's protest against oil usage by blocking a major highway and having cars sitting there idling.
Is this a stream?
Yeah,
and I can't hear you.
I don't know why you can't hear me.
I can see you're speaking, but I can't hear you.
You turn your volume up, bruv.
I will change my browser.
Yeah. The irony of Just Stop Oil wearing plastic like high vis jackets made from oil and then spraying paint. It's like, I mean, if you want to protest against the climate, fine, do it, but you don't have to like desecrate things and be graffiti. Just they're just criminals. It's why I'm glad I have a motorbike because I could just ride in between these fuckers. You know, if they're lying on the road. No, I think the best thing for me to do, right, is if they're like lying on the road and there's like a load of like loose gravel and stuff, I'd just like flat my brake on and just rev so the back tire just flicks all that dirt on them. You know.
I can't believe a few of them that have super glued their hands to the ground haven't been run over. I think that's crazy, man.
You know, they should super glue their bloody mouths. You know.
Well, some places have laws where, well, most places actually, if you're on the highway and you see like a deer or like something in your way, you're not supposed to stop. You're just supposed to run over it. So.
Well, but common sense says if you hit that deer, it's going to do more damage to your car than anything. Do you really want that bill of a few $1,000s?
No, but say you're on the highway and then you stop in the middle of the highway because there's a deer, and then fucking 3 people rear end you, and now you're a semi trucker and you're dead.
Well, you could potentially die if you hit a deer, too.
Well, they say it's either you. They want either you to die rather than more people to die. So that's the law. I don't know.
It's a dumb law because it also depends how fast you're going when you hit said deer. Like if it's gridlocked and you're doing about 10 miles an hour, you know, you can just go around it, right? But if you're doing like 80 miles an hour down the highway and you hit a deer, your front end of your car is disappearing, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you might get impaled by the deer.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just as deadly as hitting the deer than it is stopping for it. You know, I mean, we don't have that problem in the UK because most deers are in like wildlife preserves. So, you know, you can still walk for it and stuff and it's public, but it's like protected land and you can't kill them on sight because they're a rare creature in the UK. But they are farmed and culled for food and game and stuff, you know. Like, the only animals I've shot are Well, I've shot rabbits before. I've shot pigeons before. The biggest animal I've killed is a fox. Those things, you have to take them out with a shotgun. So, you know, if you've got like an air rifle, maybe a high-powered air rifle would do it. But even then, it's like a slug with a shotgun to make a big hole, you know. But the reason, but before people say, "Oh, that's cruelty to animals," it was when I was living on the farm as a child, when I was like 10 years old, and I had a shotgun when I was 10. You know, because it's like it's so easy to get a shotgun license if you live on a farm. You know, it's pretty much mandatory. It's like a tool of the trade almost. You know, and it's literally just load it up with a 10 gauge shotgun with some slugs, double barrel, ready to go. You know, just have a little pouch of ammo next to me. You know, with like a box of like 10 shells. You know, it's enough. You know, I mean, you know, one slug in, if you hit it, it's gone. You know, so it's just always good to have some spare ammo. And I think I killed 2 foxes while I was on the farm. You know, because it's like I had to be on the farm. I had to be like do like night shift almost stuff. You know, it's like I'd go from like 9 p.m. till midnight, and then my dad would come out and say get some sleep because you know you got school in the morning, right? So it's like, you know, I'd go to bed at like midnight, and then my dad would take over. You know, when he was on the farm.
What kind of farm animals you have?
Well, I don't live on the farm now, but like when we did have the farm, we had like you had like the regular stuff that you have in the UK, like pigs, sheep, cows, you know, horses, things like that. I mean, horses weren't used for food, obviously, but they were used for like grazing, and you also used the manure because it was good fertilizer for the plants and crops that grew. You know, it's free fertilizer. And it's also organic as well. You know, it's not none of this like chemical crap, you know.
What's it like living on a farm?
Hard work. You think you have a hard job doing like whatever you do, farming's going to be way harder.
My job is great. I love it.
Yeah, but what do you do?
Just I'm a programmer, so I just in the computer.
Yeah, programming is easy. Like any manual labor job, be it a warehouse worker or a farmer or any manual labor job, is going to be way, way more taxing on your body than sitting at a computer programming. Granted, computer programming probably pays more in the more modern age. Of course it will. But, you know, farming is needed. Farming is underestimated as a important job. Like, if you didn't have farms, you wouldn't have milk, you wouldn't have eggs, you wouldn't have beer, you wouldn't have cereal, you wouldn't have bread, you wouldn't have half the stuff that's in supermarkets. You know, you wouldn't have any fruit or veg either.
Yeah, I think most jobs are important.
I mean,
very important. Like, the only jobs I think that are like not important are like entertainment. But anything besides that, I think it should be done.
I mean, entertainment is like, yeah, I see what you mean with that. It's like, do you really need to watch TV? No, we've lived without TV for the longest time. But I do think when it comes to certain jobs, the most important, anything tech related nowadays is considered important. You go back 30 years, it wasn't. But times change, right? You know, but like farming is a lot easier than it used to be. Like, you know, back in the day, you had to like get all the crops out of a field. You had to do it by hand back in the day, you know, before machines were invented, before the English invented like steam engines and stuff like that. You had to manually chop all these crops down, and that would take hours and hours and hours for one field, you know. Whereas like now, you can get a combine harvester, you can go through one field in what 10 minutes, or something like that.
Do you miss the farm? Do you want to go back, or are you happier as you are now?
I'm happy where I am now because, like, I mean, the farm. I mean, it's been what 30 years since I lived there. You know. Well, not 30 years. Sorry. I mean, I said that I was shooting animals when I was 10, but I did live there until I was 20. You know. So it would be about 20 years, basically. But do I miss it? No, because the amount of work involved was absolutely horrendous. Because, like, as a farm family, you're expected to pitch in and help out because that's what farm families do. You know, I mean, if you're in like a household, you're not part of a farm, you don't really pitch in that much. Like, yeah, you might give a bit of money to help the family. That's about it. But it's like when I got home from school, I had to do my homework. That took about an hour or two, you know. Then I'd have dinner, and then by that time it'd be 8 o'clock, and then I was sat outside, you know, waiting for foxes till midnight, and then I'd go to bed. You know, I think I probably had like an hour spare for, like, you know, entertainment type shit, you know, like playing on a game console or something back in the day. But, you know, other than that, you know, I mean, that's why I enjoyed I enjoyed the 6 weeks holiday from when I was off school so much more, because I had so much more free time, you know, because, like, you didn't have to get up at 8 a.m., you know, to get ready and go to school till like 3 p.m. You know, it's ridiculous. But after I left the farm, I've got more free time than anything. You know, now.
What do you do now? What do you do now?
Well, because of life being unexpected, I've developed mental illnesses and serious problems, so I can't literally work anymore. Which is, you can class it as good or bad. It depends how you look. But, you know, it's like I have a lot of free time, and like right now I'm going through quite a bit. That I mean, I've got to move house and everything. You know, so it's like a bit of a Trade 5's a real kicker for me.
I see. What if would you prefer living like outside the city, like on a farm, but without doing farm work?
Well, I don't live in a city now. I've never lived in a city. I live in a literal countryside in England.
That's what I want. I'm looking for a place to live outside the city and like.
Yeah, exactly. I would never live in a city in a million years, especially in the UK, because UK cities are they're rubbish. You know, there's plenty of towns you can live near, like, because England is so small, it's compact, it's dense. You know, it's like, I live in the countryside. There's 2 buses that come through my village if ever I need to catch a bus and not ride my motorbike. But even so, it's like, it's very, how can I put it? It's very efficient, these buses, and it's like, you're never far away from a town. Like, you don't, if you live where I live, you don't need to go to a city, because there's plenty of towns way before you get to a city. And most towns have what you need anyway. They've all got shops. They've all got things that a city would have. You know,
I just need my computer and some internet to work, so I can work from anywhere. So I want to move away from this city. I hate it. I'm in Spain, in Barcelona, but what?
The only problem I would see with the countryside is depending where you live, of course. But I'm only speaking from England's perspective, is the internet isn't as great out in the countryside as it is in cities. Like, in cities in England, you can get 1 gig internet and things like this. Out in the country, not so much. You can get internet, obviously, because I'm talking to you right now.
In Spain, it's the same. In Spain, it's the same. We have 1 gig internet, and the countryside because there's fiber optics everywhere.
Yeah, like I've got fiber optic, but I haven't got 1 gig's not available here. And even if it was, I won't pay for it because it's ridiculously expensive. You know, it's like I get about, if you're talking megabytes in download, then I get about 7 to 12 megabytes a second downloads.
I get here 1 gigabit here in the city, but I can get the same outside the city as well.
No, you won't. But like that's a choice you'd have to make. Are you willing to sacrifice fast internet for a more peaceful life outside the city?
No, I'm saying like outside the city, I can get 1 gigabit as well because there's fiber optics everywhere.
All right, yeah. In England,
It's very cheap. It's pretty cheap as well. I pay only like €35 for 1 gig of 1 gigabit and my phone as well.
Yeah. I mean, I pay about £20 a month for my internet, and it's fast enough. But it's like, yeah, in some games I do lag, but like a lot of the times it's like server side lag, which is nothing to do with me.
Be honest, you're old and you can't keep up with the kids.
Yeah, your ass.
No, I'm not. I might be old, but it's like women keep up with the kids. Kids can't even afford internet. No, they can't even afford a house to have internet. But
I'm on the same boat. I might get Starlink soon, so we'll see.
No, I'm not getting. I don't want. I'm not giving Elon Musk any fucking money.
What's the download speed for Starlink?
Well, my download speed is like a maximum I've ever got is like 10 megabytes a second, which ain't too bad. Because if I want to install a game, I'll just start the download before I go to bed. Because by the time I woke up, it's done anyway.
What's your upload?
I don't know. I haven't checked because like upload only matters if you're like a content creator or something.
Actually, wrong. If you're playing games, upload is pretty important.
Yeah.
Is it? Well, I don't know. I don't know my upload.
I think 10 megabytes is decent enough for like streaming and doing like basic things.
Like normally your plans are whatever your top number is, your bottom number is normally about a quarter. If they wanted to set up serious plans for gaming, they would make them equal numbers. So 50 over 50 would be excellent for gaming. Or even 25 over 25 would be still excellent for gaming. It's that bottom number that's the issue. So normally if you've got a 25 plan, you'll be 25 over 5. And your upload is your lag getting back to fragging kids.
My issue is financial because it's like internet in the UK is not cheap when it comes to upgrading your package. Yeah, like if I wanted 1 gig internet where I live, I'd be paying like £50 a month, something like that.
That's nothing compared to Canada.
Well, yeah, but the Canadian dollar isn't real money, so.
Oh, shots fired!
Well, I'm down, man. Monopoly. I might as well burn that shit. But yeah, go on. Nice.
The only real dollar is the American dollar, as they say.
Well, Canadians have a very good base salary, right? Like the minimum wage is like $1,500.
No, our minimum wage is $18 an hour in BC. I think it differs from different provinces. So,
but what is that like monthly? If you do 40 hours a week.
I'm not sure, but we do get taxed quite a bit. We get taxed like 40%. So
yeah, that's a lot.
BG.
You'd only be taxed
40% on like minimum wage.
On anything, yeah, any money you make.
Ouch.
That's bad because that percent only happens in the UK if you earn over like 100k a year. You know, it's like in the UK minimum wage in the UK is about so per year I think it's around 27 to 29,000 pounds a year on minimum wage.
Yeah, and then I think if you're under a certain tax bracket, you don't have to pay taxes. Like if you're under $18,000 a year,
I have a
then
question for Conspiracy.
What?
What is this image he posted at how long ago? Like an hour ago.
I don't know.
I posted an image like an hour back.
I have no idea. You'll have to scroll up and have a look or repost the image so we know.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I can't really debate you guys right now. I'm working, so like having a chill talk is.
Don't worry,
cool
mate.
for
There's
me
no
now.
debate. So yeah, we just had.
No. The picture I posted was debate related, like flat Earth stuff.
No. You're telling us that you can't debate. I'm trying to inform you there is no debate. You are here for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Globers are our entertainment.
that's fine with me. I entertain myself with you guys as well.
Yeah, what you do in your spare time, bro, that's up to you.
Yeah, I hope your phone doesn't vibrate.
Oh shit, that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny you're talking about farming and all that, because speaking of I gotta clear out the bramble bushes, is because I'm finding all these random buildings around my area, around my property, and they're all hooked up to water. They got troughs and systems, and it used to be a giant farm apparently, so I'm gonna try and bring it back to life.
I used to go in the village where I used to live at my parents' house on the farm. There was another farm that was like derelict, and it was like, I took my shotgun there because it's derelict, so no one really. I don't know who owned the land. It was like there was two things that scared me when I went there. The first thing is I literally walked into a building and I heard a ticking sound, and I thought it was a bomb or something, and I saw a bag and it was just like full of like watches, like I think it was like stolen goods or something, but I thought it were a bomb. And the other thing that scared me is I was walking through some long grass and my brother called me. I said what? And then I looked down at my foot, and my foot was literally like 3 inches away from stepping in one of them big teeth bear traps, because someone had put some of them down, bear trap things. And if I'd have stood in that, I'd have lost my foot. And it was like, I looked down, I thought, Jesus, nearly lost my foot. And I was just walking around with a shotgun, and it's like, yeah, I loaded it up with it was basically buckshot with a slug in it, right? So like you could call that Rhodesia jungle, and I slid two of them in. I don't know why I slid two of them in. I shot a rabbit and it literally just like disintegrated. It just looked like it just exploded into a pile of fluff. Nothing left. But like in England, we consider rabbits either food or pest. But like, I mean, you could take out a rabbit with a like, if you got a semi-decent pellet gun or BB gun that fires metal BBs, you could take out a rabbit. You don't need a shotgun. Is like overkill. It's like trying to take out a housefly with a grenade. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, I might pull the trigger this weekend and get myself a shotgun. I was trying to save up for like a $2,000 one. It was a really nice Benelli M4, but I might just go the $500 route.
Benellis are expensive. You better. I mean, mine's a Remington. They're way cheaper, but they're still reliable. You know.
Yeah, either that or maybe a Beretta. We'll see. I think I might just go the $500 route. Get a little shorty.
Yeah, I mean, my other gun that I've got's Lee Enfield Mark III. That thing it's a beast. I mean, rounds for the Lee Enfield they're not blooming cheap. I can tell you that. It's like £8 for like one round. It's ridiculous. So if I bought 10 rounds, that cost me 80 quid. You know, it's like insane. So like, I only really eat 10 rounds with it. You know, and like, it's very rare that I'll go target shooting with it. You know, like if I go target shooting, I'll take my shotgun because shotgun ammo is so. I could buy a box of like 100 shotgun shells for like 30 quid. You know, it's way cheaper. I mean, I do a lot of clay pigeon shooting. It's fun with a double barreled shotgun, 10 gauge, but it's got a magazine on it, so doesn't matter what type of shotgun it is. But in the UK, you can only have 3 rounds in the shotgun. That includes 1 in the chamber, so you know you can have 3 in the magazine, and that's it. Or you have 2 in the mag or 1 in the chamber. That's it.
We got the gate laws too. Yeah, we got those gate laws here in Canada.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to gun restrictions, everyone points to the UK, but you can literally own any bolt-action rifle in any caliber here in the UK if you have a firearm. Japan and Australia are way, way more strict on guns than the UK is. The only guns we've outright banned in the UK are pistols. You know, of course, like fully auto and you know, and like certain ammunition types aren't legal. So you know, like NATO rounds and this aren't okay because the guns that fire them aren't legal. Okay. You know, I mean, you can apply for a Section 5 firearms license, which allows you to own said firearms, but they're very rarely given to the public, you know, if at all. And they're mainly for, like, historical reasons, museums and stuff, things like that. But the most common license is a firearm license and a shotgun license, you know, and when it comes to shotgun licensing, the only type of ammo you're not allowed is anything electrical or biological discharge of ammo. So, you know, like Dragon's Breath, for example, would be illegal because it emits chemical. It's basically just gunpowder and magnesium. That's all it is, and it makes a flame. You know, but that would be illegal. But anything else that's like, if you wanted like flechette rounds or bowler rounds or anything that's just pure metal and nothing else would be technically legal, you know. And if you want any type of machine gun that looks like an SMG or an assault rifle or anything like that, yes, you can get them here, but only chambered in 2.2 long rifle. But that's where rifles shine the best, because like technically I could own a 50 cal in the UK because they are a bolt action rifle. They'd just be ridiculously expensive.
I once rode the bus when I was a kid with a kind of a retarded kid. He used to he had a crackly voice, and he used to say, "I got a 200 gauge shotgun with C4 bullets."
I mean, that's just. I mean, in America, you got ridiculous things. I mean, it's like when it comes to shotguns, you can literally. You could put anything in a shotgun shell as long as it fits in the chamber of your gun. It'll pretty much fire it. You know. I mean, if you've ever seen Kentucky Ballistics, he's like even shot candy out of a shotgun. You know, just stuffed candy in like. I mean, of course, if you shoot someone with like some Mentos, it's probably not going to hurt you that much. You know, they're just mints. It might sting a little, but it's not going to do any real damage.
You know what the longest range shot is at the moment?
What, for a shotgun?
No, just in general.
I don't know, probably over 1,000 feet.
Interesting. You might want to look it up, mate.
Well, I think it was like
when you do look it up, he was also contacted and asked if he allowed for Coriolis, and it was a definite no.
I mean, Coriolis is a globe thing about the Earth rotating, isn't it?
That's correct. What's interesting is you get these 1 mile shooters that will say yes, they allow for it, and then the record shot wasn't allowed for, and the record shot is a lot further.
Yeah. I mean, bullets spin anyway for the most part because
so you get spin drift or Magnus effect. Yeah.
Yeah, so most guns, if you're shooting a long distance or anything, the barrel will be rifled to give the bullet spin, and so it spins and it travels in a straight line and it goes further. You know, if you don't have a rifle gun, the bullet ain't going to travel that far. It'll still go pretty far, but nowhere near as far as a rifled barrel. Because bullets, even though if you see a bullet fired from a gun, you know, the only way you're going to know if it's spinning is if like you have a slow-mo camera and you slow it down, you will see it twirling in the air, you know. But if you just saw a bullet with your eye, if you could just see a bullet just fly out of a gun, you wouldn't even. I know you can't; it's impossible to. But if you could, you wouldn't see it spinning. Because like you could fire a tracer round, right? So then you like at night, so you'd see where the bullet's going, but it wouldn't look like it's spinning. It would just look like a laser beam going in a straight line, you know.
Yeah, I just find it very interesting that you get these so-called experts at one particular range. They'll say, "Oh yeah, we allow for all this," and then they hear the world record. No.
I mean, of course, eventually the bullet will drop, of course, because, I mean, that's not due to Coriolis, that's just due to the fact that the bullet has limited energy, and it can't go on forever. You know, once all the energy is expelled, it's just literally a hunk of metal in the air and will drop out the sky. You know? Because, I mean, the gun will only propel the bullet so far, you know? I mean, that's why they're called firearms, because they've got a little explosive in the casing. So how a gun works, everyone should know this. It's like the hammer hits the primer ignites whatever fuel's inside, be it gunpowder, well, more modern, cordite, another British invention, and it'll ignite the gunpowder / cordite, and then that energy literally launches the projectile or projectiles, if you're talking about a shotgun, out the barrel. And that's literally the basics of a gun. I mean, back in the day, you know, I mean, the most primitive version of a shotgun is the Roman candle, I think, where they just lit some gunpowder on the end of a thing and had metal ball bearings in it, and it just exploded out with loads of ball bearings spraying everywhere. That is literally a primitive shotgun, you know. And those things were around in ancient China, you know. I mean, they weren't that great, but, you know, they weren't very accurate, and they didn't fire a long distance, but they'd still do some damage at, like, I'd say, close quarters.
Probably. I'm not going to test this theory, but anyways.
Yeah.
You've been on a fair while. When I left, well, it was last night for me, so it probably would have been this morning for you. When I left, there was a couple of Globers in here. How did they go? Any meltdowns?
I don't know, because, like, when I had the phone call, I went out, like, 20 minutes later into town in a taxi, so I was gone till about 2 o'clock my time. So I was out in town for 4 hours, and it's now 20 to 9 night.
Oh, right, so you missed most of it too.
Yeah, so I didn't get to see what happened after that, you know. So I had no idea what happened. So
Wait, was there an eclipse? What happened?
no, nothing.
No,
There might have been a
just last
total
night for me.
eclipse of your heart, maybe.
Last night for me, Neil, there was just as I was going to bed, there was probably about 3 Globers dropped in, all newbies. Or I know 2 of them were, and I was like, man, I'm so tired. I got to get out of here, and I had to bail out with fresh meat on the menu. So yeah, I just wanted to know.
Is that when CB was in here?
Yeah.
CB.
Yeah, I was there. I woke up. For me, it was 4 in the morning. And I woke up and you guys were bumping. I was like, oh shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, good day again, everyone.
Oh, it's
That's
this guy.
everyone's favourite Baltard believer.
All right, here we go. No,
Yeah, you know, I leave when, you know, the disrespect begins, you know, because it's not necessary. So I am back. Hopefully temperatures are lower.
Robert Utah, please post proof of the globe.
I attest, brother.
Hello, Robert Utah.
He's a believer.
Robert Utah, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, man.
Are you from Trinidad?
No.
You have Trinidad accent.
Trinidad is close. Trinidad is close.
Very nice.
All right, but you know, I'll be on a little bit more so everybody can talk, you know. So, yeah, man, I love this conversation. This is top notch, you know.
Did that man just come on just to say he was coming on later?
Yeah. You haven't met Robert before, have you?
Oh, I have. I hear him sometimes. I hear him one day for like a whole hour saying, "You don't feel it. It's not a force. It's an experience." When he's talking about gravity, it's not a force. It's an experience. That's what he says.
Defying the laws of gravity. You never heard that Queen song, Don't Stop Me Now? It's a good song. Yeah. Dear.
Yeah, you'll get to see Robert in and out. What is very entertaining is he'll make some really weird statement and then he'll dump out. Him dumping out is in his mindset, that's a mic drop. Aha, I've got you. Swing, and then he disappears. So, yeah, if you are having some kind of any decent debate with him, if you can get into one, instead of just going round and round the merry-go-round, yeah, all of a sudden he'll disappear. In his mindset, that's a mic drop, and I win. So if he ever dumps out on you whilst you're hammering him to the floor, he has just self-proclaimed win, and he'll piss off and leave you sitting high and dry. So yeah, if he ever does that to you, don't be offended. But yeah, that's just his crazy, flipped out mental gymnastics. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with him, but yeah, that's how he works. It's funny as shit once you work it out what's going on, and yeah, you just go, but what? He just left, and yeah.
Have you talked to Donald C?
Donnie, oh mate, I like Donnie. He cried one day on air. I'm sure of it. He was crying
For what?
because he's a weirdo.
Yesterday,
I can't believe the Earth is a globe.
Yesterday he was saying he had proof of measurements of curvature, but somebody stole them in his house.
Yeah, and if you hang around long enough, quite a few of the older guys will say, number one, he was burgled. Number two, the house burnt down. He's moved since then, so he doesn't have the data. There's every single time you ask him for the data, there's a different excuse.
It's like a kid when they go back to school. Oh, hello, Richard. Have you got the homework? No, my dog ate it.
My dog ate it. Yes.
Yeah, the classic excuse, right? You should ask him that. You know that data about the Earth? Oh, sorry, my dog ate it.
Well,
Donnie, fuck, man.
Donnie sees his proper name. I call him Donnie because he hates it. Donnie's mindset is his proof is his ability to teach you how to get the proof.
Yeah, I can't. Like whenever Globe people come in here, I think they're scared because it's like, I mean, there is like 20 of us in here, but it's like, I mean, if for anyone listening on YouTube, don't be afraid to come in here. We're not going to dogpile you because, for one, I mean, everyone in here like sort of interrupting each other, which is annoying anyway. You know, it's just like we ask you questions and we want to know why you think the Earth is a globe. You know, we've got the facts. Like it was like that Rocky guy earlier. Like he wanted to know the truth, but we gave him the truth. He didn't want to accept it. So I'm like thinking, what are you really? Are you someone looking for the truth about the Earth, or are you
Fluffy, just hold on a second. Did Rocky come back? Yes or no?
He was in here earlier.
As in, only say within the last 7 hours.
It was in here like half an hour ago, bro.
So that's a yes. He came back. He was in here yesterday for, well, put it this way. I was on for 4 hours straight. He was in here the whole time, going round and round and round. Would not accept any...
Oh, yeah, he was doing that. Oh, yeah, he was doing that here.
He's yeah, that guy has got something going
he
on
was,
there. Wow.
He was talking for like... We were talking to him from at least from 5 o'clock. You know, he only left within the last hour, at least.
Wow, so he is that spent that, oh man, I can't believe he came back. So yesterday, I got on. It was Jedi that he was talking to. Apparently, Platter had already spoke to him. Logie had a chat to him. I had a chat to him. Heretic had a chat to him. And this guy could not get it. So this is 4 hours. 4 hours on one guy. We wasted 4 hours of our time. Mate, I could have been drinking beers or doing something sensible, but 4 hours of our time was wasted on this one guy, only for him to go, nah, I don't accept that. Nah, that's fake. Nah, anyone can do that. Nah, and that's all it was. And in one breath, he said, I don't accept any evidence from YouTube. And then he turned around and said, here's some proof. And it was a McToon video from YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, he was in... I mean, you can ask DeMock, who was in here earlier. I mean, he were asking questions towards him too. And it's like... I think the main question was, what we asked him, was... I think I asked him something about how can... It's like I said, if you get someone from Australia, someone from America, and someone from the UK, all thousands of miles apart, the water is all flat. And I said to him, can you explain water on a globe? And he kept going to like, this basketball theory, and then like, if you spin a basketball 1,000 miles an hour, and things like this. That's like the rotation of like the Earth in a day or something. What? It's like, this is what globers do, isn't it? It's like, oh, let me just shrink the Earth to the size of a basketball. That's not going to work, is it?
If I was an ant on a basketball, that's great. You're not an ant, and it's not a basketball.
Yeah.
I've heard that a few times. If you were an ant on a basketball, no, I'm not. If you were an ant, no, don't. You're not an ant. It's not a basketball. So let's just.
The Earth is flat. You look at anywhere where water is. What does water do when it's stationary and not disturbed? It's flat. It's why you can see like Mirror Lakes in like northern Michigan near Canada. It's like Mirror Lakes, beautiful. But I said to him, if I throw a rock in this lake, that will disturb it. That's all it takes to disturb water. So, but the Earth going thousands of miles an hour in space, we're meant to believe that, and the water doesn't even move a tiny bit in a closed water source like a lake.
Well, how's this? That Rocky fella DM'd me. It's got high. There's a small error in the image of the oil rig. So I spoke to this guy yesterday. I've been to bed, woken up, and I'm back. And I'm just about to go to work, so I've got to be quick. There's a small error in the image of the oil rigs, Black Swan, in brackets. It says max distance geometric horizon equals 1.22 miles. It should say minimum distance geometric horizon equals 1.22. And then that's the end of that sentence. With zero refraction, that is the closest the horizon can be. But with refraction, it can be further away if refraction coefficient can be high enough to account for what we see in the picture. Well, that is another matter entirely.
Yeah.
And I sent back, no, 1.22 is the, in capitals, distance. Not max, not min, the, with the given radius of 3959 miles. And then all of a sudden I get one back about 7 minutes later. Agreed.
Yeah.
At 1 foot height. So he gets it that we're not trying to pull the wool over his eyes. It's just the given mathematics. If it was
we've given him the evidence.
Bigger, we'd use that.
He came in, and the first thing he said, we asked him, is like, what do you want from this like conversation? And he literally said that like he wanted to know the truth. Which the irony, yeah, exactly. The irony was that like he kept trying to deny and like deviate from the conversation at hand. Like,
well, it's really interesting. Like, you get guys like him. We showed him a couple of the laser shots, like the 28.6 mile laser shot, and he just, I don't accept that. It's from YouTube. He just flatlined, refused to even look at it. Period. But yet,
yeah, I mean, I posted.
Last night, there was another kid that come in, and we showed him that, and he sat back and went, "Holy shit, that's awesome! I've got to look into this." Now, isn't that amazing? The difference between the two. We've got both of them that believe they're on a ball. One of them, no, I don't accept that. And then the other one goes, "Oh wow, that's friggin' awesome. Give me more."
Yeah, it's like I posted that that 616 mile laser thing in the live voice chat text, and you never looked at that. I'm like, dude, you're not looking at the evidence we're providing, yet you want us to tell us the truth. Like, you know, these aren't like government experiments. These are like amateur videos that random people or random flat earthers, who I don't really know the name of, who've just done some filming and proven that the Earth is flat. It's like, what more evidence do you want? I mean, the only evidence he can do now is literally go out to a lake and do the exact same experiment himself. But then he probably still won't believe it at that point.
Yeah, that's right. With us, he kept going back to, but on my ship, on sunsets, I can see the top of the mast has still got light on it, and I can't see the sun. Therefore, proof of globe. And that was it. Rinse, repeat. And you'd go about an hour, and all of a sudden, it's like someone reached in and pressed the magic reset button. An hour later, he was back to square one. Then go through it again. Right the way through. Gas pressure, the whole lot. Then about an hour later, bzzz, reset. But anyways, mate, I've got to bail out because I've got this nasty place called work. As most of you know, if you want to eat and pay bills, you have to do this. So
Yeah.
you all have yourselves a excellent morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, and I shall catch you later.
Bye. I'm gonna have a shower anyway. I need to refresh. So I'll be back in like half an hour. Well, I'm out of bath, not a shower. So I'll be back in half an hour.
Yeah, speaking about the Glober standards, it's like they won't believe a YouTube video or anyone else, but they'll be like, "Oh, I believe the professionals," or "I believe, if you're NASA or if you're a professional in your field." That's like saying if I'm a baker or if I'm baking cookies and I'm like, "Here are my cookies," and they're like, "No, I don't accept those." Like, well, why don't you accept those? Like, oh, well, you're not a professional baker. It's like, standards are so ridiculous.
Can I ask you guys a question?
What's up?
How do you know what you should believe on? Like, what's your standard for believing things? Since you were talking about it, like for example, the guy that said before about the record for the longest shot ever, and he said that he didn't take account the Coriolis effect or whatever. Do you believe that story is true? Or if not, why? How do you determine what you believe in? No, I'm sorry, let me rephrase. How do you determine when
Did you say longest shot and account for Coriolis? What are you talking about?
No. The guy before came in, like I think it was a flat earther, and said that the longest shot, the world record for the longest shot, the guy said that he didn't take account the Coriolis effect. I don't know if you
longest shot as in the photograph, you mean, with a camera?
What?
Are you talking about camera? What are you talking about?
Gunshot.
No, longest shot like as in a bullet, as with a gun.
Oh, bullet. Sorry,
I'll tell you, we emailed the guy. We emailed him and his team.
Yeah. I'm not criticizing anything. I'm just wanted to know, like, do you believe him? Okay, why? And why don't you believe other things?
Well,
what's your
he's the one
standard
making the initial claim, right? That he took the 4.4 mile range shot. So, just ask him about it.
Okay.
I believe him because there's no Coriolis effect.
So you believe him as long as it aligns with your views?
No. As long as it aligns with reality.
Could it be possible for there to be a Coriolis effect and you not know about it? Is that
The
not
guy who
possible?
took the shot himself said that he doesn't think that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah, but if he said that he did take the Coriolis effect into account, would you not believe him then?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that's what that was. I'm sorry. That was what the question, what I wanted the question to be. Like, how do you determine what you believe? Like, if you read something online, what makes you believe it, and what makes you not believe it?
Well, it's not just some random thing online. It's what the guy actually said when he was asked about it. Why would he lie?
I don't think he would lie. I'm just. I don't think he is lying. I'm just.
Yeah,
I'm
probably
just.
not.
Do you think he's mistaken?
What?
Do you think he's mistaken?
I would have to look into it to like form an opinion. If he says he didn't take it into account, I would believe that he didn't, and maybe there is a reason for it. There could be a bunch of reasons why. I don't know why.
Yeah, there's no Earth-based Coriolis, so I mean, no need to account for any.
Yeah. But my question is just like it's not like an antagonistic question. I just wanted to like understand how you guys think and what makes you believe something and what makes you not believe. Because based on what you said before, is that if he tells me something that aligns with my views, then I believe him, and if not, then I don't.
No, not necessarily. Who said that?
You said you believe him because there is no Coriolis effect, and you
Yeah.
said you wouldn't believe him if he said that he did take it into account.
I didn't say I wouldn't believe him. I said I don't know.
Okay, okay. So let's say, when like me, I tell you that I don't know, bought a weather balloon and I floated it up to, I don't know, 500 miles, and that showed curvature. Would you say I'm a liar?
I would ask you, who's the idiot here, you or Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Does that answer my question?
Would I say you're a liar? No, you could be deluded. You don't necessarily have to be a liar.
No, I send you the footage. Like, I took this footage, and here you can clearly see curvature. Would you then say I just like CGI'd it or edited it or something, and put a fisheye lens or whatever?
Oh, maybe that's true. Maybe you can. What is that curvature? Is it optical or is it something physical to do with the Earth itself?
I'm not under that doesn't have like anything to do with what I'm asking you. If I showed you a video of the Earth showing curves, and I told you I shot this video with a weather balloon, would you not believe me? You say yes or no, man?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know why you would know more about this than the the expert Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is in the
I find that part kind of confusing. I wonder why from the Felix Baumgartner jump from inside the capsule, the horizon was dead perfect flat. Now you're showing something else. I'd wonder about that.
Okay, that's fair. Just a hypothetical, man. No, not trying to argue. Just wondering. It seems interesting to me that if it doesn't show curve, then you immediately believe me. But if it doesn't show curve, then you just go, I don't know.
I'd immediately you. I never really said I would believe you either way.
You said you believe the guy that told you that he didn't account into the Coriolis effect, like immediately, right? Because why would he lie? But if he said he did take it into account, then you would just go, nah, maybe not. Maybe I don't know. I just think that's curious.
Never said. Well, I said I don't know.
Yeah, I said on
Yeah,
one on,
to be
on one
honest,
end.
actually, yeah, I'd probably just believe him if he said he did. Probably just be like, okay, he probably did apply some sort of calculation.
Okay, that's good.
I don't know whether it really matters.
No, like none of this really matters. Like not to me. Maybe it matters to somebody, but not to me. I'm just curious about the whole thing.
What else?
No, nothing for now. I'm working, so I can't really focus too much on this conversation. I just like listening to you guys.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Hello, people.
Hello, man. How are you?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
Just here working.
What do you do for work?
I'm a computer programmer.
What language do you use for programming?
Right now, I'm using C Sharp, but sometimes I use C++. I was taught assembly language in school, but I never used it anymore. I never use it for work. Now I'm building. Do you know what the SAP is? Like the software?
No, I don't.
It's a German software for managing um, businesses. Like it does your taxes and your invoices and a bunch of that, and you can program add-ons on it. So that's what I'm doing now. How about you?
To be honest with you, I'm really tired.
Hi, can I ask guys something?
By all means.
This like before I get the question. Why, if you have to guess, or you can just say you don't know, like why does like all the governments in the world want to like hide the flat Earth?
Can you hear me very well? I don't have great service.
You roboted a bit, but I understood.
Okay. Well, they're not hiding the flat Earth. They're giving a alternate cosmology for you to believe in. So I don't know if they're hiding anything. You can't hide something that you can measure on your own.
I mean, like, why would they do that? Like, what do they have to gain?
Well, control of the minds of the people, for one.
Okay. Is that what you would say the top reason is?
Me personally, yeah, sure. That's what I think. I think the control over the minds of the people is the most valuable thing that they have, even beyond money. I mean, the money is a means of control as well. I mean, they have to extract, a certain amount of money from the people to fund spurious and sham trips to space and the wing of the military that is NASA. So I mean, there's an incentive to do that. But if they can get people to believe in something that is patently false, and then use that narrative to terrify them with fake asteroids and all number of other things having to do with space and yada yada yada, then I would say, yeah. Also, it has to fit their other false narrative of a Big Bang cosmology. So, I mean, it all kind of ties together.
Well, like, would you say that believing in space and the Big Bang and believing all those lies changes the life of anyone? Like, change it like, in a way that benefits the government?
Well, sure. See, if you're in a cosmic accident from an explosion, where you remember back in the old days, the Big Bang, nothing exploded and then made everything. Mm-hmm. So if you follow that narrative and all ideas of an authority, such as let's say a creator, are thrown out the window, if everybody kind of adheres to an atheistic worldview because they're just an insignificant speck on a cosmic accident and they are a cosmic accident too, then all authority essentially is given to the control structure in power. And that could be, usually that's what people do. They put all their trust in the authority, not in their ultimate authority, which would be their creator. So, I think it behooves them quite a bit to just be daddy government and mommy media. I mean, most people that I speak to in today's world, all they ever do is repeat the talking points of what they hear in the news or what their educational institutions have told them or what the government itself, dictates to them what is true. When after you start to scrutinize any of the claims from any of these institutions, they're all found wanting. So, yeah, I mean, that control structure is pretty valuable.
Don't you think it's easier to do it like North Korea does it? They have all
to just go ahead and.
Well, people inside North Korea don't necessarily know that they are under a dictatorship. Some of them live like regular lives, but they are controlled. Like, isn't it easier to do it that way? Like, if I were to decide to control the minds of people, I would just do it the North Korea way, rather than doing this massive conspiracy thing that sounds really difficult to hide.
Well, there's a lot of ways to build a fence. You know what I mean? Like, you can either build a physical fence, or you can not put up a fence, and you can control people with just force, military force, physical violence. which is kind of what North Korea has decided to do. It's a combination of mind control and military force to keep people essentially under their thumb. I mean, if you ever watched the movie The Village, that's kind of the scenario that the Western culture lives under, where there's this boogeyman out there that everyone's afraid of, but doesn't exist. But fear is a great way to keep people in line. So, there's a lot of different ways to do it. Now, if you would do it the way North Korea does it, I guess you are disposed to being a dictator, which to each his own. But, yeah.
Okay. And I think that's a good argument. What I don't think it's a good argument is the money part, because isn't that money owned by the government anyways? The government that is dedicated to NASA isn't that the government's money anyways?
Well, yeah, I mean, essentially everybody's using the money, given to them by a foreign bank. So all that money essentially belongs to the bank anyways. But they let the people labor for that money, and then they just go ahead and extract all that money back through, various types of fines, taxes, whatever you want to call it, inflation. So they always get their money, their counterfeit, non-existent fiat. But the fiat itself is the system of control, because if I continue to devalue a currency and you have to work harder, it's kind of like, finding a way to take a tool out of a workman's hands and make him work twice as hard, keep him occupied with his vocation or his slave labor, because he's never going to get ahead. They're going to keep changing the value. They're going to keep taxing the people. And they're going to eventually just have everybody under, control because they exhaust them. It's a slave master situation. Everybody's a slave to the state. This is worldwide.
I think that the governments in most countries are in control, and they can pretty much do with you and me. Like, I'm a Glover and you're a flat earther, and they can do with you and me whatever they want, whether or not you believe on the shape of the earth or not. Whatever shape of the earth we believe on. Exactly like the money parts. If I understood you correctly, was your point that because they put all this money into NASA, then we have to pay more tax and work harder to maintain the lifestyle we were living?
Yeah, it's one of the ways. I mean, the amount that is paid to NASA continues to increase. Now, that may have something to do with the government growing itself, or the fact that the money itself, although it's arbitrarily valued, continues to arbitrarily devalue. So you have to work twice as hard. Now, the other thing about the cosmology itself, to me, this is still the biggest goal that they have. If you believe you live on a spinning water ball in an ever-expanding vacuum of nothingness, then you're not going to really comprehend that the government isn't the ultimate authority, right? But since you believe that, you're going to give them essentially more of your control than you otherwise would. See, if you know the truth, that they're actually just crooks and diabolical lying assholes, you're going to be less likely to...
I do believe that, but not because of the shape of the earth. I think...
Okay, fair enough.
If I had to guess, I would guess that maybe 80% of people think that the government is crooked. Like, all governments in all countries are lying to you and telling you things that aren't true in order to, like, I don't know, have you pay more taxes or have you do things you wouldn't do in the... anyways, but I think that most people already think that way, right? Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, yeah. Well, I think you're probably correct that maybe even north of 80% of the people know that the government is not trustworthy. However, we also have, because you're one of thousands of people that roll through our servers and our channels that are in other servers, by the way, that come in and absolutely believe every bit of the narrative behind the heliocentric paradigm or fairy tale, and have no concept of a creator, that they take everything at face value. I would say it's north of 80% of those people that come through here that just buy up everything that the government tells them anyways. See, the government, they don't really want to be oppressive with force. It's way too difficult, and eventually they lose control that way. It's much more efficient for them to have controls of the minds of the people, you know. And if they have controls of the minds of the people where they feel like the government is, even though maybe lying to them at certain points, can be ultimately trusted about other major issues, such as cosmology, right? It's all a big, in my opinion, an exercise in controlling the minds of the people without having to use any force, because that's just way too messy, and usually they lose ultimate control once that happens.
I agree with you. I'm originally from Cuba, and yeah, like the millions of people that buy into the communism thing, that just are turned into like work machines for like no money. It's astounding, like how some people can convince others of a total lie. So yeah, it's much easier to control the people in my country with lies than with force. Even though now they're having to use more and more force because more and more people are against the government.
Right. Eventually they will lose control. It happens. It's a repeating cycle. Each world power over the course of history has done whatever it can to maintain control of its, we'll say, constituents, or its people, or its slaves. But it's unsustainable, especially when the government eventually does become too corrupt and too forceful, and then it has to become war, and then another regime comes. So we're just kind of witnessing, in my opinion, the death throes of the world power right now, that is slowly losing control of the narrative it's been giving the people over the course of time. One of the biggest portions of that control system, or that mind control, just happens to be the heliocentric paradigm. And that heliocentric paradigm is steeped in and comes from Babylonian witchcraft or paganistic worldviews that have been around since seemingly the beginning of recorded history. So most of this is a cult type fairy tale wrapped into or constructed to keep people kind of focused on things that they don't need to focus on, if that makes any sense. But that's all kind of coming to a crashing halt. Because the reality is, man, whatever their motives might be, the earth is something that every man can go out and measure for himself to see if it's curving at the rate that they have given us, 8 inches per mile squared, roughly. And so if you can go measure it and see that it's a lie, well, you can add that to the list of things you don't have to worry about being lied to anymore from the power structure that's feeding it to you.
Yeah, I agree that this particular conversation on the motives of the government to lie isn't relevant. Not relevant. Is not doesn't help us know the shape of the Earth. I agree with that. It's just something I was just curious about, and what you guys thought about it.
Well, I mean, that's me. I don't think, I'm not going to speak for anybody else. However, I think most people would probably agree with kind of what I laid out here. But money is one system of control. Education is a system of control. Religion's a system of control. All these things kind of culminate into what we experience daily, coming out of the mouths of the talking heads that feed us this nonsense. So, yeah, the motive isn't the end all be all as to why they're doing it, but I think it's one facet.
Okay, I would agree with you that the mind control thing is a good motive, but like the money thing, as it is done now, because I just Googled this right now, and NASA gets like $2 billion a month in like funding, and the government gets like $5 trillion per month. So it's like 0.004% of what they get in taxes. So If it was like, I don't know, 10%, it would be something to think about. But like 0.00004% of all the taxes the U.S. gets, it's like nothing.
Okay.
The other part, I do agree with you.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's just me though. So I don't know if you had any other questions, but
no, like
yeah.
I'd love to maybe like in like an hour if you guys are still around, then we can like chat more into that in depth because like I'm working now, so I can focus much. So yeah, thanks. Super kind. Thanks for replying. Most times I'm on here, like guys get super triggered and just
yeah. Fair enough, man. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes we have bad experiences with new people. Some people come in with attitudes, and we're kind of always on edge because usually the people that come in are just here to troll and not have real conversation. But hopefully, we can have better conversations in the future.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yep. All right. Appreciate you, man. Take care.
You too. Thanks.
Good afternoon, gents.
Hello, Mr. Barrington.
Hey, good afternoon. Sounds like that was a good conversation, though I got the last few minutes.
Yeah, it was for me.
Yeah. They're not all contentious, luckily, huh, J.E.?
No, you know, we do get some good ones. We really truly do. How many of us came around and had good conversations and changed? I was already a flat earther before I got, but I know a lot came here, so we expect them all to be contentious, then we might miss out on some really good ones.
I try to be the least aggressive, as least aggressive as I can be. I only get triggered when I start getting insulted and stuff. Which is fine. People get triggered sometimes. It happens, especially when discussing opposing views. It's hard to remain cool all the time.
Indeed.
Now, I asked this the other morning to Nathan Oakley before he was getting a show started. So, says who, I do have a question for you.
Okay.
How does a Globee change an incandescent light bulb?
Oh, boy.
This should be good.
Hit me with it.
You know, he just holds his arm up in the air with the light bulb and lets the world revolve around him.
Hardy har har.
I don't want to get back into the FED server anymore, but hey.
Funny.
And were any of you all around when this fellow, I think he said he was from Norway, he was in here several hours. I don't remember his nickname.
Yeah, it was Rocky.
Yeah, Rocky, exactly. What came of him?
He left about an hour and a half ago. He just wouldn't take on board any of the evidence we were giving him or anything like that. And yet,
I just
he wanted to know the truth.
No, go ahead, brother.
He wanted to know the truth, and we gave him the truth, but he just couldn't accept it. I mean, he's welcome to come back and like look at experiments and maybe have a different take on things, but I just hope he's not going to waste our time again and just like, you know, because he's done this before apparently. That's what Thingy said. What's his name? Matrix. That's what he said.
I kind of thought I recognized his voice, but I wasn't sure. And I wasn't going to accuse him of it because but I thought I recognized his voice.
You can't
But he, yeah, where I thought he showed dishonesty and disingenuousness was when he started off about the, I'm agnostic. I don't know if the Earth is spinning or not, but I'm really angry that you all claim that it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You know, he wanted to argue over the speed. Let me show you the math. Like, well, what's the math matter? If you don't know if it's spinning or not, then
exactly.
Why do you care what somebody says?
Well, the 1,000 miles an hour, that's linear speed. He might have been referring to the rotational motion, which is much slower.
He didn't mention anything like that. He just kept banging on about 1,000 miles.
Because I hear a lot of people, technically, we're not rotating at that speed.
Why is I'm sorry. Why could you not have a flat Earth and it be spinning? Like, why are those things incompatible?
They're not incompatible.
They're not? Okay.
Yeah.
So we could be spinning and the Earth could still be flat, right?
I mean, anything's possible, but they're saying there's no measurement of rotation, there's no measurement of curve. I mean, anything's possible.
I wanted to ask you guys something else.
Maybe that's why you get an inch or so taller when you lay down.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Now, before somebody clips that, I wasn't sincere by saying that, obviously.
Do you guys subscribe to the the classic flat Earth map? Do you guys think that's accurate?
What do you mean classic flat Earth map?
Like if you Google flat Earth map, the one with like the
dude, they're all globe projections. You know, like the disc thing. That's a globe projection.
Yeah, I agree. But do you guys? Do you not?
Each person has their own view of it. You know, we don't know what the shape of the Earth is because we haven't been outside of it. You know.
Like, how likely do you think that is the shape of the Earth? I think 10%, 1, 50.
Can't answer it, dude. It's like saying how long's a piece of string.
Like, well, yeah, you don't have to necessarily know. Like
yeah, well, yeah, that's the term where they're saying how long's a piece of string. You know, don't know. It could be 1 centimeter, it could be 1,000, it could be anything, right?
Do you guys believe that the North Pole is like an island or a continent or or do you think it's like Antarctica?
Well, I would hope that anybody in the channel here doesn't hold things like that as a belief. I hope that they would talk about what they know and what they've learned and not what they believe according to some doctrine or theology or just wishful thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of crazy flat Earth theories out there. Some people are completely crazy when it comes to that. You know, but they're people who haven't done any experiments or anything. They're just like nut jobs, like literally.
Now, I really don't know. It's one of the things I've been wanting to look into, but I do know that submarines go through the Arctic a lot. So, is the North Pole a big landmass? Or, because I mean, I do know that the submarines pierce through the ice regularly at different places up there, but I really truly don't know what is said to be there.
I mean, we just don't know what's at certain places on Earth, right?
I mean, they've had expeditions to the North Pole, supposedly. I mean, have they reported like it's a big, like landmass, or is it like a big sheet of ice that they're on?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure. I need to look that up. It's just a low priority item for me, but it is something that is a little interesting about how the submarines bust through the ice around there.
I mean, the current globe thing right now is the 24-hour sun, isn't it? You know.
And you'll get a kick out of this, Fluffy.
Yeah.
You'll like this here. That during the snowstorm, the electrician who helped, when we were building our house, did the electrical work, I had him come over to help me with something. So I got him on top of the ladder and asked him to look at my light bulb, and he did. I said, "Okay, now, what's the shape of my floor?"
Yeah.
So of course he told me that it curves 8 inches per mile squared. But hey,
yeah. If only you had a floor that long, eh?
Well, I think he was just trying to be polite to the builder who built it a little cockeyed.
Mm. I mean, I don't know. Globe is this strange people sometimes.
Hey.
I mean, in a good way, not in a bad way.
I think all of us are strange in our own ways. I'm sure I do things that you would find crazy, and vice versa.
Probably, yeah.
You know what the craziest thing that I think that globies do, don't you?
What's that? You're roboting a little bit as well.
The craziest thing that globies do in my mind.
Oh my God! No, stop! The robot, dude. Shay, you need to fix your mic.
His mic is making my speakers freaking hurt my ears.
It's like
How about now? Is this any better?
Yeah, that's better. You're not being manipulated by the FBI anymore.
There you go. I had Elon Musk raise the Ballono lights for me. So, what I was saying, the craziest thing that I think that globies do is that they take the words of somebody else that either they're unwilling to verify or unable to verify, and then they call you stupid or retarded because you're not willing to blindly take those same words just because somebody told them something.
Oh, yeah. they just listen to scientists, don't they? And then it's like they think it's fact, but what scientists say is not really fact, because it's like you hear the word scientists say a lot. Theory. Theory is not fact. Sorry to say. Well, not sorry to say, actually, but you know what I mean.
Well, I mean, it's not just taking somebody's word for it. I mean, there's video evidence, there's photographic evidence, there's technology that works. So, I mean, it's not like somebody just told them, they're like, oh, I'm just going to believe your words. I mean, there's more to it than that.
So what photographic evidence is there?
There's pictures and videos of the Earth from space.
I just asked you what photos and videos.
What do you mean? Which photos? Like specific? Like?
I mean, you're making. See here again. You're just saying there's photos and videos.
Yeah.
So you would think that somebody that's going to make a claim would say, "Oh, well, there's this video or there's this photograph," not just saying. See, again, you're asking me to take your word based on something that somebody's edited for you.
Well, no, I'm not asking you to take my word. I'm saying your assessment of people that believe in the globe model. I didn't quite agree with it, because you're saying, these people are just taking people's word for it. And I mean,
well, they are.
Well, you're doing it right there.
Well, it's more than just words.
Is that? That's what I'm saying. You've just proven my point. 100%. You've said there's videos and photos, and I said, well, what videos and photos?
Yeah, okay, so there's videos and photos produced by different space agencies, NASA being one. You can watch the rocket launches. They say that those rockets are going to outer space.
Okay.
You can look at them. That's
okay. So again, that's time number I think that's time number 4 that I've asked for. What video or what photograph?
I just said.
No, he wants proof.
You've not
post the video. Don't just say these videos. Post the video in the live stream text chat.
I got a video of Bigfoot.
Well, okay, and post that in side chat then.
Yeah, I think they're doing a launch tomorrow of 23 satellites. You can watch it.
Yeah, and we'll see the rocket go in an arc and not go anywhere.
Yeah, we're not talking about something that may happen in the future. I'm saying, where is the thing that you allege exists? Where is that alleged video or alleged photograph?
Yeah, I posted a video for you guys.
Yeah, there's a live stream of the International Space Station. There's a view to the
I posted
to the Earth and that.
Not some ISS is actually underwater anyway. We know that.
The ISS is underwater, like in the ocean.
Not in the ocean, no, but in like
a pool.
Well, yeah, it's in a pool somewhere in like an American Space Agency building.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've seen pictures of bubbles from the ISS. How can you have bubbles in space? There's no atmosphere or anything up there.
Yeah, bubbles in space. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, there's no bubbles in space because guess what? They're not in space.
Yeah, they could just be lying, making it up.
Well, they're not making it up as in like in the ISS. They're making it up where the location of the ISS is.
What do people see when they telescope the ISS?
When they what?
Yeah, when they put a telescope pointing at the ISS, that they see like a man-made thing in the sky.
No, you just see light. You just see light reflecting from it. When you see the International Space Station, it's just light.
Well, let me post you a video of the from the ground.
You're saying somebody's tracking the ISS with a telescope and like you can like see its surface features and everything, like the windows on it, the rivets.
Well, you can see like a white cylinder with like the solar panels attached to it. I'll send you a link. Don't take my word for it.
Yeah, there's something up there, but like, what is it? How high is it? How fast is it going? Like what they say it is? Like it's a load of crap, in my opinion.
There, I sent you the link. So there is something up there, right? So it's not a bird or a plane. It travels way too fast for it to be like a plane, and it's not a natural thing. It's a man-made thing, or maybe it's aliens. Who knows?
You're saying you can zoom in with a telescope on the International Space Station. I mean, you can like see that it's a space station. You can track it with your telescope. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, not what I'm saying. I posted you the YouTube video. You can always say that it's edited and that's it, but there's a lot of them. A lot of those videos.
I don't see it.
It's like second to last, like the last link on the chat. It says ISS transiting. It says ISS transiting the face of the moon. That's not proof that there's anyone up there. It's just some man-made thing that's going super fast over your head, and you can track it with any like. There's a bunch of apps that you can download right now, and as long as there's not much light pollution, you can see it with your naked eye. And if you have a telescope, you can see what this person shot. Also, the footage from the ISS on the live stream matches like weather conditions for over, like if example, if there's a hurricane over Florida and the ISS goes over Florida, then there's a hurricane on the live feed.
I mean,
Like,
live
this
feeds
isn't
can
proof of
easily.
anything.
Yeah, live feeds don't prove nothing.
Yeah, it's not proof of anything. It's just expanding on what the other guy was saying. It's just believing what people tell you. There's other things that we take into account to believe what we believe. They can all be lies. It can all be fake stuff, but it's not just what people tell us.
Okay, yeah, I get your point now. Yeah, that's kind of the point I was making. It's not just like mindlessly accepting people's words. You know, there's actually a lot more to it than that. That would make it a rational belief.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. Did you think I was speaking against you?
No, I just didn't know what exact point you were trying to make.
Yeah, I was just expanding on what you were saying.
So, Alex, you're into like satellites. You're not into them, but you're questioning them. So, I've had this question for a while. How do satellites orbit?
Well, from my understanding, gravity. So they are going too fast from my understanding. I'm not an expert, and I could be wrong, but they are going too fast in order to plummet Earth, but not fast enough to escape the gravitational field. So they're like in the sweet spot. So they are always constantly around, similar to how the moon orbits the Earth or how the Earth orbits the sun.
That's interesting. 'Cause, like, I don't know. I just want some like a YouTuber or like just someone regular to like send something up there and have it orbit, right? Like, I would want to orbit like a flag or something, or I don't know, like.
Well, the problem with that is that in order to get high enough for the gravitational field to not be strong enough to pull you back in, you have to have a lot of thrust in order to like escape the gravitational field. So like, if I wanted to do it, I'd have to be like a millionaire and spend all this money to put something into orbit. That's not even going to do anything for me.
So it's a money thing.
Yeah, like a satellite costs like, I think it was like $5 billion to make. So yeah, I think there are private satellites, right? Like private people. Well, it's not only governments that throw satellites up there.
Wait. One satellite is $5 billion?
And let me look it up.
No, it's the rocket. I mean, they have things called CubeSats. You can make a CubeSat in your garage. I mean, they're little tiny things.
No. I mean the entire operation, like to put a satellite in orbit, it costs like $5 billion.
Yeah, the rocket. That's what costs money.
Wasn't there a guy who made a mini satellite or something for like really cheap?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're called CubeSats.
Yeah, just send them up on a balloon or something.
Yeah, so I gave you a wrong number. According to this website, it costs from 150 million to 400 million per satellite mission. So yeah, I was way off.
Okay, cool. I'll be back. I make a phone call, but thanks.
There are, I think there are private satellites like private companies that launches satellites.
Apparently, Robert Utah doesn't get the meme I posted in the live stream voice text. You do understand, Robert, to explain this meme to you just proves... Take my L. You do realise it's fish, as in fish eye lens, because he's looking through at the fish like glasses. That is the point of the meme, dude. Can't believe I explain a meme to a glober, man. Fuck, dude. And since you're awake, Robert, why don't you come in VC and talk to us, yeah? Flat Earth is based in philosophy and religion. Well, I think that's more globe Earth, bro.
Would you guys say you are religious?
I'm not religious. No.
What have measurements got to do with religion?
Yeah, measurements is all mathematics and science.
Well, I have met people that say they're religious because they found out that the Earth was flat and the Earth couldn't be flat without a creator. And I have also met people that say they were like Christians, and in the Bible says something about a flat
Yeah, well,
Earth.
but I don't. I mean, I don't care about religion. It's a book written 2,000 years ago, apparently by a bunch of dudes. I'm not bothered about that. I want to see experiments, demonstrations, and actual real statistics and maths. Okay, I don't want to see bullshit like religion.
No, we agree.
I
am an atheist, so.
Well, that's fine. I mean, me too. I don't believe in a god. I've got nothing against people who do. You know, they can believe what.
Do you believe in creation?
Do I believe in creation? This is a flat Earth Discord, bro. I don't want to get into religion. If you want to talk about religion, go to Politics and Religion server.
Man,
he's well aware of the rules. Thank you, buddy. He's well aware of the rules. There's also a religion channel just down below us. If you familiarise yourself with the server, Fluffy B. But
Yeah, I've seen it.
I haven't finished. This conversation gets brought up quite a lot, so we can entertain it for a moment or so, as long as it's related to the flat Earth. And the flat Earth thing that we're standing on had to be created somehow, didn't it?
Well, yeah.
There you go. That's what Sasha's going to introduce you to.
Yeah. Because you don't believe in God, I can expect that. But can you tell me from where information came? You can choose any information.
Where does information come from?
Yeah.
Well, it comes from people mainly.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Where else does it come from?
And people, where they came from?
Well, you're going to say God, aren't you?
No, I'm only saying there must be some kind of creator because you cannot have information without creator.
What do you mean by information?
Whatever you want to choose, language, plants, people, what do you want?
Let's say language. Why does
okay?
We make up languages all the time. Why do languages have to come from God?
That's information.
Okay.
What he's pointing out is you need intelligence for the information.
Why?
Who was the first English?
Information can be anything, as long as you arrange it in. I'm sorry. You can. Yeah, tell me. I'm sorry.
Who was the first English who said that water will be called water in English and that will be water and that language is who this? Can you tell me?
Well,
what is the first? What is the first word on a human word in human history? Who said the first word and what that word was? In which language?
I don't think that languages just pop out from existence. My mother studies languages. I think the philology is what she studies, and languages are like a living being. They born, they die, they evolve. Like English didn't just one day there wasn't English, and then the next day there was. It evolved from Latin, and then Latin before that from other languages, and before languages even existed, we just like shouted like monkeys, and then we started evolving.
Do you have proof for that? We were shouting like monkeys in the.
No, I don't. I don't have proof for it. But
okay.
Let's say all that I just told you is false.
Do you believe in evolution?
Let's say like this. Let's take the human body. Do you think that, for example, organs, the heart, lungs, has the function in the body?
What question do you want me to answer? You asked like 3.
Yeah, I said all these organs what you embodied, is there by consonants inside of body, or they have real some function what they need to do? They have the eyes doing this.
I'm really sorry. I couldn't understand what you said. Can you repeat it, please?
Is it the organs inside of human body? Are they made to? Are they have some function, or they are by consonants inside of us?
Some have functions, some don't. I think there was like an organ, like the appendix doesn't have a function.
which organs in our body they don't have functions?
The appendix is useless, I think.
What?
Yeah, that's wrong.
No, was it the appendix? Yeah, I think the appendix, like all humans being can live without an appendix.
I'm
that
not
doesn't
saying
mean it's useless. Hold on, bro. Hold on. That does not mean it's useless. For example, there's theories out there that the appendix holds certain bacteria in case you get shocked to your system and you need to get it back. Right? So people who don't have their appendix may survive because they're in a pristine environment, but if they weren't, they would need it. So, see, you have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
No, I don't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So why talk about it?
I don't think because it's fun. I can't sing. I'm an awful singer, but I love to sing.
We could say the same about the Dr. Disasha guy saying there's a creator. He has no fucking idea.
Hey, but check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Hold on, buddy. I just want to point out that I'm engaging because it's fun is a perfectly valid reason.
Yeah. Before you asked me where languages came from, let's say that all that I told you was false and English just appeared out of nowhere one day because God wanted it. How do you know that? Why is you saying God did it a better answer than I don't know?
I told you the creator. I didn't say the God.
The creator, okay.
Yeah, you must have the creator to create something.
No. Why?
No. Okay. Can you show me something? Can you show me something? What came in existence without creator?
A tree.
Oh, that's got information in it. Sorry, seeds, genetic codes have got information. So information comes from intelligence. Information doesn't just spring up willy-nilly all by itself.
No, there are things that you call information. That what you're saying is humans have designed things with information. Therefore, everything has information. Therefore,
no, that's everything. Man. Sorry, no, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm sorry. What were you saying then?
I'm saying in information needs intelligence to create.
Why? Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Do you understand what information is, right? Let's talk about, say, for example, genetic code. Okay. Genetic code is information that's sent from a sender with a language to a receiver. Now, all three things must be created first for the code to take place. The language must be understood by both sender and receiver, and the receiver must have the capability of carrying out the instructions, for example, building whatever the instructions tell it to build. So this type of code is intelligence, it's information. To have information, you need intelligence at both ends, both sender and receiver.
Okay, here's why I don't agree with that. Do you believe a DNA code is similar to a computer code?
It's a nice analogy, I guess.
Well, like it's we call it a code, but it's not really a code. We humans design codes, and we find that it has similarities with DNA in the way it behaves. Therefore, we also call DNA a code. It's just a word. Like the fact that we call both things code doesn't mean that they all both need a coder.
No, that's not what it's called, buddy. It's called specified sequence functional complexity. That is the thing that requires a intelligent agent on both sides. So anytime you see that, right, that's what you need, an intelligent agent. Right? So even computer code is constructed by an intelligent agent, right? So them being similar to computer code doesn't mean that it's not code. Just to say it's a word code is irrelevant. It still has the same constituent parts where you have to have knowledge of the convention between the sender and receiver in order for a semiotic relationship to occur, which means conveyance of meaning and intention, which means I give this information, I get this result. Okay? That can only be done by sentient agents. That's a fact.
All right. Chill. You're getting triggered. Calm down.
Hey, check this out, bro. Alex. So I'm just going to mute your dumb ass. Okay? So that's simple. The end.
All right.
Because I'm too triggered. So since you called me triggered, I'm going to take your word for it since you're an excellent judge of character, and I'm going to act triggered by muting you. Now I'm safe. Now I'm in my safe space. You happy? No one can hurt me now.
Yeah, you are third person who are telling him something about information. He is saying that we are triggered.
Well, listen, I got a really good video for this. I can't find it right now because I'm working, but I'll unmute Homeboy in a second. Once I go back to work, and it explains explicitly how alleged scientists keep denying the fact that information is there, and keep denying the fact that all the experiments and all the logic point to the fact that it's information and it requires a sentient agent, right? So I could post that for you here shortly, but I mean, we all know this is a fact. It's okay, but we got to try to convince him or persuade him with actually good reasoned arguments, right? And so, since I am obviously too triggered, I'm going to go, suck on my thumb and cuddle my binky. So I'll mute him, and I'll go into my safe space.
Brilliant.
That's too funny.
Why are you so triggered, man?
He's not triggered. He's taking a piss.
Oh, he muted me because he didn't like what I was saying.
You were saying what?
That he was triggered.
You're starting to sound triggered
What do you
yourself.
have? What do you have to say about his argument? You were saying he's triggered. That's really, really interesting.
I just wanted it to calm down because I think I'm speaking respectfully.
Do you have some kind of any other source of information coming? Let's say from the nothing.
All right. Yeah. Let's say
like from the explosion. From the explosion, it's coming information. His DNA came from explosion.
You asked me a question. Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
All right. So what we call information is something that, let's say, humans have done. Humans have created information with language. Therefore, all information is created.
Oh my God, he's like he hasn't listened to the last 5 minutes now.
You said information needs a sender, a receiver, and the receiver needs to interpret that information somehow. We have decided, we have designed systems with information, like, say, computer code. Therefore, everything that behaves with the sender and the receiver, and
I agree with you,
also has to have a design.
All right. I like your example. So I'll capitalize on your example. So when I take an Xbox disc and I put it into a PlayStation, what happens?
Well, if the Xbox is turned on, then you start the game.
No, one more time. If I take an Xbox disc and I put it into a PlayStation, what happens?
Sorry. There's an error. Not readable.
Why is there an error? Why is it unreadable?
Because it's not designed for it.
Right, because it doesn't have the convention to receive the data. It doesn't have the same language set. The semiotic relationship between informer and receiver doesn't exist. And so in order for the disk to work in the system has to be coded to receive, and the disk has to be coded to give. And that can only be done by an intelligent agent, which is the designer of the system. I rest my case. You lose, I win.
Congrats, you win. But you're speaking past me. You're not addressing what I'm saying. I'm telling you that we humans have made things, we have designed things that require information, like your PlayStation and the Xbox. Therefore, everything else that uses information also has to be designed. Why?
Did we make a 40.7 psi breathable air?
Hold on, Sash.
What?
It's what we're pointing out is you need intelligence for information. Intelligence.
And I'm saying that sometimes you do, and sometimes you might not. Why do you get to decide that that's the case?
I'll tell you one more time, friend. It's very simple. So in order for the PlayStation to work with the Xbox disc, I'd have to have a crosscode. And that crosscode, I have to understand both sets of information, and I have to make a medium between them to translate. So the third party must be the translator, and they must have all the tokens and all the semiotic relationships known in the first instance in order to make an appropriate translation. Now, in order for language to work or any semiotic relationship to work, a third party must hold the conventions. That's just a fact. So if you find this relationship, it points to the fact that there's a third party. There's no other logical conclusion that can be made.
How is that just not a gut of the gaps? I cannot I cannot think
No,
of
that's
any
not
other.
God of the gaps, dude. That's called deduction and hold on, Strat. Hold on, Spain. Hold on,
All
Spazzy.
right, talk as much as you want.
Listen.
I'll ask you the same
Yeah.
question after you're done.
I can if I want to. Yeah, I can if I want to. That's the privilege of being me. So it's not God of the gaps, dude. Any different than it's saying that if I have an Xbox disc and a PlayStation disc, and in order for the code to be true, I have to have a third party which knows all the conventions. That's not the designer of the game of the gaps, and by the same token, it's not God of the gaps. Okay, the designer's necessary in order for the tokens to be across both platforms. It's that simple. There's no other way. It's logical deduction. It's not of the gaps. I didn't make it up. I deduced it. Go ahead.
You said there is no other way for it to work if there isn't a designer. That is literally the God of the gaps. That you just
No, it isn't. No, it's called deductive exclusion.
The same way you said that, you could have just said, "I can't think of any other way this could happen." Therefore,
No,
God did.
no, I deduced it. I didn't say there's no other way it could happen. I say it has to be the case. So I must deduce that the designer's there. I can't not deduce it. It must happen. I deduced it by logical necessity.
Because you say so. Like you, there is the only way.
So. Yeah.
Well, I agree with you that there are man-made things that were designed.
Oh, dude, yes, but the problem is you don't agree with that with logic. That's the real problem here.
Well, you are not being logically.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, anybody? So anybody else? Did I have any? Okay, here, go, friend. Okay, Alex. What logical fallacy or logic string error did I commit? Go ahead.
I don't know the names of fallacies.
Yes, you have no way to deduce whether or not I was actually carrying my conclusion.
I know a couple, but I don't know the name of the one you did. I know what you did is basically say there's this thing that is designed, therefore everything is designed. That's basically what you did.
That's not actually what I said at all. It's just the problem. You can't even pay attention to what I actually said.
Well, I can repeat everything you said. You want me to repeat it back?
No, dude. Nobody wants to hear you butcher this attempt at repeating things when they already all heard what I said.
All right, then I won't.
I mean, you're not one of those guys that thinks that science can't prove anything, are you?
I think nobody can prove anything.
Well, then there we go. So, well, that's fine. I just take him at his word. Take him at his word. So we agree, Alex, that you can't prove anything. We agree with you.
He's saying that we cannot prove if we put the heat on the water that it will boil.
All you can do, in my opinion, is gather evidence and make a reasonable conclusion based on the evidence you have. But there are always other possibilities. Like
to put the ice and to boil water. That's possibility.
Right, so that is right. So perfect. So then your opinion about whether there's a creator or not is just an opinion. Good for you. Thanks for letting us know, because we already knew that already.
It is an opinion.
Right. So you have an opinion. You have an opinion. I have a deductive logic string that carries the conclusion of a necessity, and so I win. Good job.
Okay.
Unless you want to deny logic, I mean, unless you believe in dialethism where true contradictions can exist and something could be what it is and not what it is simultaneously, I mean, if you believe in that, by all means, go ahead, believe that.
I believe that you weren't using logic correctly. You believe you do, but that's fine. I can't convince you otherwise.
Well, dude, you can't explain it. You can't explain it logically. So how can I trust? No, you didn't, dude. No, you didn't.
Explain it, and you just say
no. No, yours was a nah because you just said it's just God of the gaps, and I said no, it's not, and I explained why.
You said everything that has information needs a creator, because we use things that have information and they require a creator. Therefore, everything that has
that's
information.
not what I said. No, you're wrong, sir. See, you can't even pay attention to the things I'm saying, dude. That was not my argument, dude. Not even close. Not even close.
That's a summary of what you said. I can.
No,
you want
it
isn't. Your argument for my point?
No, dude. Okay, dude. What was the keyword that I used that had the word S in it? What was the S word I used? Do you remember that word?
You have a third party that
But why?
needs to
Why?
interpret. Do you have a third party that needs to interpret what the sender and the
Right.
receiver?
He must possess what? What must that third party possess? What must he possess in order for this to work?
In your world, intelligence.
Wrong. See, you're not even correct, dude. That's not what I said.
Okay.
What? Anybody else? What of those sets must the third party possess? Did anyone catch it?
You'd have to do this yourself, dude. I zoned out for a minute. Do apologise.
Yeah, they have to possess the conventions of both the sending and receiving. So the token and the meaning has to be possessed by the translator. That's the only way for it to be done. Now, notice how I didn't say information. I said they have to possess this particular relationship between tokens and meanings. Okay, and that has to be possessed by the third party. If they don't have that, they can't do the task. It's that simple. Ergo, it's necessary to hold on. It's not my opinion, dude. Okay, listen, genius. Why don't you go translate an Xbox game to a PlayStation without knowing the code convention? Good
Dude,
freaking
why
luck.
are you getting so triggered? We're having a normal talk.
No, dude.
Can you talk normally? Why do you have to go debate more every time? Can you just talk normally?
Bro, this is how I normally talk, so deal with it.
All right.
So quit picking on me for my... Listen, dude. Why don't you quit picking on me for my disability? How about that?
Which disability? Is being triggered a disability now? I'm not keeping up with that.
Yeah, dude, this is 2025. Being triggered is officially a DSM disability that you can get like $1,000 a week for goodness sakes, nowadays.
Really? Being like mad all the time?
Yeah. Being a butthurt triggered liberal is like, a paid legitimate disability now.
I'm a conservative, but whatever.
Right, so quit picking on me for my disability. Okay, I'm taking my medication, so quit stressing me out.
Okay. Fine.
Now, why don't you just focus on the point, dude? Because it seems like you can't.
All right.
Okay, so here's the task you're going to go complete. What you're going to do is, with no knowledge of coding language whatsoever, you're going to go translate an Xbox game to run on a PlayStation. Go ahead.
I can't.
Yeah, exactly, because you don't possess the conventions.
But it's a man-made thing, man. Why does everything have to apply to man-made things? Why the rules that apply to man-made things also have to apply to everything else?
You do realise stuff like microchips and things like that inside the Xbox are like made from like sand, right? Like CPUs are made from sand.
Oh, they're made from materials you find on Earth, but it's designed by man.
Yeah, but they're natural materials.
Yeah,
Everything
we agree.
is natural material.
Yes,
there is no artificial material.
Yes, we agree that they're natural materials. However, they're not naturally arranged. They're specifically arranged with a functional sequence specified complexity that results in an end that is curated by the intention of the designer. Otherwise, you don't get a microchip, for goodness sakes.
Yes. Why are we talking? I'm sorry. How does this further your point? Because
it explains the nature of intentional systems, dude.
What?
It explains the nature of intentional systems, of which the DNA language is one such system.
One, I don't have to know an explanation in order to just say God did it. It's not a good answer. That's just the God of the gap.
No. See, you're not even getting it, dude. Nobody said. Listen, dude. See, here's the problem with people like you. Who said God did it? Out of all the people here, who said God did it? Who? Can you name them? Who did it? Who said God did it? I want the answer.
When you say it requires a creator.
No, wrong, brother, wrong, sucker.
Oh, okay.
I want you to tell me who said God did it. Who said that?
No one. Those words, no one.
Except you.
But you said it requires a creator.
No, somebody did say that, and who's the person who said it? You. You're the only person who said that. Isn't that interesting? You're the only person who brought up God of the gaps. You're the only person who brought up God did it. Okay? That's just a fact. We're deducing that a creator is necessary for this type of semiotic relationship to exist because it's a necessary third party for the convention to be portrayed across two points from the sender to the receiver. Okay? That's what we've deduced. Whatever, dude.
It is not necessary
it's not,
for there
it's not
to be
the
a
only
creator.
thing that
It's
I
the
can
only
imagine,
explanation
dude.
you can come up with.
Whatever.
All right.
Right. So let's just grant you your completely illogical claim. So we'll just do the same thing to you from now on. Every time you say anything, we'll just say you can't conceive of an alternative, therefore who cares? So now that we all know that you can't prove anything you say, everything you say is an opinion, and we can dismiss everything you say by saying you don't know anything, why should we talk to you any further?
Well, you just made up a bunch of things. So we have to
No, you already said that you can't prove anything. You already
Neither
said
can you.
everything's your opinion.
Can you prove?
And then
Can you
you
prove?
said
Can you prove anything?
Then you said that we can just speculate. There's some reason we don't know. So what's the point of speaking to you? It's like asking you anything is a big waste of anybody's time.
Well, I can answer you. While I do think you can't 100% prove anything, I think you can make reasonable deductions based on the evidence you have.
And that's what we did. That's what we did. Yes, friend. That's what we did. We made a deduction based on the premises of the presence of information and the requirement of the third party that the third party must exist. Bingo, bango. Why is that so complicated for you?
It's not complicated. It's just wrong.
Okay, why is it wrong?
Because there could be other ways for it to be done that you can't think of.
Wow. Hooray. Now that we know your standard of epistemology and evidence, dude, like, by all means, keep talking about your just so stories. Keep going.
You're
a future fallacy.
Basically, what you're saying is there's this thing, there is design, therefore everything is designed. That's basically your
dude.
argument.
No, dude. Wrong.
You keep bringing up the examples of a PlayStation and a bunch of man-made things.
Dude. Okay, so for example, crystalline structure is specified complexity, right? But information is functional sequence specified complexity. Completely different tier of what's going on with what's happening, dude. But that's okay. I understand, dude. But that's okay. I'll find that video I'm talking about. You can watch it, and then you can cry into your pillow at night. Okay, how about that?
Oh, if I were, I would actually. Maybe you'd surprised to know this, but I would love for there to be a God. I do want to be religious. I think religious people are happier. They're happier. They have more satisfying lives. They are have more peace of mind with themselves. I think they're just better people.
You already follow a religion, you just don't know it.
What?
You're part of a religion.
The molecule literally curves, bud.
Who's talking to me?
Did you say
I was
the monkey
you're
curves?
already part of a religion.
When all of you, I don't have the best phone, so when all of you speak at once, I can't understand anything.
Okay.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. Homie. I'm gonna stop talking since this conversation is going nowhere. We clearly understand where his epistemology lies, so we're gonna let the other guy interject. Go ahead, friend.
I was just saying you already follow a religion. The religion of the globe.
What do you think? What do you define a religion as? Is believing something without proof a religion?
Pretty much.
Okay. Well, that's not the meaning of the word, but you can think that.
Do you know Earth's a globe, or do you believe the Earth's a globe?
What?
Do you know the Earth to be a globe, or do you believe that it's a globe?
I think there's a 99% chance it's a globe.
All right. I see.
Maybe I am being tricked by the Illuminatis or whatever, and yeah, but still, tomorrow, if I find out that the Earth is flat because I don't know, somebody drives me in a spaceship and I can see the whole Earth for some reason, my life would be the exact same.
Really?
I would still have the same job. I still have the same friends. I still have the same girlfriend. I still would do play soccer. I would do everything that I still do, and oh wow, I was tricked, and that's it.
I don't think that's true, but okay.
You
Oh, yeah,
still have you still have the same space company. You still have other space companies.
yes. And then I would believe that
They are still going there, but that doesn't exist. But they are going there. But I'm still working my job because they're going there. That doesn't matter. They're taking money from Americans. Doesn't matter. For other people from other countries, they're taking money from them. Doesn't matter.
Do you think they're taking a lot of money?
NASA budget it's bigger than music and movie and play and games together.
You think so?
That go and find research for yourself.
I did.
Okay.
Do you know what the
Okay.
monthly budget?
Do you know what is the? Do you know what is the? I will tell you what is the money for NASA. Listen, this $10,000 per $10,000 per second. $10,000 per second.
You think that's a lot of money?
No, that is not a lot of money. That's $10,000 per second. That's
Okay.
one cancer. That's one cancer operation in second.
So I don't live in the US.
That's one cancer operation in a second.
Okay, let me speak for like 30 seconds.
How many operations we have in 10 minutes?
Are you going to let me speak, or do you want to speak yourself?
How many operations we have in 30 days?
I can mute and you can speak to yourself, man.
Did you spoke about big money?
Let's try not to mute other people. It ends up making the Discord really hard to handle. So if we could avoid that, that'd be great.
I just muted myself. No, nobody muted
But
me.
Alex, apart that, Alex, you can look for yourself. If the Earth is curving, it is curving. What is the size of the Earth? Earth is the size 3,959 miles.
It's hard to talk to you. You cannot stay on topic. First,
I'm on the flat Earth topic. The topic is the flat Earth. Why
we were talking about
here.
money. We were talking about money.
No, Alex. I avoided that. I think that also moderators, if I go on with the money, they will tell me, Sasha, do not speak more about money. For sure. That's why I choose to speak about the flat Earth. It's better.
Okay.
Because the money, it's not the topic of the server. What do you think about the surface of the Earth?
What I was talking about is that my life wouldn't change, and then you said it would change because they were taking my money.
It will not change. It will not change. Your life didn't change even when I was born in my country. You was living your life and you don't give a shit because, for example, now it's a war in Ukraine and that doesn't change nothing for you. Is that correct? It doesn't influence your life. Is that correct?
Oh, it's like a shock. It would be like a big surprise.
It's also war in Palestine.
You ask a question, and then you answer the question for me, and then ask another question on top of it. I can't talk to you, man.
Yeah, that's why I want to come back to the flat Earth. Let's speak about the surface of the Earth. What do you think about the surface of the Earth?
You broke him, Sasha.
No, I just don't want to.
Look at the devil. When we want to speak about the
you
topic
can talk to someone else, bro. You can talk. I don't want to talk to you.
It's all right. I don't need. It's all right. You don't need to speak with me. It's okay. But if you want to know, it's not only for you, it's for other people outside who wants to know about something on the surface and why these flat earthers are flat earthers, because they made observation in reality, and there is no such a thing like a curving surface in reality, Whatever they are showing you on TV, and whatever you believe, that it's all right.
Cool.
Hello, Alex. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, how you doing, man?
Right.
I just wanted to ask you if like like we got a pool table and some balls on it, you know.
Yeah.
Can we at least look at these things and say, this is different from that? Right? Are we able to do that at least?
What is different from what? Like the
The pool table, right, and the balls on that pool table, right? Can
Yeah.
we look at these things and at least say these are different, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So there we go. We're moving forward, right? That's progress. The balls are curving, and the table, right, is not doing what the balls are doing, right? It's not curving flat. We can almost say it's the opposite of curving, right?
True. I agree.
Right.
I
Okay.
don't think it's the opposite. I think it's different, but yeah.
Yeah, very, very different. Like they cannot be the same thing. You know what I mean? We can't confuse one for the other, or say one looks like the other, right?
Yeah. I agree. They're different.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, then, I mean, you understand what the topic that we're talking about here, right? What we talk about here?
Well,
How the Earth cannot be a ball.
the flat Earth. Yeah. I understand what it is that you guys talk about. Yeah.
Yeah. And you guys were talking about logic, right? You guys
Well, we were talking about
logic.
logic and God, and then we started talking
Yeah.
about nothing.
Well, what if we just start with with what we can know, right? What we can know versus
versus what we believe.
versus what we believe, God or no God.
Yeah.
Are you a flat earther?
No, I'm a glober.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're saying that a curved surface and a flat surface are not the same. I'm glad you're saying that because what we are being told, right, is that a ball, if it was so big, that it would appear, measure, and we can virtually or literally use it as a flat surface. That's what we have been taught. And that is not logic. Yeah.
Well, because it's not a perfect ball doesn't exist anywhere in the universe.
Exactly, which is why I asked you, right? The pool table and the balls on it. Right? I asked you, can we? Let's say these things are different. Right? We agree they're different, but now you're saying that a ball can look flat.
Yeah.
That a ball can measure flat, and that a ball can literally be used as a flat surface. Right?
Yeah, if you're small enough, yeah. Do you not agree?
Small enough. Oh, see, that's the contradiction that I wanted to talk about. It's like, how
do you
can
not agree?
anyone with right? No, well, that's what I'm trying to say, right? When I was growing up, I didn't have to agree or disagree, right? I didn't even think about it. I just accepted it, right? But what I'm trying to point out is this is a straight up lie that we have all accepted. That balls, right? Geometry. We're basically saying geometry and math is bullshit when it comes to our belief in the ball Earth. That's basically what we're saying, right? And we're saying no, right? Because it's not a ball, right? Because the curved surface and the flat surface are totally different. One is curving away, one doesn't, the one that's curving away, the ball, there is no flat surface on it. We can't do anything on it. But the table, we do things on that table. We call that the flat surface, right? So where's logic? Right? When a person says that these things can be the same if it was so big, right? If we scale this pool table up with the balls, right? And the balls are now the size of the sun, right? It's still not going to appear, measure, or be literally used as flat. Because we still got a flat pool table under that sun, right? And it's flat. So it can't be flat. So, that's what I was asking. Do you think this is correct?
Let me do you, because maybe we are like, I just wanted to find where we agree first, and then we'll move on from there.
Well,
Do
exactly.
you disagree that?
No, go ahead.
Do you disagree that if the Earth was the size you were told it was, and you are the size you're told you are, do you think it still wouldn't look flat?
I am saying that no matter what the size I am compared to the ball I stand on, if we made this ball the size of the solar system, I mean, I can't even, there will still be curvature, right? And we
Yes.
will still have a flat pool table beneath that ball that is now the size of the solar system. In other words, it is still not flat because we see the pool table is still lying there flat, and we see the surface of that ball touching the pool table is not flat. Right now, because it's so big, you might be able to do something on that ball, but you will still never be able to measure it flat because it has a radius. You know what I mean? It means the surface is going to curve down, right, and not flatten out. It's going to curve down into a certain size, curved rate, right, depending on its radius. So it will always be curved, and it will never measure flat, look flat, or be used as flat. What do you think about that?
Well, I think a perfect circle doesn't exist anywhere in the universe, like not even in a computer. If you draw a circle in a computer and you zoom in enough times, it's still made of straight lines.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I understand that. Okay, but if you understand a circle, right? A circle has no angles, right? It has no straight lines. That's what we use.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
doesn't
pi is,
exist.
right?
That doesn't exist.
Right. Not on a circle, right? But
No,
the water that we
circles don't
measure.
exist. Circles don't exist.
Okay. Well, the idea, okay, of curvature. Okay, what I'm saying is that water, right? What we do in this world is we measure things, right, and we use water to flatten and level things. Okay? So water is flat and level, meaning 180 degrees, right? There's your degree. There's our number. There's our angle. 180. It's flat, right? And when we look at a circle and try to measure any angles on it, we know from math, from geometry, from that doesn't no. Circles do this thing, right, where the angle is constantly changing. You know what I mean? There is no angle. There are no angles on a ball. No matter the size.
The Earth isn't a circle.
I'm not saying it's a circle.
Yeah, it's not a ball either.
I'm
It's not
saying,
a perfect ball.
well, you can't prove that it's a ball. That's what we're talking about. There's no. Well, I'm bringing up water for a reason, right? Because water is 180 degrees. When it's still flat and level is how we level things. Spirit level. Water, and then you think about, how water is level and what level means. Flat and level means, right? It's a plane. It has a face, right?
Yes.
So you have to kind of figure that out. Like, you have to accept whether this is true or false. That balls can measure flat, can appear flat, and can be used as flat versus actual real world just being used as flat as it is. It's a religion to believe that thing, to believe that a ball can look flat, that if it was big enough, it would appear as a plane. That's religion.
That's not a belief. Like, I can show you a very, very close up tennis ball.
But you can't show me the math. You can't show me the math. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about math, real world matches.
What math do you want to see?
Well, we know 180 degrees, and we know the size of the globe, right? Therefore, you should be able to go out there and match that globe to the real thing. But like I said, water doesn't do that. Water doesn't bend. Water doesn't curve at the surface.
You're saying that you cannot see. You're saying you cannot see from the ground water bend. Therefore, it can't.
So
bend?
I use three things here, right? See, measure, use. Okay? I see it looks flat, I go measure it. Okay,
There are
flat.
measurements.
Then when I have to go use it, the horizon. Like, I take photos. I use the horizon tool, and I've got a little spirit level to level it, right? To flatten, to straighten it out to the horizon. So you're always going to use it as flat. Okay, it appears flat and it measures flat. That's it. There's no need for believing. You know what I mean? It's just straight up.
When you say measure, I'll give you a measurement right now. But when you say measure, what do you mean by measurement? I'm sure you don't mean like taking a ruler and measuring
So
with a ruler.
So they got this formula that they use to calculate the curvature of basketballs, things. You know what I mean? Where they take the radius, okay, and they try to create like a square or a rectangle out of it. It's the Pythagorean theorem. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. And that's where you basically draw like a triangle on top of your circle, right? And you try to solve for your for curvature. That thing, that curves around the ball, the surface of the ball, right? Because we got this plane in the real world, but we don't have that curvature in the real world, right? So if you just use the formula, right, to measure for curvature, you gather your variables, your measurements, and you do it. And that has never been done in the real world. It's always been measured flat and level. So that's how you measure curvature. Curvature of basketball, beach ball.
When you say it's never been done, do you mean that the time it has been done, you're not convinced by, right? Because it has been done.
It's never been done. No. Listen, we've set things up right, and we've seen the horizon being too far. So where we bitch and complain, people bitch on the internet. Hey, what's this? And then people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is a science communicator, would come on TV and say, no, that is not. You are mistaken. You will never see the curvature of the Earth. He says, even if you went up to the ISS, that stuff is flat. Will always look flat. But it's a ball. We have to believe it's a ball. These are the explanations that we're given. Now this insults my intelligence very much, but who does this guy think he's talking to? He's not talking to me, right? He's talking to you? Do you understand what he's saying?
He's talking to people that want to listen to him.
No, he's talking to people who want to listen to us, like you. See, I'm trying to tell you, right, what is, and he's trying to tell you that you should just believe that it turns into a ball when you get high enough. It's 200. We're on the ISS. Why are they showing fisheye lenses? Why are they showing a globe on the ISS? A lot of these globers are now saying, "Oh, that's just a fisheye lens." So why did you say this was a globe?
Right? A fisheye lens is used, sometimes not.
Well, now you guys are saying that. Now that Neil deGrasse Tyson, now that we've sent up all these balloons and have not seen it, right? Now you're saying that. Now you're just making things. See, so this is why I'm asking you. You're here, going on about belief and people making things up, right? Well, are you believing things that people are making up? Have you verified the things you say you believe in? Because we're not talking about anything crazy here that needs to be believed in. We're talking about water laying flat, and we're talking about curvature not being there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. You asked me a bunch of questions. Which would you want me to answer first? By the way, I posted a video of a weather balloon that shows the curvature, and I
just wanted to point out to you that it doesn't matter like what people believe in, right? It doesn't matter what the scientists say about anything. What matters is what you can verify to be true for yourself.
Well, I agree that it's.
I heard you guys arguing, right? And it was starting to go off into the weeds, right? And we're missing. I wanted you to not miss the point that what we're doing is very logical, and there's nothing philosophical, crazy, religious about it. You know,
No,
I heard
I
you
agree that it's.
say, but I heard you
I,
also say you wish you were religious. So I took
yeah.
that, that's a sign that you're being motivated by something other than truth, right? You're motivated by your bias, yeah. You don't believe in God, right? But that's not what should motivate you or lead you, right? It should be what's the truth. Right? That's what you should be going after. So
Here's the
don't
thing.
want you shouldn't
Let
want
me
to be
explain. Let me explain
religious. Yeah,
something
go
to you
ahead.
real quick. Let me tell you something real quick. I agree that we should do our own research and not just face blind belief what other people tell you. But if you're going to be this hyper skeptic person that needs to like double check and prove themselves with like doing their own experiments, everything, if everyone was like that, the human race would still like in like
We're not talking about the human race. Yeah, right. Right. See, that's the problem. We're not here for the human race. We're here, right? For like, here's my question. Like, let's say we were born in a village, right? Like, we cannot think about the good of the world. We need to survive. We were just born. We need to breathe. We need to eat. We need to not die the next couple of days. We need to learn how to make fire. We need to learn how to cook, how to get food. These are the things we slowly build up learning to do. We don't step out into the world and say humanity needs to be better. Like, no, you need to be better. So how can you be better? By knowing, by learning, by growing, and then you can contribute to humanity, if that's what you want to call it. But what good is all that if what you know is a lie, right? If what you know, if you've been manipulated to believe, to think a certain way, right?
Yeah.
And we're not, we're not, saviors. We're not claiming to be people who are, free from the world, from the system or anything. We're all still, caught here and there because of our knowledge. What we've been taught. We've been taught by these people. We're trying to filter out what's true and what's pseudoscience. What's not
Alex,
true.
Alex, why you did post that? Don't you know what is fish islands? Are you ignorant?
Who spoke?
I'm talking to you, Alex. You did post that link about that video trying to prove curvature. I'm showing you curvature from the ground. Are you dumb or whatever?
Well, because of the video that
why is that so curved at the ground?
Do you want me to answer your question, or do you want to like preach?
Are you living in the? Are you Prince living in the little planet?
Okay, you can preach. That's fine.
Yeah, show me why we can see little curve. This curve on Earth. Explain to me.
There's no curvature on Earth.
Little blue Corvette.
Are we still in 2050? Posting things like this?
Yeah, so he's saying the video you posted is not good, man, because we just told you that stuff is flat from the ISS. That's what we've been told. We have to accept that. That's what we've been told, right? If you think the Earth is a ball, then you have to accept that.
All right. You said the Earth is flat from the ISS.
No, Neil deGrasse Tyson said that.
Says, yeah.
I don't care about Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay. Everybody, the people who promote, and push the globe Earth model say that. Okay, not us. We are just a bunch of students who learn when we go to school. They tell us things, right? We don't go verify it and say it's true or not. We
can
just
you show me one
what
person?
we've been told, right?
Can you show me? Send me a link of
like
one.
You said, if I was to go, wait, let me say, if I was to go and prove every single thing that they showed me, right? Well, then humanity wouldn't be as advanced as they are today. That's what you said, right?
We rely on each other to make advancements. Yeah.
No. What you said was completely wrong. Okay, you need to verify everything to be true.
No, if everyone has to verify everything, then we would just be stuck in the Middle Ages.
No. Oh my God. No. That's a slave.
Do you think when I'm writing code? Do you think when I'm writing code in the computer, I had to prove that electricity is going through the computer and working on.
No, you have to eat food, right? Listen, when you're born as a baby, okay, you have to learn how to eat food. Look, my baby, I have a 3-year-old. He's about to be 3 in July. He's sputtering words right now, man. He's trying. He's frustrated because he's trying to tell me something. Dad, no, the other one. You know, there's language trying to come through. You know, that's what we were talking about. How then? If the language isn't there, how then? Are we supposed to advance? Right? The Bible says, with one language, Babylon was one language. I know, but what I'm trying to point out is, if we had one language, right? If we all had one language, how much faster do you think humanity would move forward?
Way faster.
Exactly. Let me tell you how much faster. Nothing we do is going to be impossible, because that's our potential. And plus, that's what the Bible says, but that's just me believing that stuff. But look at our potential. Right? It's true. So language, and logic, these are all part of us, this experience we're having, man. Called life.
Can I sound Alex?
When you pick up your phone and put it on your face, do you believe that it's not gonna blow up, or did you study all parts of the phone to know that it's not gonna blow up on your face?
Alex, it's not point about that. He was speaking about Earth and that curvature, and then you posted something from the space, and there you said that you feel that you are small. Is that correct? You feel that you are small comparing to the Earth.
I don't want to talk to you, man. I don't want to talk to you. Talk to someone else.
Jesus.
How about you don't talk? If you don't talk, you don't want to talk, don't talk, okay? It's better this way.
The point was, he was telling you about, I will only say this, you don't want to listen. But the point was pointing out about the measurement that the sphere is the sphere. But you said we are too small on that big sphere. But that big sphere has the size, and you can check it out how much is big and how much you can see on that sphere in reality. Everything is written there. And then you will maybe have in the mind that you are not so small on this big Earth. When you hear the results of that, what Earth size is saying. That's only I want to tell you.
Let's see if the guy wants to talk.
I don't know who muted Alex, and I would like to unmute him and ask him a question about something that he said, but I don't want to step on anybody's toes.
You can speak.
Alex, you mentioned that the Earth had been measured to have curvature. Who did that?
A bunch of people did. I can give you some examples. Way back in in Egypt and Alexandria, they noticed they did the experiment with the wells and they light on the shadows, and based on the angles they calculated it. I don't know exactly how they I don't know I don't know how to do the math myself, but I know they measured and got a pretty accurate number on what we today believe the diameter of the Earth is. So they did measure it. Maybe you can say that it's wrong, that what they did was wrong, or it's not good enough, or whatever. But they do measure it. That's just when you guys say nobody's measure it. People measure it all the time. What you mean to say is that the measurements done are you guys don't like.
You don't need to tell us. Hold on, George. I asked him the question. Can I speak to him, please? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Well, you mentioned his name is Eratosthenes. That the official story is that he measured a couple of angles from a well and then a spire or a stick, between Alexandria and Cyrene. Well, what he was doing was measuring elevation angles. He was actually measuring the Earth to be flat, and then he made essentially a great circle. And then he pre-assumed that great circle that he drew was in some form a part or a section of the circumference of a sphere, but it's actually just a circle, which is a flat plane. He didn't measure any curvature. He measured elevation angles, which require the Earth to be flat.
All right. You think, wait, because you said a lot there. I'm just going with what you said last. You're saying that elevation angles require the Earth to be flat?
Absolutely.
So I'm sure you know what a tangent line is, right?
Well, that would be begging the question of a sphere in the first instance, and then what you actually end up doing is creating a tangent plane, so you still need a flat plane to measure the angle. So if you don't beg the question that the Earth is right, but that tangent plane, well, in the case of Eratosthenes, he was measuring essentially a tangent plane that was thousands and thousands of square miles of flatness.
Yeah. Well, we can keep talking about him in a second, but I just need to make sure that we understand each other and that you can measure elevation in a sphere with the imaginary plane or the imaginary tangent plane.
No, you're not measuring an angle on a sphere. You're measuring an angle on a plane.
Well, we use the plane to measure it.
Right, so you're measuring an angle on a plane, so not the Earth. It's not a sphere Earth. You're begging the question in that instance that you're on a sphere. Then you create a tangent to the sphere that you begged the question about. Then you create a tangent plane, and then you measure the angle. I don't know why you're talking over me when I'm correcting what you're saying.
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Forget the shape of the Earth for a second. If you draw a circle on a piece of paper, you can measure angles with a tangent line, right?
I'm sorry, a circle. So you want to cut sections out of a pie? Yeah, so a flat plane. Yeah.
Okay. Now, instead of a circle, now we have a sphere. You can still measure.
Why do we have a sphere? No, you can't.
I'm making it up. I'm telling you that instead of a circle, if I give you a sphere, we can still measure elevation angles from that sphere with that tangent plane. It's something we can do. Why not?
No, because you're not using the sphere at that point. It's surplus to requirements. You're still measuring angles on a plane. You're still using a flat plane.
You are using a flat plane, but it's not a real plane. A football, you put a football on the floor. The ceiling, if you put a light on the ceiling that's right on top of the ball, the elevation angle there is 90 degrees with the imaginary plane, tangent plane on the ball. It's just a way to measure things. It's something that.
Hold on, friend. Hold on, buddy boy. I have a contention. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So what I heard there was imaginary plane and imaginary ball, and I agree with you. It's imaginary.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's not it. It's you had to assume, in order for you to carry on, like you have to first assume some things that light rays are parallel because the sun is so far away, right? 93 million miles. He assumed light rays are parallel, which is not true. Light rays diverge, you see crepuscular rays. The other thing you have to assume is that the ground is curved. So first you got to make these two assumptions in order for those shadows and angles to match up.
Well, solar rays are parallel.
No, they're not.
You want me to send you a picture?
Light rays are parallel?
Yeah, brother.
No, crepuscular rays.
Hold on, Bond. Bond, hold on. Everybody take their bets now of which picture we've already seen he's going to show, of which we already have graphics showing that they're not parallel. All right, take your bets. Now that we're all placed our bets, all right, go ahead, bro. Post us your picture.
All right, let me look it up. I don't have it actually downloaded. Here it is. I'm sure you've seen this picture before.
I can't wait. I can't wait, buddy.
Here it goes.
Hold on, let me look. Let me look now. Give me a second. Oh, that one. Dude. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. That wasn't the one I bet on, though, so I lose the bet.
Alex,
you missed it. You missed it.
What is?
So the first picture I was sent, like the green grass in the field. Do you guys not understand what. I'm sure you understand, but maybe you don't want to.
No. Hold on,
Like
wait.
that is an optical
No, that's not what
illusion.
we're looking at. We're looking at the sun. You know that with the
Okay.
green fields. Look at the sun. Look at the sun. Okay, now look at the
Yes.
light rays from the sun. Right.
Yes.
See what the light rays are doing? Those
Are train tracks parallel?
corpuscular rays. No, listen. What is these are behind those clouds. Okay, those clouds are local. That sun and what it's doing to those clouds, that's a local effect. Okay, now imagine pulling that sun away. Okay, pulling it away. Then you'll have whatever it is that Eratosthenes was talking about, right? But you're not going to get that. You're not going to get corpuscular rays, right? Like so you get a cardboard box, poke holes in it, right? Then you shine a flashlight above it, okay? So the rays are coming through your cardboard box, right? If you pull that light away, you're going to lose that effect. In other words, what we're saying is that light and those clouds are local, just like the cardboard box and the flashlight. You won't get that effect when you pull the flashlight away. That's what the light and the clouds are doing.
I'm not sure what the I don't understand what
So this is called
pulling the light away has to do with anything.
Well, go try it.
It's not me being like difficult. I just really don't understand what you're talking about with pulling the sun away.
I know. Let me finish. When see how it's illuminating only those clouds, right? It's not illuminating all the clouds. That's what the moonlight does too, right? It only illuminates the clouds that it's behind, right?
Yeah.
It's supposed to illuminate the whole thing because it's far away. But what it's doing is it's illuminating just those clouds it's behind, which means it's local. It's right behind those clouds. That's what we're trying to explain. So these angles, these light rays that are coming out of it, those aren't parallel light rays. Okay, those are diverging, coming out.
I think I understand
all
what
angles.
you're saying. I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying that because the sun is so big, it shouldn't only illuminate the clouds. It should illuminate everything around it as well, or even the floor.
If it the light was far away, right? Then you'd have the thing that Eratosthenes was trying to show, right?
Okay.
So you have to assume that it's far away,
But
which is
what
not.
you said there, is incorrect because if no matter how big of a spotlight you have, you can have a stadium spotlight or a flashlight. If I put my hand in front of my face,
you guys changed conversation. Wrong.
Yeah, we're talking.
You guys changed conversation because if it was about Eratosthenes, nobody went into the assumptions and how using the same assumptions they can going to get the same result. It's like, why go back and forth when it's like, let me show you why this is illegitimate. I don't hear that coming through from you guys, but I'm trying to enjoy my work back.
Well, I was just about to get there too, man. I was just trying to tell you, like, you're in order. What I'm explaining to you, Alex, right, is the only way for Eratosthenes to match up what he's doing. Because if he doesn't do that, then he's actually doing on a flat plane with the local sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even there, so Neil deGrasse Tyson made a video. He says it can work on both, but you see, if so you have to set it up, right?
It can
we know
absolutely. Let me respond. You guys have given me points. Some guy now just posted a picture of the experiment with the on a table, I presume, and yeah, you would get the same result on with a close and local sun if rays weren't parallel, but they are.
Yeah.
Like I give you guys that we get the same results that Eratosthenes did with a close and local sun if the rays weren't parallel, but the rays are parallel.
Prove they're parallel.
Prove it then.
Well, wait. That's not the only condition. The other condition,
optical illusion.
You have to curve the ground too now, right? In order for you to complete that, you have to curve the ground because the measurements he took was on a flat plane, right? Used elevation angles. So
We talked about this before with the other guy. The fact that you're on a sphere doesn't mean you can't have elevation angles.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay, what I'm saying is you can't have the shadows that he measured without assuming that it's on a plane, because that's the only place it can occur that way is on a flat surface.
No,
so if you want to see that on a curved surface, like you have to curve the surface, right? And then you have to parallel the light rays. I don't know how you can do that. That's all mathematical. You're not going to see that in the real world.
Let me see if I agree. To get the results that Eratosthenes got, either the Earth must be flat and have a close and local sun, or have parallel rays and it be a ball.
Well,
is there another option?
It was already right. It was already flat and local. Okay, what he was trying to do is figure out how it could be a ball. He's doing all these backflips.
Yeah, I'm trying to do a follow-up question. Like, do you agree with what I said?
I don't.
Say it again.
That to get the results that Eratosthenes got, you either have to be on a flat plane with a close and local sun, or on a ball with a faraway sun with parallel rays. Is there a third option?
No, this is a false dichotomy. See, we've already eliminated one of those possibilities since Eratosthenes already measured an elevation angle. So he measured a flat Earth. The other option is just fluff, essentially, just made up nonsense.
Yeah.
Okay, so there isn't a third option, right?
There isn't even a second option. Eratosthenes measured a flat Earth.
So if for the Earth to be flat, then you can't have parallel rays. Rays have to diverge. You have to have crepuscular rays, right?
Just show us a measurement of parallel light rays.
I sent you the picture.
No, that's not a measurement, friend. I mean, if you're going to show us train tracks, right, and say, well, they're parallel, but they look converging. Well, whatever you got to use, but I'm willing to bet that you're going to need some kind of tool to measure the light rays. And number one, a ray is a reification. Rays don't actually exist. So good luck trying to measure light rays.
Okay. Yeah, you got me there. I can look that up or try to do it myself. Like one way I can imagine for like measuring rays is like with a building, because it's pretty big, and measure the like the width of the building, and then measure the shadow, I don't know, like 500 meters 500 meters or like a mile after, and if it's the same width, the shadow down the building, then the rays are parallel. If they weren't parallel, then the shadow would be smaller, right?
All right, off you go, I guess.
All right, would that convince you guys though? Let's say
it wouldn't be convincing of anything. Excuse me. What would we be trying to convince us of? Parallel light rays?
No, that the rays of the sun are parallel.
Okay. Well, then get me that measurement.
Great. Would that experiment convince you? That they
have to give it to me. If you showed me a measurement of a shadow, right, as it was cast along a length, which by the way is a flat straight line.
No, he's not going to do that, man. Like, listen, just juxtapose it with, what about the parallel moon rays? Is that what we're doing? Is that cool? Is this assumption that it's like, why y'all not? I don't know, man. I'm a bad backseat driver, I guess. Whatever. It is what it is.
No, you make a solid point. So if we have the same shadows coming from the moon as we do the sun, length, width, all that stuff, what is that going to tell us about the distance to the sun, or whether or not those rays are parallel?
What is that going to tell us? It's going to tell us that if you have a body that's either emitting or reflecting light, that if it's far away enough, then the rays will be parallel.
No, we're just getting the same shadows from one body, a celestial body, length of shadows, angle of shadows, so on and so forth, as the other. Does that mean that they're both the same distance?
To answer your question, you said, what would it show us? What does it tell us for the light rays of the moon to also be parallel? Was that not your question?
No, I didn't say light rays of the moon being parallel. I mentioned nothing about light rays from the moon being parallel. I said the same angle. See, that we have these things called moon dials. The moon dials essentially work the exact same as the sundial. Same length of shadows, same angle of shadows, depending on the time of the month, but it's the exact same light, right, or angle of light coming from that body as it is the sun. So is now the moon 93 million miles away, or is the sun 238,000 miles away? Which one is it?
Oh, you don't. It doesn't. It's not opposing views. As long as the source of light is far enough, the light rays will essentially be parallel when they reach it. But they just have to be far away enough. It doesn't have to be the exact distance of the sun. It just has to be far away enough.
So far away enough. And what is that distance?
I don't know. I have to look it up.
Okay. See, what you're doing is you're bringing in these hypotheticals, like, well, if right, the body is far enough away, then it's just going to be parallel. If I can measure the same width of shadow from a building, from the base all the way out to where the shadow essentially ends, then the light's going to be parallel. The problem is that you don't actually have evidence for either one of these claims. What you're doing is introducing a couple of hypotheticals to support your non-claim or no evidence of claim. It's kind of silly.
Well, what I'm doing is proposing an experiment that we both agree would demonstrate something.
Well, it's not an experiment.
If the experiment,
at best, it's a measurement.
Well, and those are mutually exclusive.
Mutually exclusive measurements and experiments.
You can measure something as part of an experiment, right?
You can take measurements in an experiment, yes, but measurements and experiments are not the same thing. I think this is a composition fallacy that you're committing right now.
Oh, they could be the same thing.
No, they're not the same thing. Experiments have to do with an observed phenomenon, and we are not dealing with that. We are dealing with something we are very familiar with, a ball, right? Right? So there's no experiments. Yeah. There's just observations and measurements that we're trying to verify.
What? Give me an example of an experiment.
An experiment is, I don't know. You see something, and then you guess, you make a prediction what you think the cause of the thing is, and then you go test it, right? And then you change a variable, right, to see what the different result is. And if changing that variable changes the result, then you found your cause. Okay,
right,
that's
so you guys think experiments are only for investigating causes of things?
Yes, it is. It is. That's a scientific experiment. I know it is because I remember this reading that in the textbook when I was like 14. That's why I know the difference.
Oh,
that's all. It's just one of those memories.
Let me Google what an experiment is.
Yeah, you can't experience. We're not dealing with experiments, right? Like when we're looking at the shape of a ball on a table, right? We're not. We're identifying. We're trying to identify things. Okay, and we're not identifying curvature. Let's say you go do this.
So according to
experiment. Yeah.
Sorry, keep going.
Now, if you were to go do this experiment and then come show us your results and say, "Hey, look, I did it," right? Well, it's not going to match the real world because earlier we discussed, right, that it's always going to appear flat, measure flat, and uses flat, even from the ISS. So whatever math you finish completely calculating, it's not going to match reality. That's what I was trying to say. Eratosthenes is a myth that they tell people today who aren't too interested in this kind of thing, right? So that they just ignore it and leave it to the experts, quotation marks, experts.
Right. So I just Googled what an experiment is, and it says a scientific experiment is any process in which measurements are used and tests are carried out to verify or refute a hypothesis. So it doesn't have to be about a cause of something. My hypothesis.
What's the scientific method then? Because there's a method that goes along with scientific experiment. The scientific method.
It's like 8 steps.
Hold on, buddy.
For the scientific
Hold
first,
on.
to make an observation. Then it was to make a hypothesis. Well, observe like.
Right. Hold on. What? Yep. Yep. So what's the scientific hypothesis?
Then you question like why does this happen? Then you make a hypothesis on why it happens. Then you experiment.
Okay, hold on, buddy boy. So
you asked
happening.
me the steps of the process, right?
Hold on, bud. You're messing up.
Okay.
So happening, right? A hypothesis is a naturally occurring phenomenon, right?
Not necessarily.
Yeah. Yes, necessarily.
I can hypothesize about anything. I can hypothesize about your height, or I can hypothesize.
Holy crap, dude. All right, listen, dude. We're not even going to entertain that nonsense, dude. A hypothesis in a scientific context is a specific thing, dude. A scientific hypothesis is not, I guess, how tall you are. Not even close. So don't even try to pull that crap.
Let me
just
simplify. Let me just simplify it real quick, man. A hypothesis, right? You need some information. Okay, that's all. You need some information, right, to make a prediction or a hypothesis, right? You're trying to predict something. You can't predict anything without data. I mean, that's why we look at the stars, right? So we can predict the seasons, the times,
Yeah, I agree. I agree with everything you said. What I don't agree with is that a hypothesis has to be about a natural phenomenon. You can make a hypothesis for anything. I can the way technology is built is with experimentations and hypotheses, and that has nothing to do with naturally occurring phenomenon.
It depends on what you're trying to do. Okay, if you're trying to do something that requires it, then of course listen.
Hey.
People do this without thinking. Just because they wrote it down, right, and turned it into a system, doesn't mean people don't do it every day. Children do this every day. They experiment. They touch things, they hurts, and they cry, and they know not to do it again. Like they're experimenting every day. Is how we went from 0 years old to what we are now, and not dying because we experimented in life. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, but we're not talking about, yeah, it's a fair point, but we're not talking about the general term hypothesis and the general term experiment. We're talking about scientific hypotheses and scientific experiments, and they have a rigid definition. So if you think that measuring someone's height is a scientific experiment, you're committing a categorical error. Okay, measuring someone's height is as simple as measuring their height. Now, guessing what their height is, you could colloquially use the term hypothesis. That doesn't mean you're explaining a scientific hypothesis. So, somebody in this chat, for the love of God, look up the definition of it so that we're not just talking out our asses around here. How about that? Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair.
Very, very.
Yes. So, scientific hypothesis is a supposition about the cause of an effect of the natural occurring phenomena that you just observed. That's what it is. And we have numerous scholastic level, collegiate and university level proof that is what a scientific hypothesis is. And so one of our friends will post it for you, and if they don't, I'm going to fire them. And then I'm going to make them buy me coffee.
I just looked it up.
I think it already has been posted.
A scientific hypothesis is a testable, clear statement about what you think will happen in a science experiment that is based on your observations and prior knowledge. That's it. Nothing about natural causes.
It's an educated guess. How about that? An educated
Oh my
guess.
goodness, dude. Where would your citation come from there, Mr. Alex?
It came from study.com. It's the first
Okay, so it's a nobody. Yeah, they don't matter.
All right, what website do you want me to
Okay, so listen, I got to go on mute. So for the love of God, one of our friends who's on the mic, pull up the actual collegiate scientific references, not study.com, for goodness sakes, and let them know what it is. So I don't have to, stab myself in the ears with a piece of wood.
Grim posted it. Grim posted it.
Perfect. Somebody read it for him, please.
Okay, here we go. Let me read it. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, go on.
You go.
So lifescience.com, is that a trusted
read the one Grim. No, read the one Grim posted. Scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction. Go ahead.
Colorado State University, DU, right? Scientific hypothesis.
special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable.
Yeah, nothing about natural
Got one
causes.
from. This is. I don't know. Pennsylvania State University. His or her present knowledge to predict the.
Holy crap, dude! We can't hear you, so you're gonna have to pass it to somebody else to read it.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, is this better? Might have had my hand over the mic.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Pennsylvania State University. The scientist applies his/her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the hypothesis.
Great, so nothing about natural phenomena.
Prediction
sorry.
is often if-then statement.
Great, so nothing about
All
natural
right.
phenomena.
All right, perfect. So I could see I got to teach my crew how to get the proper citations. All right, fair point. So well played, Alex.
Okay, thanks.
No, hold on. Hey, man. I'm losing. I'm trying to remember something here. Hold up. The point is, right? Look, I said natural phenomenon because that's what I remember. But look, anything you don't understand, right? Like, you experiment. Okay, if you don't understand something, you're going to perform an experiment roughly like this way. Where you're trying to find the independent variable. The dependent variable. If I do this, this happens. Okay, like nobody has a. So, but the point is, okay, we don't need to perform any experiments, right? To know that something is a ball or has curvature versus.
Correct. You can just measure the thing. Correct. You can just measure the thing. And that's the point we're talking about here. When you can just measure something directly, you don't need to assume it's a phenomenon that you don't understand the cause of, because it's not a causal relationship. It's just measuring the thing, for goodness sakes. Now, for the slow kids in the back, if you don't understand that just measuring a 2x4 is not a causal relationship, then I don't know how to help you.
Yeah, who's questioning that? Is there somebody in here that doubts that?
Yeah, he said a hypothesis is how tall am I? How tall are you? That's a hypothesis.
Yeah, if you follow the scientific steps, then anything you do with that is science.
No, you're wrong. Oh my goodness, dude.
I have a
Hold on, brother. Hold on, just real quick. What's the independent variable of how tall I am, for goodness sakes, that you're going to vary and manipulate?
Your height.
No, oh my goodness. How is that independent, dude? I really can't. I don't. Holy
depend on anything.
Wow, dude. You really, dude. I got to go on mute before I accidentally hit myself with a hammer.
Okay.
No, but this is good. This is good because when you're in the street squabbling up, beating people's ass all day, like you don't think it's that amazing till you get put on a world stage and then you Tyson. You're like, I didn't know what I was doing was this great. One day, because we're not going to get bored, one of us is going to get on the stage where somebody like you, because most people are normal, just like you, you're going to get your ass handed.
Cool.
Yeah, I agree.
That's going to be good for us.
We can do a warm up right now. Pre-game. So if he wants to, go ahead and formalize this in a scientific experiment, fully hypothesis test. Can you do that for us?
You talking to me?
No, the big red lobster that's in the room. Of course, I'm talking to you.
All right. My hypothesis is that sun rays are parallel, and the experiment I proposed was the measuring the shadows from a building from far away. If you don't think that's a valid experiment, just please tell me why.
Oh, what's a naturally occurring phenomenon for you to think that they're parallel rays? Have you seen parallel rays?
Yes, I showed you the picture of the cloud.
No, it's not parallel rays, bro. You showed us a shadow. I need you to measure those shadows and then tell us how that's parallel light rays.
Well, that's the observation. That's what the experiment is, measuring the shadows.
So look, man. Parallel rays don't exist. Parallel rays don't exist because light comes out from a point, okay, onto all directions, which creates all these angles. The rays create these angles. Like, there's no such thing as parallel rays. Okay, like we don't know 93. I don't even know what 1,000,000 miles is. You know, I can't even visualize it. Like how far light can travel.
Yeah, and if you want to, Bong, if you wanted to add insult to injury, he doesn't even know what a ray is. That's also used as a convention. A ray is not something in and of itself. So if you really want to rub salt in the wound, you wouldn't be able to define what a ray is. What's a ray?
Exactly.
Oh, Ray.
Well, we can make this a step further in absurdity and say if you're testing for parallel rays, are you testing for a flat sun or a flat star?
Why are those things like? Why measuring rays mean that the sun is flat?
Yeah,
if they're parallel.
The understanding that you have right now is just a basic understanding of what someone says that uses a lot of conventions to get to the end result. So when you start saying that you can do something as an experiment, which is not, everything that is useful inside of that quote unquote experiment has to be parsed out as to how you understand each individual variable within that. So what we're showing you right now.
The variable is the width of the shadow.
Yeah, I'm almost done.
Right.
So what happens is when we start parsing out each individual constituent part of this specific quote unquote experiment that you're talking about, then you start to realize that each individual part that we're speaking of has its own defined meaning, and you don't understand whether or not it can be agreed upon whether the term that's being used, like light ray, what that is, and how they've understood to be how science has come to understand what encumbers that term. So when you're thinking about all these things, you think that automatically using these words colloquially is a great way to explain what you think an experiment is, and that's I think is your big Achilles heel. You don't really understand what you're talking about. So when we start parsing out each individual constituent part, you're kind of at a loss. And so you don't really know how to rebut any of the things we're saying because you don't understand what you're saying.
Well, I have answered all the questions you've given me as good as I can. Maybe my answers weren't satisfactory, but I'm doing the best I can. What you said something that I don't agree with is that you said that in order to perform an experiment, we have to understand all the constituent parts, right? Is that what you said?
No. I said when you talk about the experiment, you don't understand the terms that are being used, as in, and I'm going to ask you this, what is a light ray?
An arrangement of light.
Is that the defined meaning?
A line of light. I don't know the dictionary definition, if that's what.
Right, so the defined meaning has to give it its value, which then of course you can be able to demonstrate in what way are we defining light ray, and if it's something in and of itself that we can identify, or it's just used as a convention for us to describe something, but it's in and of itself is not something.
Yeah, I agree.
So this
array is not a thing. Array is not a thing. It's just a word we use to describe what a straight line of light is.
Right. So an understanding of this should be better parsed out, as in how you understand what you're saying is what you think it is, like the experiment you think you're proving right now, and how you're able to understand the terms within that the explanation. So what I'm asking you is to look within what you're saying, because all of this matters, right? Like having a great understanding of semantics within how you're parsing out what you mean gives everybody, the audience, a great understanding as to how you know what you're talking about. And if you can't do that, what it shows is your lack of understanding of what the terms mean is that you're inept to actually have a conversation that involves something you think you know. Does that make sense, sir?
What are you saying is that I should have the dictionary definition of everything I'm talking about in order to talk about it?
You have to understand the defined terms in the context contextually
So what I
to be able
what
to
I
tell
said.
somebody that you know something. Like, yeah, if somebody tells you, if they ask you a question on the spot, because within your explanation, you're going to tell us what light rays, how they affect, and what they're being measured. And if somebody was to ask you, sir, what is a light ray? And if you say, well, shit, I don't know. It's just a word I use. Like, that doesn't help your case. You want to build a strong foundation with semantics so that you can tell the person who's asking you, well, check it out. And we can go to the definitions. And your understanding from a defined position could give somebody like a bridge to actually say, okay, I know that that's what light ray means, and I know how you're using it. So therefore, I know what you're saying is correct.
Okay.
You understand?
You
There's a
just
lot
used
that has to deal with.
use the word. You just used the word bridge. What's a bridge?
Well, it helps people understand that you and them are able to understand something together, because when you build a bridge, you bridge a gap between knowledge. So
you
the
don't
bridge
know.
is
You don't know the
it's a
definition of a
defined
bridge.
term. No, the bridge is what do you mean?
That you asked me before. You said before that because I didn't know the
Let's not play the
definition of
game.
a
Let's
ray.
not play the game. Let's not play the game looking at what I'm saying. I'm just saying, if you understand what I mean right now, then you would
I just think you're wrong.
respect that. But okay,
I just think you're wrong. I don't think I need to know the dictionary definition
Why?
of all the words I use in order to make a point.
Why?
Because
What if you're
nobody
saying
does
something
that.
else and contextually? Yeah, yes, we do in here.
Yeah,
Contextually, we need to know what you
you
mean.
just used the word bridge, and I asked you to define it, and you can't.
Yeah, I'm driving right now. By the way, hold on. By the way, what you're doing right now is a great way for you to bring a red herring into the argument, so that you don't have to be held accountable for what you've just said. It's a great way for you to do that.
I'm holding you up to the same standards that you're holding me. That I don't think you should hold.
You haven't performed the task that everybody was requiring you to do, which is, are you able to tell us within the explanation what the defined terms mean in order for you to have a great understanding? And so you didn't do that, right? Is that correct? When I asked you?
I did. You asked me what a ray is. Did you ask me any other question?
Is that the defined term that you gave me?
Yeah, I told you what a ray is.
Is that the definition of the ray, light ray?
No, it's like not the dictionary one.
No,
But it's
knows the
a
answer.
good enough one.
Knows the answer. Sir, no is the answer. So therefore, you didn't perform the task. You didn't perform the task when I asked you. So therefore, if somebody's listening to you give explanations about light rays and measuring them, you don't know what it means definitionally. So the person that wants to understand whether or not you know this information can actually have a bridge to be built across the knowledge base that you're trying to give them, because you don't know what the term means. Therefore, they are saying like, well, I don't know how you're using light ray. Are you saying you think it's something, or you think it's a convention? Like, what do you mean light ray? So a lot of people can ask questions.
You can ask me, and I can answer.
Yeah, and you answered, which is you said you didn't know what the definition
I never
is.
said that. I told you. You said you asked me what a ray is.
All right.
and I told you
What's the defined?
a ray is an
What's the
arrangement of
defined
light.
term for light ray? What's the defined term for light? Is that what it says in the definition?
I don't know the dictionary definition, but it's an arrangement of light.
All right. The dictionary definition builds a bridge for everybody's knowledge base, and then we can have a better discussion contextually with you. And if you can't do that, and you say, "Well, pish posh, I don't need to do that," well, then therefore you're negating the fact that now people are listening to you, and they're taking you out of context, and you're like, "Well, I didn't mean that," but then they wouldn't know because you didn't define your term, sir.
All right.
It's
all I'm saying is that neither you, me, or anybody in this earth knows the dictionary definition of all the words they use whenever they use it.
That's not the point. No, we're not waiting. That's not the point. That is not the point. The point that we're trying to establish, the point that we're establishing here is that for a conversation to be had, especially when it involves semantics and people are trying to understand the finer points, right? The minutia. And if we're trying to figure all of this out and you are not equipped to give those answers, then it shows that perhaps you have a misunderstanding. Which is my take. I think you have a misunderstanding because you're not able to parse out whether or not you know any defined terms within the explanation that you've given. So you're unable to tell somebody what you mean. This is a problem.
You're
Right?
just saying the same thing again.
Well, this is a problem, sir. The problem is you think that you can barrel forward, continuing with your explanation when you haven't provided how you know what you're talking about.
The
Which,
thing is,
for
I'm not
everybody here, is a
explaining
lack of.
anything. The problem is that I'm not explaining.
Yeah, you are.
anything. If I
Yeah, you
were
are. You're
here,
trying to
if I
tell
were
us
here
an explanation.
wait. If I was here attempting to tell you what a light ray is, then you would have every right to say what you're saying. But I'm not. All I was
still
doing
saying it.
is
still
all I
saying
was doing was asking a question and to asking you guys if that experiment would be enough for you. And
No, but once
none of
again,
you.
sir. Once again, you're taking this way out of hand. Once again, you've misunderstood. Contextually, you don't know what a scientific experiment is. You really can't understand what a light ray is because you haven't defined what it is definitionally. So people can't build a bridge to your understanding. So right now, I'm assessing what you've said so far. You don't realize that you don't know what you don't know. You're just telling me that it's okay for me to say whatever I want because we can't know all the definitions of everything. So you can't proceed. You understand the problem. You can't proceed to tell everybody here what something is if you don't know what it is.
I'm not
That's
telling you
an
what
issue.
it is. Do you think we have to know
Yes,
what
you are.
something is in order to study?
I asked you what a light ray is, and you gave me some idea of what you think it is based on what you come to an understanding of what maybe it means to you. But I didn't ask what it means to you. I've asked what does it mean per the definition. You see the issue, and then you proceeded to say, "Well, we don't need to know all the words of everything," and that's the problem. Your lack of understanding about the topic, your lack of understanding of the topic contextually will not go over well with anybody trying to listen to you explain anything that you think you know. That's an issue, sir.
I disagree.
We could solve this real quick if you grab a definition, we all read it, we say, "Yep, looks good. Let's carry on."
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah, but you haven't done that. So are you going to do that?
I can Google it. Yeah.
Well, Google it. That even meets the criteria of what you've done. I mean, why don't we know all the meanings of all the
A
words?
ray is each of the lines in which light may seem to stream from the sun or any luminous body or pass through a small opening. I agree with that. Do you guys agree with that?
I think it's good enough.
Yeah, as a convention, yes.
All right. Then I would like to ask again what is wrong with the experiment I proposed?
An experiment.
Measuring the shadow of a building to see if the rays are parallel or not. If the rays are parallel, the shadow will be the same thickness as the object. Wait, you asked me to tell you what it's
something. Yeah, no, I don't. You're measuring something which means it's not an experiment. It has to do with math, sir. An experiment is a how-why question, not a what-is question, sir. And what you're performing to do is to tell us what something is. We don't need to know what it is. A how-why question answers what science is more concerned about, the physical and natural world. And you're not doing an experiment according. One second. You're not doing an experiment according to how somebody wants to know how and why something is happening. You're doing something according to asking a question like, what is it? Like, is it this tall? So your what is question is being done in a way that you think is an experiment and it's not. So it's not, experiments don't deal with the what is questions, they deal with how, why questions.
I would just go back to what we were talking half an hour ago and just tell you what the dictionary definition of experiment is, which is just a way to prove a hypothesis. That has nothing to do with causing anything or explaining anything in specific. You just have, if you have a hypothesis, the experiment is a way to prove it.
Yeah, well, the hypothesis is what. Anyways, so I think you're mistaken, right? I think so. Eratosthenes did all these measurements and observations on a plane, and then he assumed, by assuming the ground is curved and the light rays are parallel, that's how he's able to match what he actually measured and observed on a flat plane. Okay, so you can't just start saying all light rays are parallel because Eratosthenes assumed them to be parallel. So now I can do that.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Well, then you can't. Yeah. Well, then your observation experiment is not valid because you're assuming light rays are parallel.
I'm not assuming they are parallel. I proposed an experiment to see if they were parallel, and I still haven't heard any of you guys tell me why that experiment isn't good enough.
Yeah. Well,
it's not an experiment.
Yeah, it doesn't
So
fit.
you're doing a measurement.
Why
it
is it not
doesn't
an
fit the description. It doesn't fit the strict definition of an experiment.
Well, I read you what an experiment was a while back. Do you want me to read it again?
We have it all over the text chat. I don't think that'd be necessary.
All right, okay. And so if you Google it, you will see that an experiment is a way to verify a hypothesis, nothing else. So why if my hypothesis is that the sun rays are parallel, why would the experiment I propose not be an experiment?
Because how is it testable within an experiment that follows the scientific method? That's the whole key.
All right, the experiment is one part of the scientific method, right? So the experiment isn't the scientific method.
it's not.
It's just a
You
part.
can't look because the assumption is that the light source has to be very far away in order for him to assume that they're parallel. So you can't simulate, right? Like 93 million miles. You can't even do 1 million miles to perform this experiment. Okay, so it's not. You can't do that, right? Light. How far can you? Well, what's the strongest light that we know? The sun, right? How far is the sun?
The experiment has nothing to do with how far away the
Okay, then what light
planet.
source? What light source are you going to place 1 million miles away, right?
There
to test
doesn't need to be any light source placed anywhere.
Right. Well, then how are you going to test? Then you're not testing. You're not testing for the thing you're testing for.
What you're talking about has nothing to do with the experiment. You're talking about something else. You're talking about the petals of the flowers, and I'm talking about the root. You're talking about something different.
It's not an experiment. Okay,
Why?
what you're doing is you're observing the light. You're placing things here and there and observing the light. You're not doing anything to determine the cause of anything.
Do you think that experiments? Do you think that all experiments have to prove some cause of something?
Yes.
Yeah. Tell us what your hypothesis is.
Give me a dictionary. Give me a definition anywhere that says that.
State your hypothesis.
They're all
right?
over the chat.
And then just state your hypothesis first. What is your hypothesis?
Sun rays are parallel.
That's
the hypothesis.
That is not a hypothesis.
It is.
I'm going to
do anything I want.
That's what I said. What are you going to do to change the fact that light rays, that the way they come through, is not parallel? What are you going to place a light source 1 million miles away?
Why do I have to change anything? Why do I have to change anything?
What is your experiment?
All right,
What is your independent variable? What is your dependent variable?
I didn't post a photo. They are not parallel. End of story.
That's not an experiment.
You guys should give me some props, man. I'm talking like.
I did post in the live stream voice text, Alex.
And every time I answer one of you guys,
Alex, shut the fuck up. I did post in live stream. Now we explain why they are not parallel, according to the photo I did post it. Okay?
Okay. What was your question?
I did post a photo. Now you are going to explain why these sun rays are not parallel.
Are not? I think they are, but it doesn't matter.
Look at the photo. Did you look at the photo? Did you look at the photo?
What photo, man? No, I'm not looking.
I'm gonna post again because you are blind. I'm gonna post again. You know, this is the third time. You are so blind. Just
Why
a
are you
second.
yelling, dude? Like, seriously.
Oh, sorry, my mic It's too close. I'm gonna stay away a little bit. Okay, let's see again. According to you, sun rays are parallel, right? Now explain this to me.
It's an optical illusion similar to the one that I just posted.
So
Okay, now prove it. Prove it's an optical illusion. How do you prove it? How do you prove it?
All right. The way I'm thinking I can prove it is by measuring the shadow of a building. If the shadow is the same width as the building, even a mile back, then the rays are parallel. If the rays aren't parallel, then the shadow would be a different width.
You can
see. That's what causing. Hold up, stop. That's not what causing that's not what's causing the shadows to be different widths, man. Like, are you serious?
They are not different widths. If they are different widths, then they aren't parallel. If they are the same width, then they are parallel.
Man.
Are they supposed to have divergent?
Let's go back to Eratosthenes. We got to finish this. Okay.
All right, so we can go back to anything you guys want. So I propose an experiment, and none of you can tell me why that experiment.
No, let me stop. I'll continue it. Hold up. So Eratosthenes, okay, made an observation and a measurement on a flat surface, okay, and then he said, if we assume that the Earth is a ball with a radius of so and so, okay, and the light was 93 million miles away, this is what I would get as well. Okay, so he doesn't know, okay, that if it's a ball or not. He knows he measured it.
Send me a link of where he said that.
So let me finish. First, okay, he knows what he's doing. He's making a measurement, an observation on a plane. You understand that? And then he says, I could also get these same results if I assumed that the Earth was a ball this big and the light source was that far away. See, now you got a curve rate, and now you got these light rays that are parallel, right? But that's not what he knows. What he knows is that it's flat and the sun is local. Okay, that's what he knows. You understand? That's what this is. So in other words, both can be true, but one thing is known. Okay, it's not curving, and the sun is not 93 million miles away. Okay, that's not true. What we know is that it's local and it's flat, and that's how we got these measurements, shadows, whatever you want to call it. So he has to assume things in order for what we have to match. That's the point. Okay? It's still flat, right? And we still use it as flat, and it still appears flat. Measured, observed, and used. That's what we know. So,
right, and those images you posted weren't even parallel. That one you posted, I could tell just by looking at it. And we got ones here from top down that show you it's not parallel either. So sometimes it's parallel and sometimes it isn't. So what's up?
When are they not parallel?
Oh,
I didn't post my photo.
No, picture you show parallel rays when they are coming at you.
I'm gonna post again. Okay, you draw lines. You see that cloud? There's a light from the sun coming to the ground. You draw a line there, and you can make assumptions on the above that cloud. Okay, but explain to me, how can that match? They are divergent.
Well, he still hasn't given a hypothesis yet. He said sun rays are parallel as his hypothesis, and that's not true.
The building example is deficient fully because if I go 4,000 miles away, I'm going to have a completely different angle to the light source. It's not parallel with the first angle.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
Next.
The guy that just spoke, you're the first one to tell me why the experiment isn't wrong. Can you repeat it?
If I go 4,000 miles away, am I going to measure the same angle, a parallel angle that's the same angle of incidence as the original angle? The answer is hell no.
Which angle?
If I take an angle to the sun, and I measure the shadow angle, and I move 4,000 miles away. Let's say I could teleport like that. Or I'll have a friend. I can do a simultaneous timed observation with a friend who's 4,000 miles away. Is he going to measure the same angle to the sun?
No, it's not going to be the same angle.
It's not going to be parallel, is it? It's not parallel.
Wait, you think that
it's not parallel, is it?
You think that because let's say the two parallel lines, you let's say your phone, the both sides of your phone are parallel, right?
Well, that's not the angle of separation is too small to tell, isn't it? That's why I said we can go 4,000 miles away and kill this argument right away.
Can you answer my question? Can you answer my question?
No, let's move on. So let's just use in your internal paradigm the moon. They have all these claims about the moon.
They just cut you off because they know you were wrong. Just so you know.
No, I'm gonna show you right now where you're wrong. In the diagrams that they show of the moon and how it reacts to the sun, in one diagram it shows the sun rays are divergent to the moon. In the other diagram it shows the sun rays are convergent to the moon. So even in your own paradigm,
is that a picture?
Hold on, buddy. Dude, we'll post it for you. Don't worry about it.
Right, okay.
We all understand what we're talking about. It's when they're talking about like the moon blocking the sun or all these different things. They always show these diagrams with divergent rays, convergent rays, or parallel rays. So whenever they need it to be whatever they need it to be is what they claim it is. So even in your own model, they're not parallel rays, dude. So what pipe are you smoking here?
All right. So a source of light doesn't have to be the sun. Any source of light has divergent and parallel rays coming out of them. That's why when you have a flashlight, you have divergent rays coming out of them. But if you take the same flashlight and you put a pinhole with cardboard in front of it, then you only get parallel rays coming out of that pinhole. Right? So all sources of light emit light in all the right directions. Parallel and divergent. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. So now that you know that, you need to prove what's between us and the light source you claim and which direction the rays are coming from and where they're arriving. You can't just claim they're parallel and just use that as a carte blanche statement.
Well, no, I'm not just
congratulations, you played yourself.
I'm not just claiming they are parallel. I am proposing an experiment to demonstrate they are parallel, which none of you guys have still given me any problem with it. Except
you already agreed. Hold on, friend. You already agreed that a single light source is going to have 3 different types of rays coming out of it, right?
Yes.
So what's your point then?
That only the parallel ones reach Earth because we're too far away.
Well, that's wrong. That's wrong because if that's true, then you have to throw your moon observations under the bus.
Which moon observation?
The ones where they need the moon's shadow to be smaller than the moon.
The moon shadow to be small.
Yeah, buddy.
No, I don't know.
Perhaps you didn't know that.
I don't know what you're talking about. You mean the shadow of the moon on the Earth?
Yes. So if you have parallel light rays coming from the sun, then the shadow of the moon should be the exact diameter of the moon, correct? According to your whole principle here, if they're parallel rays, then the shadow has to be the same size. So according to you, you just debunked heliocentric model. Good job.
All right, thank you. Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead and try. Go for it.
All right. So the moon is far away from the Earth, right? According to the heliocentric model, right? Is far away, like millions and millions of miles away. So when you have something as big as the
It's not even 500,000 miles away. What are you talking about?
I know. What the heck, dude? You need to go learn your model, brother.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Hey, man.
It's about. It's less than 400 miles away. It's quite close.
400 miles.
It's actually
I'm
inside
closer
the
to the
Earth's
moon
atmosphere.
than I am to
Can you
Australia.
believe that?
I mean, maybe he got confused with the sun, because the sun is apparently millions of miles away, but
Yeah, dude, the moon. Hold on, brother. Let's just give him the facts from his own paradigm, which he doesn't know. So let's teach him it. So the moon is only 240,000 miles away in your paradigm, dude.
Wait, I have a call.
Okay.
Isn't the claim that
Hold on a second. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Moon, just recognize this for a second. Your claim
he
is
has
that
a call.
hold on,
He
brother.
did the Boosty do. He has a call. Boosty.
Oh, gotcha.
Like they all do when
Can
you
I jump in
finally.
Yeah,
while he's on
it's
the call?
quite
It took AI to
I think
fucking just hold them by the bullhorns, and it's like, what? I'm getting the
yeah,
call.
we've got him by the
shit, bro.
yeah, we've got him by the balls, and it's like I've got a phone call. It's like my
No, dude, that's
my
like a
son's
girl.
at football practice and wants me to pick him up or something.
That's like a girl when they message when they want to get out of a date and they message their girlfriend, "Hey, call me with an emergency real quick."
Yeah.
I know.
It's like call me. There's an emergency. Some flat earthers are debunking my globe logic. It's like there you go. That's the
Well, his
message.
claim was. Well, let's just revisit. Hold on, friends. Let's revisit his claim. No, we're going to revisit his claim.
Get in a minute,
Here
please.
and that. We're going to revisit it. He said, if the objects are the same, then if the shadow is the same as the object, you have parallel rays. The moon shadow is lesser than the moon in his paradigm, so he debunked his paradigm. I rest my case. Go ahead.
Yeah. They literally debunked themselves, basically.
I thought that the claim was that they're virtually parallel because you can't actually have parallel light in reality because for one, what would be the purpose of a collimator, and two, wouldn't it render the inverse square law of light like pretty much useless?
Something like that. But notice what he said there, T-Dub. Parse this out for a second. He said the ones that arrive at Earth are parallel, but the ones that hit the moon are not parallel, and then they arrive at Earth not parallel because the moon's shadow is smaller. But I need the shadows to be the same size because I just said the light arrives parallel. So his claim is incoherent.
How can light from the same thing be different? You know.
So who's arriving first? Who are we picking up first?
I mean, what was his name? His name was Alex, wasn't it?
Parallel, right?
Do I need to be nicer so we don't scare these people away? Is that what we got to do?
Well,
he's here for a while.
Offer them. I don't know, like a Terry's chocolate orange. It's round like the globe.
Talking about AI, you're a treat.
Yeah, like the good cop, bad cop. AI can do both of them, so it's perfect.
AI.
Hey, good cop is fun.
Yeah, I think we scare the Globers off because it's like every time they come in here, it's like what they try and do. They try and like think that what we're gonna ask, and then like try and like foresee like their own answers and stuff, and it's just like it's ridiculous because they start mumbling and things like that, and then they just say, "Oh, I've got a phone call," you know. I mean, I said that earlier, but I'm a flat earther, and I actually did have some important business to take care of earlier today. It's fine.
And all this story about parallel light was needed for Eratosthenes stuff, that he can prove the curvature later because Eratosthenes proved it, all this story, and then he got the rate for that, the curvature, what he will not come after, I don't know, 3 days, he will come on that rate is 1.22 miles on 1 foot observer height. That's what Eratosthenes, let's say, get it with that shadows and everything.
Well, I was hung up on how the man, and I'm not sure who the names were, but he said his hypothesis was rays of light are parallel. But I mean, no one like refuted him very well, I thought, because for one, that's not a hypothesis. That's not even a valid observation because light rays are not something you see as individual rays. You just see the light itself. You don't see the individual straight ray. So that's not even a valid observation. And then nobody really refuted his claim that you do need a naturally observed phenomenon. Because if you just type in the scientific method, you're gonna get like the first step's gonna say ask a question. Okay, sure.
All right, Zach, you just volunteered. You just volunteered to go get the citation that does exactly what you just said. Good job.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I'll find it. I
Did
gotta
it.
re-find it in a second. I just had it. Hold on.
So
But I
we
Googled
had
some.
some good
Okay, no, I got it right
citations.
here.
Yeah, no problem. But let me just point this out. We had some good citations, but the problem was our citations were past the part of establishing the hypothesis. So they were all true. They just had already, the citations themselves had already skipped the step within the citation. And that's why, like, you need the initial observation before you form the hypothesis and what your hypothesis is. Because one of the citations says it's a supposition about the cause and effect of the naturally occurring phenomenon, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I think. Well,
I think we can all agree. Just hold on, buddy. Hold on a second. I just want to say this one thing. I think we can all agree that guessing how tall someone is not a scientific endeavor, for goodness sakes.
No, of course not.
What's the cause of someone being taller? Yeah.
In bakery industry, you have the cause and effect, but still you are not scientists. You know, the yeast will cause that dog is growing. The salt will slow down. But you are not scientists, man. You know.
Hey, you guys got kids, and you do a little marker on the wall when, like, every year they grow. You put a little mark on the wall. You guys do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so according to this other guy, when you go to measure that mark on the wall and you extend the tape measure further than you did last year, the extension of the tape measure is the cause of why they got taller. Holy moly.
Also, I'd like to point out, when you measure your kids, you draw a straight line even though your head is curved.
Oh boy.
But it's true though, isn't it? You draw a straight line, you don't draw a curved line.
Yeah, your boy's head is not parallel or perpendicular to the floor. What's the cause of that?
Yeah. How's the light bounce off of someone's bald head, you know?
How about the height of one boy isn't parallel to the height of the first boy?
Welcome back, Alex. How finished your phone call?
Yeah.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Yeah, but when a Glober says that that step one of the scientific method doesn't have to be a naturally observed phenomenon, you can almost get away with it, because if you just Google what's a scientific method, 9 out of 10 times you're going to get a little chart, or AI will just tell you, ask a question. Okay, but when you got to parse out what it's saying. Like, what are you asking a question about? You can't look at a toolbox and say, why is the toolbox red? The answer is already known on why the toolbox is red, or why the car is silver, or why the trash can is blue, or why the mower is green. Like, you can't ask that. You have to ask something that you don't know the answer to yet. That's the whole point. So it has to be something that happens in nature that doesn't already have an answer to it. So when you ask a question, you're trying to figure out why something is taking place. Like, what's the cause and effect of this thing happening? You know, you can't just take a Hot Pocket out of your freezer and sit it on your counter. Like, I'm going to ask a question about this Hot Pocket and why it's not frozen anymore. Like, that's not... Like...
Right. If you say that, that's fine. If you say that, you just have to show me anywhere that says that in order to apply the scientific method, it has to be to explain why anything happens instead of how.
Sorry. It's a category, so we're doing natural science. Natural science is a study of the physical natural world. Your hypothesis construction is a supposition into why something happens. It's a cause and effect relationship that through experimentation you will be able to validate or invalidate your hypothesis, but either way you're going to prove something. Prove that your hypothesis, the cause, does make it happen, or prove your null hypothesis where the cause doesn't make it happen.
All right. I just need you to show me anywhere that says...
I have a citation for that. Whether it's valid or not, I don't know the source. I've never heard of this site before. But, I mean, the name seems a little janky, but the information is sound. It's called Jove, Jove, app.jove.com. But it's 2 paragraphs. I'll read them real quickly. Chemistry is empirical science. Scientists often pose questions to understand the chemistry in everyday life and seek answers to these questions. To achieve this, scientists follow a definitive series of steps that together make up the scientific method. The approach involves making observations, asking questions, building a hypothesis, constructing experiments, analyzing the results, and forming a conclusion. Observation and question. The first step of the scientific method is observing a phenomenon in the physical world. There we go. Like, it has to be something taking place in reality.
That's
But
not
the
what
thing
we're
is, it can't be
disagreeing about.
something man-made, because if it's something man-made, the cause is already known on why this thing's taking place, because a man did something to cause it.
That's not what
Therefore,
we're disagreeing about. We agree about that part. What we disagree on is that we have to, the experiment has to like tell you why something happens.
That's the whole point of your experiment, is to validate your hypothesis. Your hypothesis.
Why, how, and what? Why, how, and what are all questions that the scientific method can explain. Yeah.
Alex, I'm going to lose my patience with you. You've already started over talking me. That's kind of rude. Trying to help you understand something, dude, and I've got about 5 citations loaded up already, ready to go. Can start reading them off if you want to. But the experiment validates your hypothesis. Your hypothesis is a supposition into why something happens. Because we're doing natural science, the study of the physical natural world. Your hypothesis will contain 2 variables. Your independent variable, which would be your supposed cause, and your dependent variable, the phenomena you witnessed in nature. Your independent variable and dependent variable will take them through into the experiment, where you will also have control variables, where everything else is kept the same, and you only manipulate the independent variable to see if it changes the dependent variable or not. It's natural science, dude. We learnt this in 5th grade.
I just have to keep repeating because you aren't addressing what I'm saying. Like everything that you said, I'm fine with up until the point that you say that it's only scientific if you explain a why. Why, how, and what are all questions that science answers. And if you show me anywhere that says otherwise, then I'll just bite my tongue on it and say,
here, it's very simple, Alex. It's very simple. What independent variable are you manipulating to see if it changes the dependent variable in your example? What? Go ahead.
All right. The independent variable would be sun rays.
No. Hold on, friend. Hold on.
Whether sun rays are parallel.
Hold the fuck on. Okay, so you stated the independent variable is sun rays. Perfect. How are you manipulating them?
Why do I have to manipulate it?
Okay. You're going on mute, and he's going to read you the citation again. Go ahead.
So I've got loads of citations here, dude. But when we're talking about your independent variable, that's the thing that you're going to vary and manipulate to cause the dependent variable. So I'm going to ask you this: what's the phenomena that you're witnessing happening? What's your dependent variable, Alex?
Let's unmute him.
Please.
You hear me?
What's the dependent variable, Alex? What's the phenomena?
The phenomenon or the dependent variable? Those are two different things.
No, the phenomena is the dependent variable. The cause is the independent variable.
What you guys are saying, it doesn't align with what science is.
No, it is what science is.
You are shrinking science to a small part and saying that's all science is.
It's a method.
So here's what we're going to do, Alex. Okay, since you have no idea what you're talking about, you cannot answer these questions coherently because you know for a fact that what you're attempting to do can't answer these questions. So the scientific method, as described, can't be applied here. What you're actually trying to do is just measure something, dude. Why can't you just admit you're just measuring something, for goodness sakes? You think it's parallel, you want to know, you measure it. That's it. You can't independently change any of the variables. All you could do is measure what you have. That's it. So for example, I'm building something right now. I have these pieces of wood which are going to jack up a basement, right? I measure the height from the floor to the top of the board, right? And then I get that it's 62 and a half inches. And then I'm like, wow, it's 62 and a half inches. I don't need to manipulate anything, dude. I just measured the freaking thing. I mean, I don't know why this is so hard to comprehend, dude. It's like you want things to be called science for some reason, just to put them under that umbrella. Okay, let's just call everything science. So, for example, I went to the science, and I scienced, and I bought some science, then I scienced my way home, and picked up the science from the back of my science with the science bag and put it in the science can. See? You have no idea what I just did, because I just use science for every term. So I'm going to unmute you, and hopefully you thought about that. And come back with something rational rather than just doubling down on absolutely not understanding anything. Go ahead.
Bars. So me saying something you disagree with is just doubling down on something I don't understand.
Yeah, dude. Okay. When I measured that piece of wood, what independent variable did I manipulate?
Whatever it is you're measuring, like the width of the wood. That was the independent variable.
How did I change the width of the wood, dude, by measuring it?
Why do you think you have to change something in order to perform a scientific experiment?
That's what an experiment is.
No. All right. Let me just ask you. Maybe we can clear things
I
up.
would beg you, Alex, to look at the side chat where I've dropped about 6 or 7 citations with regards to experiments, dependent and independent variables from such authorities as Penn State University, for example.
Yes. In any of those links, say that we have to change things in order to do an experiment.
Yes, it's what we do in the experiment.
Which one?